Chapter 4675. Cuckoo. As the golden-winged great rock spoke, its abdomen suddenly emitted a strange sound. Then, the golden-winged great rock opened its mouth again. A demonic aura mixed with purplish gold rushed out, piercing through the void and directly piercing into the shell of a strange insect that was several feet large. The demonic chi pierced into the strange insect's metallic shell like a needle. However, when the strange insect suddenly expanded and a dark green mist surged out, Xiaohua shook his head. Sure enough, the strange insect instantly grew 10 times larger. The dark green mist swirled around the strange insect for a moment, but the strange insect's body didn't shrink at all. Chirp chirp. The strange insect hissed. Its 2 long hind legs drew a line in the air, and the entire body of the strange insect disappeared. At this moment, a miserable shriek sounded. On the side of the origin formation in the distance, a somewhat absent-minded immortal soldier was split in half. After the miserable shriek, the strange insect that was several dozen feet long loftily appeared on the head of the immortal soldier's corpse. The tip of the strange insect's tail had already reached out from the void and pierced towards the corpse's heart. Damn it! The golden-winged great rock cursed inwardly when he saw that his demonic chi was more effective than the power of the stars and moon. Then, an obscure power of the stars and moon appeared near the strange insect and pierced into it like a sharp awl. Boom! The strange insect was annihilated, leaving not even a corpse behind. Haha, my demon race's demonic chi and even dragon chi might be more effective than normal heaven and earth's essence chi against this strange insect. The profound armored pentahorn dragon smiled and said, "The rock sage's probing is extremely effective. In the future, when my 1,000 demons sacred grounds demon race and the dragon race of the Dragon Island fight against these strange insects, you must be careful." Amitabha. The Dipankara archaic Buddha chanted and said softly, "Let me give it a try." Following his chanting, the Dipankara archaic Buddha raised his palms. Whoosh! A cluster of red lotus karmic fire flickered, and the power of samsara landed on a few strange insects. Boom! The karmic fire of the red lotus immediately ignited the strange insect's body. Chirp chirp! The strange insect hissed as if it was in pain. Xiaohua and the others were overjoyed when they saw this and were about to take a closer look. However, at this moment, the green mist gushed out of the strange insect's shell again. The red lotus karmic fire was immediately extinguished. However, after the karmic fire was extinguished, it did not disappear. Instead, it turned into a scarlet viscous substance that seeped into the strange insect's shell. The strange insect grew bigger again. Amitabha, Amitabha. The Dipankara archaic Buddha raised his eyebrows and exclaimed in surprise. He knew that if this strange insect could even devour the power of samsara, the Thundersound Temple would have no means of restraining it. Kill. The Thunderbolt Immortal let out a low roar. With a point of his finger, sword-like thunderbolts slayed the strange bug on behalf of the Dipankara archaic Buddha. Xiaohua looked at the Thunderbolt Immortal strangely. If it was in the past, the Thunderbolt Immortal might consider for himself or the Fortune Gate's disciples. However, he would never consider for others. Now, the Thunderbolt Immortal actually thought that the Dipankara archaic Buddha was the Buddha Lord and that it was inappropriate for him to commit murder. Instead, he killed the strange insect on behalf of the Dipankara archaic Buddha. Wasn't this the sign of his awakening? However, after the Thunderbolt Immortal killed the strange insect, he retracted his hand and calmly stood at the side. Would you like to give it a try? Xiaohua looked at the heavenly man and smiled. Your 3 lights augmenting thunder might be the nemesis of these strange insects. That's right. I'll go take a look. Hearing this, the heavenly man smiled proudly and flew out of the mountain peak. Seeing the heavenly man fly out, a swarm of strange insects immediately pounced on him. These strange insects emitted extremely faint yet powerful ripples that surrounded the heavenly man. The heavenly man's expression didn't change. He roared towards the sky and revealed his 3 heads and 6 arms. Roar! The 3 heads opened their mouths and shot out 3 light pillars. Pa 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 pa. Wherever the light pillars passed, tens of thousands of strange insects would swell and explode. Of course, they only swell. Not a single one of them died because of the difference in the true chi contained in the light pillars. Gotcha. Seeing that the 3 light pillars had no effect, the heavenly man couldn't help but feel furious. He raised his 6 arms at the same time, and dozens of different colored lightning balls appeared out of thin air and landed around him. Rumble. Amidst loud explosions, the strange insects that pounced on the heavenly man were all killed. Xiaohua could clearly see that these strange insects had all exploded from the swell. Motherfucker, this is really strange. The heavenly man cursed. His figure flashed and he landed next to the throne of creation again. He said, "Even my method is useless. Then in these 3 continents, where is the origin energy of heaven and earth that these strange insects can't devour?" Seeing that the heavenly man's method was also useless, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. No one knew better than him that the heavenly man's method came from the God realm. The divine ability he cultivated was from the heavenly man clan. If his method couldn't easily kill these strange insects, then in the 3 continents, there really wasn't any method that could easily kill these strange insects. Maybe, Xiaohua thought to himself, only soul cultivation methods can be used. Thinking of soul cultivation methods, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He had encountered these strange insects when he was condensing his nascent soul in the void. Although Xiaohua was only a nascent soul at that time, and the strange insects were only a few feet long, Xiaohua had already used the lightning flash and thunder roll technique, and the lightning bolts activated by the green seal characters were also swallowed by the strange insects. Now that Xiaohua had reached great success in soul cultivation, he could easily kill these strange insects, and even soul cultivation methods could easily kill them, but he couldn't find the insect's weakness from the root. Let's give it a try. Xiaohua didn't give up. He waved his hand and the soul cultivator's 3 corpses in thunder fell down. Rumble. The strange insects in the distance were killed, but there were no signs of them being destroyed upon contact. Obviously this was not Xiaohua's method. Then Ao Qian, Mystic Armored Pentaceratops, Mithria Buddha, and the others all used their own secret techniques to investigate, but unfortunately it was not ideal. Take a look at my method. Immortal Emperor Gaochen looked at the helpless crowd and finally said, "After my immortal palace obtained the 5 energies origin technique, I also benefited greatly. The 5 energies of Confucian cultivators are the foundation of heaven and earth, the foundation of humanity, so it must be different from ordinary heaven and earth origin energy." "Your Majesty's words are reasonable." Xiaohua flattered him and said with a smile, "I will wait for your Majesty's method." Immortal Emperor Gaochen raised his hand and patted the crown on his head. Boom. A 5-colored energy pillar gushed out. Then, the 5-colored energy pillar brushed down from the sky and turned into hundreds of thousands of tiny energy pillars. These energy pillars were like needles that pierced into the bodies of the strange insects. When the 5-colored energy entered the bodies of the strange insects, the bodies of the strange insects immediately swelled up. Moreover, the moment they swelled up, some were dark green, some were like gray fog, and some were like gray fog. Boom. The bodies of these strange insects swelled up a lot and then they all exploded. Sigh. Xiaohua's eyes originally lit up, but the joy immediately disappeared. He understood in his heart that even though Immortal Emperor Gochen condensed the 5 Qi's origin Qi pillar to a very fine degree, it was still the terrifying power condensed within the Qi needle that was able to explode the strange insect, and not the 5-colored true Qi. "Your Majesty," Xiaohua said, "what I thought was just a whimsical thought. How could there be different types of energy within the same realm? This matter. Let's not talk about it anymore. How about this? Let's see how the strength of these strange insects is distributed." Immortal Emperor Gaochen nodded and replied, "I also feel that using different types of energy to kill these strange insects is a bit unimaginable and too difficult. We should use normal methods. As for the difference in strength that Master Xiaohua mentioned, the Sun family and the others already had some judgment. Sun Jian, come over and tell us." "Yes, Your Majesty." Sun Jian received the order and flew over. He bowed and said, "Seniors, according to what junior and junior subordinates found out, these strange insects' strength should be divided according to the size of their bodies. Currently the insects besieging the Jade Lake are mostly several feet long. The strength of these strange insects is around the 5th stage of the origin energy of our 3 continents." Yes. When the golden-winged rock heard this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "Sun Jian, you're not wrong, right? These several feet-long strange insects have the strength of our demon race's star-plucking realm?" "Alright, Rock Sage knows. It's exactly like this." Sun Jian turned to the golden-winged rock and said respectfully, "Back then, when Junior's origin energy was at the lower stage of the 5th stage, I encountered a several feet-long strange insect. At that time, Junior was almost unable to defeat that strange insect." "How can this be?" The mystic armored Pentaceratops was also surprised. So many strange insects. If they were placed in the 1,000 Demons sacred realm, wouldn't our demon race be defeated? Not only that. Sun Jian said again, "These strange insects advance by devouring all kinds of energy. The time it takes to advance is extremely short. As long as the energy doesn't make the strange insects explode, these strange insects can advance. Moreover, using normal methods. Even if the strange insects are torn apart, these torn parts can rely on the energy they devour to recover into several strange insects. What about the other sizes? Xiaohua had already expected this, but he still asked in a low voice. Sun Jian replied, "A foot long is an inch long. Strange insects several inches long have the strength of a fourth stage origin energy. Strange insects less than an inch long are just black dots, and these black dots, Junior has also tested, they have the strength of a second or third stage origin energy. An army of hundreds of millions of second stage origin energy." Thinking about the densely packed black dots he saw in the space, Xiaohua's heart turned cold. He thought with some despair, even if all of my Fortune Gate's disciples come out, even if all of my Fortune Gate's 9 elders come out together, even if all of the 3 continents human race and demonic beast race, the 4 seas dragon race and sea tribe, I'm afraid they still won't be able to exterminate this world-destroying insect army. How could Immortal Emperor Gaochen and the others not know about Xiaohua's thoughts? The various Supremes' expressions changed again. Sun Jian looked at Xiaohua's gloomy face and said, "A foot long is a foot long. Strange insects several feet long have the strength of a 6th-stage origin energy. Strange insects several hundred feet long have the strength of a 7th-stage origin energy. As for 1,000 feet long and 1,000 feet long strange insects, Junior has not seen them, so I do not dare to make a judgment." "So what if they are 1,000 feet long and 1,000 feet long strange insects?" Dongfang Qianghao sneered, "They are nothing more than 8th or 9th stage origin energy. Could there be a 10,000 feet long strange insect?" Xiaohua looked at Dongfang Qianghao and said with a smile, "Dongfang family head, aren't you too optimistic? Previously we didn't know how these strange insects advanced. We thought that they cultivated the same way as us, and that every time they advanced, there would only be 1 in 10,000. Thus, when we reached the higher levels there were fewer and fewer of them. But now we understand that these strange insects advance by devouring true energy, and there are no bottlenecks during their advancement. In other words, as long as there is enough true energy, every black dot can advance to 1,000 feet long. They can become monsters that can stand shoulder to shoulder with us 9th stage origin energy experts." "How is that possible?" Dongfang Qianghao still shook his head and said in disbelief, "These strange insects are from outside the realm, but the place they came from is at most similar to the realm of our 3 continents. This old man does not believe that a realm can have countless experts that have reached the peak of that realm." Just as Dongfang Qianghao was shaking his head, a cold wind appeared out of nowhere, and an indescribable aura of destruction came from somewhere in the void. Even someone as strong as Xiaohua could not help but tremble. "Not good." Thunderbolt Immortal roared, "It seems like something powerful is coming." Xiaohua stood up and took out the Kunlun mirror without hesitation, and said to Princess Zixia, "Zixia, return to the Kunlun immortal realm and hide for a while." "Okay." Princess Zixia nodded but said, "However, and is at the immortal palace, you have to think of a way to ensure her safety." "Empress." Xiaohua thought and hurriedly transmitted, "Where is Bayan? I will let Thunderbolt Immortal bring her back." Bayan is with Qing Qing and Miao Miao. The East Sea Empress expression also changed slightly, and her eyes flashed with a clear light as she looked around and answered casually. Hearing the 2 words Qing Qing, Xiaohua gritted his teeth and glared at the East Sea Empress, then put Princess Zixia into the space. It was also at this moment that a dark ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky. With a swoosh, it struck the mountain where the immortal palace was located. This ray of light came too suddenly. Even though Immortal Emperor Gaochen and the East Sea Empress were on high alert, they still couldn't guard against it. Boom! Where the light landed, there was a huge explosion, and the scroll seemed to be torn apart by a giant hand. Layer upon layer of cracks, the inscriptions on the armor mixed with a 5-colored light gushed out from the cracks. GG. With an ear-piercing screech, a huge mouth stretched out from the void, and swallowed the light and the inscriptions on the armor. Then 2 pitch-black eyes appeared in the sky, and finally, a strange insect that was several thousand feet long, like a huge flying boat, slowly appeared. The moment the strange insect appeared, a powerful aura overflowed from its body, and filled the entire Jade Lake. Its 3,000 feet long hind legs slightly slashed in the air, and the broken peony bushes were instantly cut in half. Seeing the strange insect devouring the scroll mountain with a ka-ka sound, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Thinking of the vision he saw when he entered this space, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, this Xiao understands now. This Lingyun side palace did not originally exist in this space. It was because Immortal Emperor Gochen wanted to hold the Jade Lake gathering here that he created this space to store the Lingyun side palace. Xan also made it clear that the Jade Lake was only an immortal imperial treasure controlled by the Imperial Empress, and it also needed to absorb the righteous energy in this place. The five-colored scene I saw when I entered was the scene of the Jade Lake and the Lingyun side palace absorbing the righteous energy from the void. These strange insects love to eat true energy, and the righteous energy in this space is naturally their favorite food. It is also because of the Jade Lake gathering that these strange insects were attracted here. Go. Seeing the strange insect swallow the scroll mountain and the entire space trembling, Heavenly King Qingyu did not dare to be careless and quickly ordered the soldiers to attack. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, a chill ran down his spine. He did not hold any hope as his body swayed and disappeared into thin air. Pluff. The moment his body disappeared, a huge tail appeared in the distance, and it instantly shattered the entire image. A few thousand feet away, Heavenly King Qingyu screamed as he flew out from the void. His armor had been shattered, and there was even blood flowing from his mouth and nose. The strange insect had struck the phantom, and even Heavenly King Qingyu had been injured. Heavenly King Qingyu managed to dodge the attack, but the immortal soldiers and generals not far away were not so lucky. The tail pierced through Heavenly King Qingyu's illusory figure and charged into the origin formation formed by the immortal soldiers and generals. The origin formation collapsed upon contact, and thousands of immortal soldiers were instantly killed. Moreover, after the soldiers were killed, their bodies immediately withered. Immortal Emperor Gochen was sitting on his golden throne. He coldly scowled and suddenly slammed his golden throne. Boom. The golden throne emitted layers of golden light and flew straight up into the sky. Damn. The vast void bell that had disappeared earlier reappeared. With a loud bang, a shadow of several thousand feet in size fell down from the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The shadow completely covered the body of the strange insect and issued loud explosions. The void where the strange insect was completely shattered by the sound of the bell. The body of the strange insect was also destroyed inch by inch and turned into nothingness. Looking at the almost chaotic space, Immortal Emperor Gochen proudly said, "A 9th-level origin energy insect. Is only a so-so." Boom. Before he could finish speaking, a loud explosion came from behind him. The golden throne that Immortal Emperor Gochen was sitting on was hit by a huge black tail. The powerful force and the sharpness of the tail that could pierce through the laws of space immediately flipped Immortal Emperor Gochen and his golden throne over. No way, right? Not to mention Xiao Hua's group, even Immortal Emperor Gochen himself was shocked. The body of the strange insect that was killed by the vast void bell appeared behind Immortal Emperor Gochen's back. Dong. At this time, the vast void bell let out another loud bang. Immortal Emperor Gochen looked up in horror and saw that the back leg of the strange insect that was like a guillotine had disappeared into the void. It actually went through the maze of the Jade Lake and struck the vast void bell. Inside the bell, Immortal Emperor Gochen could clearly see that a deep crack was carved into the surface of the vast void bell. The inscriptions on the bell were split into two halves. Damn it! Immortal Emperor Gochen's heart ached. He cursed and quickly hid the vast void bell into the depths of the origin formation. Then he reached out and grabbed the Emperor's sword at his waist. However, he only held it for a moment before letting it go. He knew that the Emperor's sword was extremely powerful because it contained the fate of the human race, the fate of the Confucian cultivators. This fate was useful against the human race and the demon race. However, if it was used against the strange insect, it might not be effective. Immortal Emperor Gochen pondered for a while and looked at the Eastern Ocean Queen. The Eastern Ocean Queen understood his intention. The two of them slapped the phantom of the golden throne at the same time. Boom! 2 rays of golden light shot out from the golden throne. Just like how it killed Xiaoxian, the golden light condensed into the phantom of the immortal slaying platform in the sky. Boom! When the immortal slaying platform transformed into 100,000 feet long radiance and descended, everyone held their breaths and waited for the might of this slash. Puff! The guillotine's radiance and shadow fell on the strange insect's body. The strange insect's body was immediately flattened and couldn't resist at all. Excellent! The Dip Ankara archaic Buddha chanted, thinking that the strange insect had been killed. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and reminded, "World Lord, don't forget that some of these strange insects' bodies are extremely hard, while some of them are especially soft and tough. Sure enough, although the strange insect was slashed into two halves by the immortal slaying platform's guillotine, just like how Xiaohua's wishful rod struck the strange insect, its tough body couldn't be broken into two halves. Go. The Eastern Ocean Queen glanced at Immortal Emperor Go Chen. The two of them scolded at the same time. One of them spat out a mouthful of dragon-shaped true qi, while the other spat out a mouthful of phoenix-shaped true qi. When these two true qis fell on the immortal slaying platform's phantom, the phantom became even more solid. Bam! Finally, where the guillotine landed, the huge strange insect was slashed into two halves. Chirp chirp. After the strange insect was slashed apart, it was different from the other strange insects. It rolled around in midair as if it was in pain. I'll lend you a hand, Your Majesty. Seeing this, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He slapped the top of his head, and a huge hand formed by tricolored thunderbolts descended, grabbing the other half of the strange insect. This thunderbolt hand was slightly different from the one Xiaohua had used previously. When this hand descended, it instantly sank into the strange insect's body. Boom! Just as gray mist surged out from the other half of the strange insect's body, its body only expanded by 30% before it began to explode. Aoe understood what was going on. He smiled and said, "Then I'll lend you a hand, Your Majesty." As he spoke, Aoe chanted the heavenly dragon art. Balls of light the size of a wicker basket appeared outside the other half of the strange insect's body, revolving around it like fireflies. Fall. As Aoe chanted a mantra, all the balls of light fell into the other half of the strange insect's body. As expected, the other half of the strange insect's body exploded as well. Namo Mithriya. Good. Namo Mithriya clasped his palms together and said, "I understand. This strange insect might have the strength of a 9th grade essence force. Our 3 continents don't have any spiritual items that can make it explode. However, if it's cut into 2 or even 4 halves, and then take advantage of the fact that it hasn't recovered, we can still use a spiritual item of an 8th grade essence force to make it explode." That's right. Namo Mithriya is right. Xiaohua said with a smile. Moreover, this agreement is only for low-grade strange insects. Just as Xiaohua finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He didn't have time to remind anyone. With a whoosh, he disappeared from the throne of creation. Of course, at the same time that he disappeared, the heavenly being and the Thunderbolt spiritual master also disappeared. On the entire Dao sect's lightning mountain, only the throne of creation and the Grand Mist ancestor, who was sitting on the black and white praying mat beside it, were left. The Grand Mist ancestor naturally noticed Xiaohua's strange movements. He knew that something was wrong, but before he could teleport, a huge black shadow blocked the entire mountain peak. An inexplicable confinement force sealed the space. Boom. 2 pitch-black blade lights slashed down from the sky. Not good. Sensing the aura of death under the blade lights, the Grand Mist ancestor cursed inwardly. In his heart he hated Xiaohua to the bone. He already firmly believed that Xiaohua deliberately didn't remind him. The Grand Mist ancestor remained motionless as he formed a series of seals with his hands. Black and white halos appeared in the space around him, and the moment these halos appeared, the Grand Mist ancestor's 2 scythe-like hind legs slashed down. Swoosh! One of the hind legs landed on the throne of creation. The entire throne emitted lightning, blocking the light shadow. However, the throne was also lifted off the lightning mountain by the hind legs and fell into the jade lake below the mountain peak. As for the other hind leg, it naturally slashed into the black and white halo around the Grand Mist ancestor. However, the strange thing was that the black and white halo was split in half. After the light shadow passed, the black and white halos merged back together. The Grand Mist ancestor was standing inside the halo, unharmed. Of course, the Grand Mist ancestor did not dare to stay for long after dodging the calamity. His figure flashed, and with a flash of black and white light, he forcefully broke through the space shackles and teleported to another place. At this time, a strange insect that was even more ferocious than the previous one slowly appeared in the sky south of the Jade Lake. Damn it. Xiaohua, Tianrin, and Lightning Taoist appeared high in the sky above the Jade Lake. The 3 of them surrounded the strange insect, and Xiaohua couldn't help cursing inwardly when he sensed the mysterious aura emitted by the strange insect. This Xiao boasts that his luck is extremely good, but every time this Xiao comes across a strange insect, how bad is this Xiao's luck? Let's not talk about it previously. This Xiao is now a Taoist Gates Grand Ascension Stage expert, standing at the peak of the 3 continents. Why does this strange insect seem to be more powerful than this Xiao? As for the strange insect, It ignored Xiaohua and the Grand Mist ancestors' attempt to escape after striking down the throne of fortune. Instead, it waved its saw-like tentacles again. The two tentacles were sharper than any magic treasure, and they landed on the lightning mountain peak. In an instant, the entire mountain peak collapsed. Then, the strange insect opened its mouth and swallowed the collapsed mountain peak. No. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed as he watched the huge mountain disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. He said in a low voice, "We can't let this strange insect swallow any more. This strange insect's strength has already reached the 9th grade of origin energy. If it evolves again, who in the 3 continents can subdue it?" Fellow Taoists. With a plan in mind, Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Wait until I execute a divine ability to destroy this strange insect. Then you two fellow Taoists kill it." Before Tianren and the lightning Taoist could reply, boom boom boom. A series of sounds came from the void around the Jade Lake. Several blade-like black shadows flashed through the air and landed on the Buddhist lotus, scroll and other mountain peaks. There was even a huge tail that stretched out from the Jade Lake. Damn it! The golden-winged great ping roared as its body flashed with the brilliance of the moon and stars. Its sharp claws attacked the newly appeared strange insect. Namo Maitreya Buddha. The world sovereign didn't dare to be careless. He formed a Buddhist mudra with both hands and channeled the power of faith. It turned into countless heavenly flowers and Buddhist light balls to stop another strange insect. Immortal Emperor Go Qin, the East Sea Empress, Aoe and Ao Qian didn't stop. They used their divine abilities to deal with the strange insects that were tens of thousands of feet long. In just a moment, the entire Jade Lake was in chaos. Everything was crushed by the strange insects. Even the previously hidden outline of the Lingyun Side Palace was revealed in the void. Moreover, this outline had been shattered long ago. Clearly, it was destroyed by several strange insects that were tens of thousands of feet long. Not only that, these strange insects were too powerful. Wherever they went, nothing remained. Every time they waved their tentacles and hind legs, they could cut through the void. Wherever they cut through, the immortal soldiers and generals were easily killed. There was no way to avoid them. Although Sun Jian's strength hadn't reached the 9th grade of essence energy, he had the void-seeing eye. Therefore, he had already opened the void-seeing eye between his eyebrows and carefully observed the changes in the surrounding space. Of course, his void-seeing eye wasn't enough to completely detect the traces of the strange insects. However, this technique alone was enough to save his life. Now, seeing that even the sovereigns were panicking, he didn't hesitate to give the order. Retreat. Generals, retreat from the Lingyun Side Palace. This was true monarch Qing Yuan. Even Heavenly King Qing Yu didn't dare to give such an order in the Jade Lake gathering. When the immortal soldiers and generals heard this order, they were all relieved. They hurriedly used their divine abilities to teleport out. When Heavenly King Qing Yu saw this, he hurriedly shouted, "Generals, maintain the formation and retreat. These strange insects came from the void. If you teleport out, you'll encounter even more strange insects." When the immortal soldiers and generals heard this, they were all alarmed. They hurriedly got into a battle formation and slowly flew out. It wasn't that they hadn't experienced blood formations on the battlefield before. However, when faced with such cruel and cold-blooded insects, they couldn't help but panic. Xiaohua didn't have the time to use the delusion breaker eye to see how many strange insects there were in the void. This was because it was completely meaningless. After he gave the order to the celestial being and the lightning immortal, he immediately waved his hands. Kacha. Layers of thunder mist appeared in the sky. Countless vital qi of heaven and earth turned into crystals and fell into it. Chirp chirp. When Xiaohua activated his magic power, it immediately attracted the attention of several strange insects. Other than the strange insects that were devouring the lightning mountain, the others also stopped devouring. They raised their huge heads and a strange color appeared in their black eyes. Xiaohua didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He used the unstoppable thunder. 5 Qi righteous thunder, 9 heavens divine thunder, 3 corpses yin thunder, Shenming demonic thunder, and triple light amplifying thunder mixed together to form a huge lightning hand. It brought with it a kind of heaven and earth will and suddenly fell down. When the strange insect saw this, it didn't know how to dodge at all. It let out a chirp chirp sound. This chirp sounded as if it was excited. Wherever the sound passed, the space began to collapse. Then the strange insect's legs kicked, and it pounced towards the lightning hand. Under the lightning hand, the power of thunder and lightning originally sealed the space within 10,000 feet. However, this sealed space seemed to be nothing in the eyes of the strange insect. In a moment, it had already rushed under the lightning hand. However, the strange insect seemed to know the power of the lightning hand. Its 2 tentacles, 1 hind leg and the tip of its tail all stretched out. They entered the void from 4 directions and attacked the lightning hand. Xiaohua's lightning hand was now extremely powerful. There were few cultivators in the 3 continents who could withstand it. Even the strange insect was no exception. Rumble. The lightning hand fell. Not only did it shatter the space, but even the strange insect's tentacles, hind leg and tail were also beaten dry. When the lightning hand fell on the strange insect's body, the strange insect's body first emitted a strange luster as if it was resisting. However, after a few breaths, the entire body immediately became incomparably soft and quickly collapsed. It seemed that the strange insect was unable to resist the lightning hand. Similar to the attack of immortal Emperor Go Chen's golden throne, the lightning hand suddenly crushed the strange insect's body. Xiaohua already knew the strange insect's tricks like the back of his hand. Seeing that the strange insect's body had reached its limit, he coldly snorted. His gaze slightly swept over the distant Grand Mist ancestor who was quietly watching him display his techniques in the sky. His hand seals slightly changed. Swoosh. The fury of thunder, which had been hidden inside the lightning hand since a long time ago, was activated. A hidden blade of lightning descended from the lightning hand. Swoosh. The fury of thunder was indeed formidable. As soon as it appeared, it immediately split the shriveled strange insect into 2 halves. GG. Just like before, the strange insect rolled and hissed as it fell towards the Jade Lake's waves. It seemed like it wanted to swallow the waves. Go. Similarly, Tianren and Lightning Immortal did not hesitate. Just as Xiaohua was about to make a move, both of them attacked at the same time. Boom boom. As expected, the 1,000-feet-long strange insect that was split into 2 halves was easily killed by the 2 Fortune Gate Masters. However, whether it was Xiaohua, Tianren, or Lightning Immortal, all 3 of them felt heavy in their hearts. They did not feel the joy of victory, nor did they feel the guilt of winning with superior numbers. Instead, they raised their heads to look at the other sect's venerables fighting with the strange insects. After a short while, Xiaohua somewhat understood. Although these strange insects had the strength of 9th grade origin energy, they had not reached the peak of 9th grade origin energy. At most, they were only at the mid-level of 9th grade origin energy. Logically speaking, mid-level 9th grade origin energy shouldn't be a match for the other sect's venerables. They should be able to kill them easily. However, the reason why the 3 continents' cultivators, whether it was the human race, demonic beast race, or dragon race, was able to reach the peak of 9th grade origin energy was because they had a breakthrough in the space law. There was no need to talk about the human race. Confucian cultivators ascended with the red clouds, Tao sects ascended with the white sun, and Buddhist sects were guided by the heavens. The demonic beast race and dragon race both broke through the void and relied on the space law. Among Xiaohua's current abilities, there were many times where he didn't need to use any magic spells. As long as he used the space law, he could produce effects that were more powerful than ordinary magic spells. But today the various sects' venerables were facing the world-destroying strange insects. These strange insects came from the void and fed on the space law. Previously, when Immortal Emperor Go Chen activated the vast void bell, the strange insects also collapsed along with the space. Moreover, the strange insects' bodies did not suffer any damage. Therefore, when facing these strange insects, the various sects' venerables could only use limited methods. They also couldn't reveal too much of their peak 9th grade origin energy. Of course, venerables were venerables after all. Although there were more than 10,000 feet of strange insects, as long as they put in some effort, these strange insects would be wiped out in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. At this moment, the entire Jade Lake was in a mess. It was no longer as beautiful as before. There were still many strange insects flying around wantonly in the space. Although the Lingyun Side Palace did not collapse, its tattered state made Immortal Emperor Go Chen feel ashamed and angry. Damn it. Seeing that everyone was silent, the golden-winged great rock shouted first before anyone could speak. We were discussing how to kill the strange insect here, and this strange insect gave us a head-on blow. If I didn't know that these strange insects came here from the Lingyun Side Palace's pure and noble energy, I would have suspected that these strange insects got the news beforehand and formed a team to launch a surprise attack. At this point, the golden-winged great rock suddenly stopped. His eyes flashed with a golden light as he looked at the various venerables above the Jade Lake in disbelief. He seemed to have thought of something. Sage Rock. Immortal Emperor Go Chen said, "You're a great sage of the demon clan. Do you think these strange insects have a leader?" The golden-winged great rock seemed to have understood and nodded. There's no need to talk about this. Not to mention the sky-devouring demon clan, even the featherless demon clan, as long as there are groups of them, will have a leader. Of course, I'm from the Flying Feather clan, so I don't know the exact situation of the insect clan. In the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, there has never been a great sage of the insect clan who could enter the Great Sage Palace. As for the featherless demon clan and the awakening of intelligence, maybe there was one. The golden-winged great rock's tone was uncertain. After all, no matter where in the 3 continents, the insect clan was the weakest. As for the strange insects, most of their intelligence was weak and did not know how to cultivate, so it was difficult for them to featherless demon clan and the awakening of intelligence. Insect clan? Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of the spiritual realm in the space and the 10,000 demons realm outside the 3 continents. Of course, this saint's knowledge is limited to the 1,000 demons sacred realm. These world-destroying strange insects come from outside the realm, and their strength is close to the peak of the 3 continents. Perhaps there will be a leader? The golden-winged great rock added another perhaps. That's impossible. The Pentaceratops shook its head. The demon clan that can featherless demon clan and the awakening of intelligence must have spiritual intelligence, just like how Buddhist disciples need the root of wisdom. Look at these strange insects, they are all fearless of death. How can they have any spiritual intelligence? Just now, even those strange insects that have reached the 9th level of essence power seem to only have vital qi in their eyes. They didn't dodge much when facing attacks. Yes. Hearing this, Xiaohua suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air as if he had a toothache. The scene of him fighting with the 2 strange insects immediately appeared in his mind. At that time, the strange insects were not as clumsy and ignorant as they were now. At that time, the strange insects were so ferocious and agile. Not good. Xiaohua hurriedly shouted. These strange insects must have a leader. Moreover, the spiritual intelligence of this leader may not be any worse than mine. Chapter 4676. How is that possible? Dongfang Qianghao asked curiously, Master Xiaolei, what do you mean by that? Xiaohua hurriedly recounted his encounter with the 2 strange insects. In the end, he said, from what I've seen, these strange insects must have evolved recently. They devoured too much true energy and advanced too quickly. Not only are they unable to adapt to their bodies, but their intelligence is also unable to match their strength. That's why they didn't have much strength to retaliate against us. Also, take a look again. There aren't many bugs that are 100 feet or 1,000 feet between the bugs that are tens of feet long and the bugs that are tens of thousands of feet long. It must be because the king of strange bugs that hasn't shown up yet sensed our strength. That's why it gave up on the mid-sized bugs and directly sent the bugs that are tens of thousands of feet long. Dawa Xiao, you mean? The Grand Mist Ancestor was also dumbfounded. He said in shock, just now, these strange insects with strength of 9th level origin energy were just probing our strength? Xiaohua's gaze swept across the various sovereigns and finally landed on the Grand Mist Ancestor. He said word by word, that's what I think. I hope I'm wrong. Chirp chirp. Suddenly, the soft cries of a strange insect rang out. Although it was soft and insignificant compared to the cries of insects in the entire space, it was clearly heard by all the sovereigns of the various sections. Even the innate divine restriction outside Xiaohua's Naiwan Palace emitted waves of golden light. King of strange insects? Xiaohua turned pale with fright and hurriedly looked towards the direction of the sound. However, even with Xiaohua's strength, he couldn't find the direction of the king of strange insects in front of these strange insects. However, there was no need for Xiaohua to search for it. After the chirping of the insects, a loud boom sounded out from above everyone's heads. Xiaohua raised his head to look, only to see that the roof of the Lingyun side hall, which was like the dome of heaven, had already been split open. A seemingly small but abnormally sharp tentacle fell from the dome of heaven. Wherever the tentacle fell, space collapsed. All the heaven and earth origin energy, righteous qi, and other things were split in half. Even the light figure in space wasn't spared. Damn it. Immortal Emperor Go-Chen was the first to be enraged. He glanced at the East Sea Empress and raised his hand to slap the phantom of the Golden Throne. The East Sea Empress was also displeased. She also activated the Golden Throne. The phantom of the immortal slaying platform appeared again and flew towards the saw-like tentacles. Gotcha. The scythe of the immortal punishment platform slammed into the tentacle. After layers of space shattered, the tentacle also broke inch by inch. However, what shocked Immortal Emperor Go-Chen was that the phantom of the immortal punishment platform also disappeared under the tentacle. What? What is the king of strange insect strength? Xiaohua was also the immortal punishment platform, Immortal Emperor Go Chen's Qi, the king of 10th level origin energy, the heavens, and the king can't it, it's a 10th level origin energy origin energy origin? Dongz's he had already prepared he, this is the it. Dong Feng Qianghao had long been on guard. He saw the shadow falling from the sky, but it did not seem to have any sealing power. It was sharp and fast. How could he not know that it was one of the monster insect king's hind legs? Dong Feng Qianghao didn't hesitate at all. He waved his hand and the Wuji apricot yellow flag fluttered in the air. As the innate Wuji flags fluttered in the air, golden lotuses gushed out and protected the space around him. Poof poof poof. The moment the lotuses appeared, the void began to explode. The golden lotuses in the sky were also shattered. How is this possible? Xiao Hua's heart was in his throat as he thought to himself, if the innate 5-element flags can't stop the king of strange insects, then what else can? Luckily, the Monster King only managed to destroy one of the 10 waves of golden lotuses. Then, its sharp pitch-black hind legs were revealed in the sky. The sharp leg that could easily split a mountain flashed a few times and disappeared into the void. Thank goodness. Xiao Hua didn't know if he was rejoicing for himself, Dongfang Qianghao, or the beings of the 3 continents. He couldn't help but pat his chest. When Xiao Hua raised his hand, extreme fear rose from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but lower his head to look at the jade pool. Sigh. When Xiao Hua saw the scene inside the jade lake, he turned pale with fright. The clear jade pool was covered by a layer of darkness. This layer of darkness wasn't a single piece. Instead, it was made up of hundreds or even thousands of small pieces of darkness. It was just like how the land of Lingyun Side Palace was surrounded by crisscrossing paths. In these small pitch-black pieces, there was a kind of extreme coldness and ruthlessness, and in this pitch-black darkness, Xiao Hua saw thousands of his own reflections. The king of strange insects' eyes. Xiao Hua immediately understood. Without hesitation, he moved his hands, and a thunderous hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed at the jade pool. The moment the thunderous hand appeared, the entire jade pool was imprisoned. Lightning mixed with the power of heaven and earth rushed toward the king of strange insects. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, before the thunderous hand landed, the king of strange insects' eyes suddenly disappeared. The jade pool was still the jade pool and the jade pool was still the jade pool. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed in his heart. He slapped his forehead and opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye to look around. At this moment, the void was filled with black dots of various sizes. These black dots ranged from the size of ink dots to the size of hundreds of feet. They were all flying around like locusts. Although Xiao Hua could see clearly, it was impossible to find the black dots that were tens of thousands of feet large among these black dots. Xiao Hua was about to close his delusion breaker Dharma eye. Whoosh! Suddenly, a tail stinger that looked like a meteor streaked across the darkness and stabbed at a silver-white dragon body. Xiao Hua naturally knew that the silver-white dragon body belonged to Ao Qin, the Lord of the Eastern Sea. He hurriedly transmitted a message to warn him, but at this moment, a dragon throne, 2 golden thrones, and 2 pillars of light appeared in his delusion breaker Dharma eye. 2 dragon bodies flashed and rushed into the black dots. Obviously, Immortal Emperor Gaochen and the others had also discovered the king of strange insects' tracks. When Xiao Hua saw that the supreme beings of the various sects had already begun to besiege him, he stopped transmitting his voice. However, just as he was about to close his Dharma eye, a blurry shadow suddenly flashed in another direction. Another king of strange insects? Xiao Hua shuddered and hurriedly looked in that direction. Unfortunately, the shadow was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that these 2 king of strange insects, one in the light and the other in the dark, are also plotting against us? The more Xiao Hua thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He didn't dare to transmit his message to Immortal Emperor Gaochen and the others, fearing that the 2 king of strange insects would have some special spatial divine ability that could allow them to hear him. He only warned Celestial Being and the Lightning Immortal in his mind before he slightly narrowed his delusion breaker Dharma eye and pretended to attack the king of strange insects from all sides as he lunged out of the Jade Lake. At this moment, Ao Qin had already summoned the dragon throne, which turned into a golden dragon and blocked the tip of the king of strange insects' tail. Immortal Emperor Gaochen and the others used their divine abilities to attack the king of strange insects' shell. Swoosh! While Xiao Hua condensed a thunderous hand to grab the king of strange insects in the distant void, a black shadow as big as a mountain rushed out from the void in another direction of Ao Qin. It was the other king of strange insects that was hiding in the dark using its hind leg to attack Ao Qin's dragon body. The moment the hind leg appeared, Ao Qian's soul left his body. He roared and hurriedly used his dragon throne to block the attack. Unfortunately, the dragon avatar was already pierced by the king of strange insects' tail. How could he move the dragon avatar away? Helpless, Ao Qian swung his dragon tail in an attempt to use the toughness of his dragon body to break the king of strange insects' leg from the side. Just as Ao Qian's plan started, the king of strange insects' leg immediately changed direction and slashed towards Ao Qian's dragon tail. Don't panic, fellow immortal Ao, I'll help you. Celestial being and the lightning immortal suddenly turned around. One wielded a lightning spear while the other spat out a tricolored beam to attack the other king of strange insects' leg. Looking at Xiaohua again, he didn't even teleport. Instead, lightning surged around his body and formed layers of lightning bolts. He actually executed the lightning escape technique and pounced at the other monster king in the void with lightning speed. Xiaohua's actions were very strange and extremely fast. Not to mention the monarch, even immortal Emperor Go Chen's group didn't notice anything. In the blink of an eye, before celestial being could stop the king of strange insects' leg, Xiaohua had already reached high up in the sky, right at the base of the king of strange insects' leg. Then, without waiting for the king of strange insects to resist, Xiaohua opened his mouth and spat out a strand of six-colored flame that quickly entered the king of strange insects' body. When Xiaohua saw the six-colored spirit fire entering the strange insect king's body, he did not stop and was immediately sent flying again. Boom boom boom. Just as Xiaohua left, the space around him began to boil. Flames soared into the sky, and another monster bug king that was tens of thousands of feet long appeared in the void with six-colored flames surging around its body. Following the flames, the monster bug king's body rapidly expanded and easily broke through the barrier of 100,000 feet. The king of strange insects' leg that was meant to kill Ao Qian suddenly caught fire and became gigantic. As the monster insect king's body expanded, a gray mist rose from the fire, as if it was trying to put out the fire. However, the gray mist didn't extinguish the flames. Instead, it showed signs of being ignited. At the same time, the king of strange insects' body showed no signs of stopping expanding. Alright. Seeing that the strange bug king's reaction was similar to that of the first void bug, Xiaohua was greatly reassured. He began to plan how he could take the opportunity to eliminate the other strange bug king. However, in just a few moments, the strange bug king's body, which had been expanding all this time, suddenly emitted a strange fluctuation, and it actually stopped. Then, it strangely shrank again until it was less than 10,000 meters. Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but tighten again. Boom. The king of strange insects' body only shrank for a few breaths before it expanded uncontrollably again. Phew. Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief again. Chirp chirp. Seeing that the king of strange insects' body was becoming transparent and was about to explode, the king of strange insects hissed a few times. The pitch-black patches on its body began to condense and turn into fine lines. From the fine lines, wisps of green mist mixed with golden threads slowly surged out. As soon as the mist and the golden threads came out, the king of strange insects' body immediately dimmed. The king of strange insects' body began to shrink again, but it shrank at a much slower speed than before. At this moment, the king of strange insects opened its mouth to devour the chi of heaven and earth in the space, causing the space to gradually collapse. As the space collapsed, a destructive aura spread out from the king of strange worm's body in all directions like threads and surging tides. Deformed black fine lines appeared in the aura like hairs, and the indescribable laws of heaven and earth abruptly emerged from the fine lines of the hair. Oh no! Xiaohua was shocked to see this. How could he not know that the king of strange insects had begun to devour his king of strange insects' six-colored spiritual fire and was about to evolve? He could already fend off many of the king of strange insects' attacks. If it evolved, it would truly become a king of strange insects with 10th grade origin energy. Xiaohua did not know what would happen after the king of strange insects evolved. He did not know if the laws of the three continents would restrict its strength, but he definitely did not want to see the king of strange insects evolve. He did not dare to take the risk. Kill. Xiaohua roared furiously and waved his hands. He no longer held back and unleashed the wrath of thunder. The lightning that looked like the immortal slaying platform fell madly on the king of strange insects. However, when the lightning came into contact with the king of strange insects' body, a strange law of space flashed out from the golden threads of the green mist. The lightning immediately fell into the void when it came into contact with the formation. It could not kill the king of strange insects at all. What should I do? What should I do? Xiaohua was shocked. He was like a headless fly, scratching his ears and cheeks in confusion. Aosheng, Aosheng. Xiaohua could not help but think of Aosheng. This was because Xiaohua had only encountered strange insects twice and killed them twice. The first time was with the spiritual fire, and the second time was with Aosheng's long bay. Thinking of this, Xiaohua did not care that Aosheng was cultivating in seclusion. He shouted, "Fellow celestial being, fellow thunder Taoist, the two of you use your divine abilities and do your best to disturb the king of strange insects' advancement and attract its attention." Yes. Celestial being and lightning Taoist received the order and used their divine abilities. Lightning and light pillars descended and entangled with the king of strange insects. Aoe. Xiaohua was anxious. He did not care about etiquette and roared at Aoe. Then Xiaohua's mind entered the space again and pulled Aosheng out of it. Aosheng's dragon body floated in mid-air, looking like it was in deep sleep. Outside the golden dragon body, there was a huge dragon god shadow that was also in deep sleep, slowly taking shape. On the phantom, the dragon patterns were like true dragons. As they swam, countless dragons were born and destroyed, and countless dragon domain phenomena were born. This. When Aoe heard Xiaohua shout and saw another king of strange insects in such a state, he knew that the situation was urgent. He urged his dragon body and rushed over. However, when he saw Aosheng's appearance, he could not help but be dumbfounded. The reverence that came from the bottom of his heart made him involuntarily shout, "Dragon Master Xiao, don't disturb us." Bullshit. Xiaohua would not listen to Aoe. He raised his hand and a huge slap landed on Aosheng's dragon head. Boom. Aosheng trembled from the slap. The dragon god phantom immediately dissipated and disappeared into his dragon body. Aoe sighed continuously. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing that Aosheng did not wake up, Xiaohua slapped Aosheng's face a few more times. Oh, who dares to disturb Laozi? Aosheng finally woke up. Just as he was about to roar, Xiaohua immediately roared, "Don't talk nonsense, quickly tell Laozi, what exactly was inside that long bay when you were in the folded jade legacy realm?" What long bay? When Aosheng heard Xiaohua's anger, he trembled and did not dare to say anything. However, he still did not understand what Xiaohua was saying. Boom. Xiaohua once again slapped Aosheng's face and shouted, "Wake up for your father. Look at what this is." What? Aosheng sleepily looked at the huge strange insect. At first he did not understand, but after a moment he shouted again. His dragon body shook violently, and the sleepiness from before had long disappeared. It could be seen that the strange insect in the stacked jade legacy realm had left a huge shadow in his heart. What exactly is inside the long bay that you killed the strange insect? Tell me. Xiaohua looked at the six-colored spiritual fire on the king of strange insects' body that was about to be extinguished and shouted, "Don't tell me that you didn't think about it carefully later. Holy Dragon Seal, Holy Dragon Seal." Aosheng also shouted in fear, "I remember telling Master Long about it. Other than the Holy Dragon Seal, what else is there?" Xiaohua shouted, "Tell me one by one." Aoe, who was at the side, already knew what Xiaohua was going to do. He also nervously took out his long bay and waited for Aosheng to speak. "Nanhongshan Chen Yumo." Aosheng hesitated slightly and began to speak one by one. "Second Elder." Xiaohua shouted, "The king of strange insects is devouring everything that can help it advance. There's no need for Master Long to say more. I understand." Aoe had already taken out Nanhongshan, Chen Yumu and the others. When he heard Xiaohua's explanation, he hurriedly waved his hand and threw these things into the space and true qi that the king of strange insects was devouring. "All right." Xiaohua nodded and hurriedly urged Aosheng to recall. At the same time he looked at Immortal Emperor Go Chen and the others. The battle over there was also difficult to determine. The king of strange insects was different from the previous strange insects. It was very agile in space. Even if the paragons of various sects worked together, they could not seal the space. The so-called attacks rarely landed on the king of strange insects' body. There were even many great divine abilities that landed. The spatial laws on the king of strange insects' body distorted, and these divine abilities were also removed. If not for the fact that the king of strange insects was also eager to find an opportunity to advance, it would have escaped from the siege of the paragons of various sects long ago. Damn it! How did things get to this point? Xiaohua was a little regretful that he had used the six-colored spirit fire. However, he also knew in his heart that other than the six-colored spirit fire that could explode the strange insects, he did not have any other effective methods. Now I can only place my hopes on Ao Sheng, Xiao Hua said helplessly. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was going to be disappointed in the end. In half a cup of tea's time, Ao Sheng had already told him everything that he remembered. Aoi was also very hard-working. He also brought everything in the Long Bay, but none of these things made the king of strange insects explode. Xiao. Master Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to slap him again, Ao Sheng said aggrievedly, "That's all in my Long Bay. Do I have a second sacred dragon seal?" "I have a divine dragon seal that's similar to the sacred dragon seal." Aoi gritted his teeth and took out a dragon-shaped item that was a few feet long from the Long Bay. It looked like a seal and said in a low voice, "If the sacred dragon seal is useful, this item should be useful too." "What? Why didn't you take it out earlier?" Xiao Hua was exasperated. Aoi shook his head and said, "This item is the same as the sacred dragon seal. It's an ancient item from Dragon Island. It itself." "Ah, forget it." At that moment Aoi did not explain. Then he threw the divine dragon seal into the mouth of the king of strange insects. Xiao Hua stared at the divine dragon seal being devoured by the king of strange insects and then at its body. After more than 10 breaths, other than the body of the king of strange insects trembling, 80% of the spirit fire had disappeared. The divine dragon seal was useless. "Ah, I knew it." Aoi sighed, not knowing if he was feeling heartache or regretful. "Damn it." Xiao Hua punched Ao Sheng's dragon body again and said anxiously, "It's not the sacred dragon seal. Hurry up and think what else." "Dragon Master Xiao." Ao Sheng was in pain from the beating and shouted, "There's really nothing else. Back then you didn't come out of the folded jade legacy realm for 3 days. I thought about it for a long time. Other than the pills you gave me there was really nothing else." "Pills?" Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, "What pills did I give you?" "The blood replenishing pill you gave me when we were in the deeper Yuan?" Ao Sheng asked curiously. "Don't you remember?" Xiao Hua frowned and thought about it. Indeed, he had some impression of it. However, the blood-replenishing pill was refined by the lightning immortal for the disciples of the Fortune Gate. It was very ordinary, so Xiao Hua did not remember it. But suddenly Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He waved his hand and took out some spirit herbs from the space and threw them into the space where the king of strange insects was devouring. It was not out of Xiao Hua's expectations. The spirit herbs did not cause any abnormalities. After all, he had used spirit herbs to lure the strange insects in the folded jade legacy realm. "All right, I took some that day and asked you for more. You gave me a jade bottle but there were not many in it. I took one of them but the effect was not great. The other few were left in the jade bottle and put in the Long Bay." Ao Sheng muttered a few words as if he was dreaming. Boom. Although Ao Sheng's words were vague, it was like a bolt from the blue in Xiao Hua's ears. He was really stunned in midair. After a few breaths, he waved his trembling hand and took out a jade bottle from the space. Xiao Hua took a deep breath and poured out the pill from the jade bottle. He then put it near his nose and sniffed it. He raised his hand and threw the pill into the space where the king of strange insects was devouring. The king of strange insects was more than 10,000 zhang long, and the pill was only the size of a thumb. However, when the pill entered the king of strange insects' mouth, the king of strange insects' body expanded from its head. It expanded uncontrollably and did not shrink at all. The dark green color and the flickering golden threads of the space law had no effect. Boom. The king of strange insects, which was almost invincible in the 3 continents, and whose strength was close to the 10th grade, inexplicably exploded just like that. The strange aura that could destroy the world, the deformed black threads, and all the other apocalyptic phenomena disappeared like a splash of water. What kind of pill is this?" Aoi was dumbfounded. He looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief and couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Hua's tears were about to fall. These were tears of excitement and gratitude. At this moment, his heart was only filled with the image of the cultivator who often lay lazily on the boat and basked in the sun. Xiao Yuehong, the person who gave Xiao Hua his knowledge, the person who picked Xiao Hua up from the demon-resisting valley, the person who had always acknowledged Xiao Hua as half his disciple. "Master." Xiao Hua's heart was intoxicated. He knew best in his heart that what he had just thrown into the king of strange insects' mouth was the parasol pill that he had refined when Xiao Yuehong was watching over him. It was a healing pill refined from the parasol grass and blood-devouring grass of the Dawn Rain continent. It was an ordinary pill that any cultivator, even if they were at the first level of qi refinement, could take. The reason why Xiao Hua had kept this most basic pill was to commemorate the person who gave him his name. The person who had died at the hands of a nascent soul cultivator. But it was this ancient memory that today saved Xiaohua's life. And in the future, it would also save the lives of millions of creatures. This was because Xiaohua's most ordinary parasol pill was refined using the worldly origin energy of the Dawn Rain continent. When Xiaohua refined this parasol pill, the worldly origin energy of the Dawn Rain continent had already begun to mutate. This mutated worldly origin energy was admittedly the misfortune of the Dawn Rain continent's Dao cultivators, but at the same time, it was also the blessing of the three continents. The heavenly Dao was boundless, but the heavenly Dao was impartial. Before the three continents sensed the apocalypse, the heavenly Dao had already left behind a method to eliminate this world-destroying strange insects on the Dawn Rain continent. What Xiaohua needed to do now was to find a way to use the method left behind by the heavenly Dao on the Dawn Rain continent. However, how could he bring the mutated worldly origin energy of the Dawn Rain continent to the three continents? At this moment, Xiaohua didn't have the time to think about this problem. This was because when the strange insect king exploded, the other strange insect king that was fighting with immortal Emperor Gochen immediately became alert. Swoosh! A wave of ferocious tide-like fluctuations emerged from the strange insect king's body and spread towards the depths of the void that don't let it escape. Xiaohua shouted. His body turned into lightning as he rushed over with the other parasol pill. Immortal Emperor Gochen and the other supremes lost a lot of face. They simply didn't expect that there would be such a powerful strange insect in this world. It was able to ignore the worldly laws of the three continents. Their divine abilities couldn't even touch its hair. Now that they saw the fluctuations coming from the strange insect king's body, how could they not know that it wanted to escape? It was fine if several supremes couldn't kill one strange insect king, but if they let it escape, that the supremes didn't dare to think too much. After hearing Xiaohua's shout, they all activated their divine abilities. They didn't want to succeed, but they wanted to not make any mistakes. They wanted to trap the strange insect king in this space. The fortune of the Confucian cultivators was like a belt, the faith of the Buddhist sect was like a river, the stars and moon of the demon race were like swords, and the dragon language of the dragon race was like a loop. The space around the strange insect king was sealed layer by layer. Strange runes were also born from the confinement. A power that exceeded the worldly laws even attracted the power of laws. The fluctuations came down like a blanket. However, before Xiaohua could get close, he saw a pitch-black light flash before his eyes. The strange insect king's body actually disappeared in an instant. Xiaohua found it inconceivable that he had disappeared so abruptly. Without hesitation, he activated his delusion breaker Dharma Eye. Unfortunately, there was no trace of the strange insect king within the range of his illusion breaker Dharma Eye. Even the flea-like black dot in the void began to mysteriously disappear at this time. Swoosh! Swoosh! Ka-ka! At almost at the same time when Xiaohua opened his illusion breaker Dharma Eye, Immortal Emperor Gochen's clear heavenly mirror, Dipankara Archaic Buddha's Buddhism divine abilities, and Aoyi's dragon race secret arts were all activated at the same time. Through his illusion breaker Dharma Eye, Xiaohua could see a few powerful halos flashing by and enveloping his surroundings. Xiaohua saw that he couldn't do anything. He closed his illusion breaker Dharma Eye and stopped moving. He sighed and said, "Things in this world are really strange. Although I've cultivated to the peak of the three continents and have the chance to look down on all the mountains, I still have to face them. But I can't do anything to stop this strange insect king from leaving. Not to mention me, even the supremes of the various sects can't do anything to it. The Shao can only say that. There is always a sky beyond the sky, a mountain beyond a mountain, and a person beyond a person." Sure enough, after a while, Immortal Emperor Gochen's face turned pale. He kept the clear heavenly mirror and looked at the various supremes. Just as he was about to speak, he glanced at the strange insect king in the nearest space and sneered, "Empress, quickly keep the jade pool." "Yes, your majesty." The East Sea Queen's face also turned pale. She thought that Immortal Emperor Gochen was embarrassed by the situation, so she hurriedly kept the jade pool. But before she could do so, Immortal Emperor Gochen raised his hand and slapped the golden throne. Boom! Several golden lights gushed out of the Lingyun side palace like fountains. Rumble, rumble. As the golden light fell, the entire dilapidated soaring cloud side palace immediately collapsed inch by inch and exploded. The countless strange insects in the soaring cloud side palace crazily devoured the vital energy in the explosion and exploded one by one. The destruction of the palace and the destruction of the insects triggered the collapse of the palace. The entire space began to shake violently. "Your Majesty." The East Sea Queen didn't expect Immortal Emperor Go-Chin to be so decisive. She exclaimed, "This Lingyun side palace is..." Immortal Emperor Go-Chin snorted coldly and said, "There are billions of strange insects in this Lingyun side palace. If we let them go back, who knows how many cultivators and citizens they will devour. It's better to destroy them all here. Even if we have to sacrifice the entire Lingyun side palace, it's still worth it." "Good." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said with a smile, "This Xiao has never seen your majesty so pleasing to the eye." Immortal Emperor Go-Chin glanced at Xiao Hua and said coldly, "That's because you have never used your heart to look at me." Xiao Hua asked back, "The question is, your majesty, where are the immortal soldiers and immortal generals inside the Lingyun side palace?" "They will naturally escape." Immortal Emperor Go-Chin replied indifferently, "Even Princess Qing and the others will also escape." As he said this, Immortal Emperor Go-Chin intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the Thunderbolt Immortal. After a little less than an hour, the entire Lingyun side palace was completely destroyed. Just as Immortal Emperor Go-Chin thought, 90% of the strange insects were killed along with the Lingyun side palace. The remaining 10% either escaped or were chased down by the immortal soldiers and immortal generals. There was no need for the supremes of the various sects to take action. Xiao Hua and the other supremes stood in the sky, which was the center of the space. After the Lingyun side palace was destroyed, the collapsed space fell around them and slowly disappeared. It was as if they were not part of this space at all. The coldness on their faces was also completely different from the heat of the space. Seeing that the collapse was coming to an end, Immortal Emperor Go-Chin looked at the thumb-sized parasol pill in Xiao Hua's hand. His eyes flashed with a strange expression as he asked, "Master Xiao Lei, can you tell me what this miraculous pill in your hand is?" "Parasol pill." Xiao Hua did not hide anything and honestly answered, "Parasol pill?" Not to mention Immortal Emperor Go-Chin, even Grand Mist Ancestor and AoE who had a pair of dragon ears were baffled. It was obvious that they had never heard of this name before. The parasol pill is refined using parasol grass and blood-devouring grass. It is the most basic healing pill of my Dao Gate, Xiao Hua explained. Grand Mist Ancestor's eyes unconsciously lit up when he heard this. He hurriedly waved his hand and took out a pill. He said excitedly, "Daoist Xiao So, my Dao Gate's healing pill. Is the innate nemesis of the strange insects?" "You can try." Xiao Hua replied indifferently. Oh. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Grand Mist Ancestor raised his hand. A large illusory hand appeared and grabbed one of the strange insects that were left behind in the distance. Then he confidently flicked his hand and the pill landed right in front of the strange insect. When the strange insect smelled the pill, it immediately moved its legs and pounced over. It opened its mouth and swallowed the pill into its stomach. Unfortunately, when the pill entered the strange insect's body only expanded slightly. There was no abnormality. "Daoist Xiao, could it be that you are hiding something?" Grand Mist Ancestor was unhappy. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out 2 spiritual herbs. He nodded and said, "One of them is parasol grass and the other is blood-devouring grass." After speaking, Xiao Hua sent one spiritual herb after another into the strange insect's mouth. After the strange insect swallowed it, its body did not even move. "Master Xiao, do you mean?" AoE probed. "Is there a secret to your refining technique?" "No." Xiao Hua raised his hand and looked at the parasol pill in his hand. A trace of tenderness appeared on his face as he replied, "It's this pill that is different." "Take it and try." Grand Mist Ancestor said unhappily, "I don't believe it." Xiao Hua coldly looked at Grand Mist Ancestor and said, "Whether you believe it or not, what does it have to do with me?" After speaking, Xiao Hua did not even look at Grand Mist Ancestor's embarrassed and angry expression. He withdrew his hand and sent the precious parasol pill into the space. "Master Xiao, why don't you try again?" The golden-winged Great Peng also advised, "If you succeed, won't we be more certain? Every time I try there will be one less pill." Xiao Hua did not want to brush off the golden-winged Great Peng's face and said with a smile, "This kind of pill? I only have a few." "Why so few?" When the supremes of the various sects saw that Xiao Hua had the spirit pill that could kill the king of monster insects, and also heard that it was the lowest grade healing spirit pill of Taoism, they all had hope in their hearts, thinking that Xiao Hua must have a lot of them. However, when they heard Xiao Hua's words, they couldn't help but be surprised. Even the master of the Eastern Sea Ao Qian asked, "Master Xiao Hua, do you have a lot of them? If you don't have the parasol grass and blood-devouring grass, we will do our best to find them." "Unfortunately." Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the chaotic void in the sky. He shook his head and said, "The parasol grass and blood-devouring grass here can't be used." Dragon Master Xiao, the five-horned profound armor dragon, was a little displeased. What's so special about this pill? Why was it able to kill the monstrous insect king? I'm sure you already know the answer. At this point, you and I are in the same boat, so why can't you just tell me? I naturally have to tell you. Xiaohua's tone was faint as he replied, but I don't know where to start. Master Xiaohua, speak slowly. The East Ocean Empress said with a smile, we are all ears. If you feel thirsty, I have a peach of immortality here to moisten your mouth. Hee, then I will have to trouble you, Empress. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said with a smile. The East Ocean Empress did as she said. She nodded and handed a peach of immortality to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took it and looked at it carefully. He saw that this peach of immortality was the size of a wash basin. It was furry and fluffy, and under the fluffy skin was the peach skin. It was bright red and made people drool just by looking at it. Not to mention, a faint sweet fragrance rushed into Xiaohua's mouth and nose. His craving had long been aroused. Xiaohua looked left and right and said with a smile, I have never eaten a peach of immortality before. So, I am sorry, everyone has seen a joke. As he spoke, Xiaohua opened his mouth and was about to take a bite of the peach of immortality. He only felt the fragrant flesh enter his mouth, and it really melted in his mouth. The wash basin-sized peach of immortality was swallowed by Xiaohua in a few mouthfuls. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was wolfing it down. After he finished eating, the East Ocean Empress was about to ask for the peach pit. Xiaohua waved his hand and took the pit. He said with a smile, Oh right, Princess Zixia should also listen to what I want to say. Empress, please wait a moment. The East Ocean Empress opened her mouth and looked at Immortal Emperor Go Chen. Immortal Emperor Go Chen thought for a moment and slightly nodded at the East Ocean Empress, tacitly admitting that Xiaohua was greedy for the peach pit. However, the East Ocean Empress was unwilling and said in a low voice, Master Xiaohua, that peach. If it wasn't for the water of the Jade Lake, it would not have sprouted and bear fruit. Yes. Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror and answered without saying anything. When Princess Zixia came out, Xiaohua did not wait for her to speak and said, Everyone, did I say that I was not in a good mood before? If you want to kill strange insects, there is a basic method to kill them, and that is to use heterogeneous true energy. And within this Xiao's parasol dragon pill, there is also a different type of true energy. This heterogeneous true energy does not belong to the plane of the three continents. It belongs to another plane called the Dawn Rain continent. Let's see the situation of the battle prowess ranking first. Also, I thank everyone for supporting God Cultivation. If everyone can enjoy this chapter to their heart's content, it will be the greatest gratification for the third place. At the same time, I will use this opportunity to call for more readers to subscribe to the original version of this book. The third place does not ask for everyone to subscribe to all the previous chapters. I only hope that everyone can start from the most recent chapters. The story of the immortal world and the desolate era is in everyone's hands. The third place tearfully asks for subscriptions. If the subscriptions reach 1,000, the immortal world will be opened. If the monthly votes reach 100, the next chapter will be opened. If the monthly votes reach 1,000, the next chapter will be opened. How Xiaohua went against the light to become a saint will depend on everyone. The third place thanks. Chapter 4677. You're not a cultivator from our three continents. At this moment, the Supremes finally woke up from their daze and exclaimed in shock. No. Immortal Emperor Go Chen shook his head again and said, This emperor also thought that you were an outer realm cultivator, but there are no spatial passages to the outer realm near our three continents. Moreover, with your cultivation back then, it was impossible for you to break through the barrier with your physical body like them. I came here through the three Xiantian Great Arrays in the West Sea. Xiaohua explained, these three formations seem to be the Buddhist sect's Great Meru Formation, the Tao sect's Five Elements Annihilation Formation, and the demon race's Clear Time Demon Formation. After Xiaohua explained how he came here through the formations, the Supremes looked at each other in dismay. A moment later, Dongfang Qianghao asked, Master Shaolei, we already know how you came here. Moreover, we also know that the Dawn Rain continent's origin energy can kill the strange insects. Now, can you tell us the situation of the Dawn Rain continent? For example, what's the situation with the Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sect, demon race, dragon race, and Tao sect? Hearing Dongfang Qianghao's words, Xiaohua's heart trembled. He smiled and said, "When I left the Dawn Rain continent, my cultivation was shallow and I had been cultivating with my master. My sect was a small sect with only 3.5 disciples. Not only did I not go to many places, but I also didn't know much about the Dawn Rain continent." Seeing that Xiaohua didn't want to say, the others couldn't force him. The Golden Winged Peng asked, "Since we already know how to kill the strange insects, then what should we do?" Xiaohua already had a plan and replied, "This is my idea. I'll discuss it with everyone. Please speak, Master Xiao." At this time, no one dared to disturb Xiaohua and they all quietly listened to his explanation. First of all, the strange insects can pass through space, so our plan to guard the borders of the 3 continents and the 4 seas to stop the strange insects from entering the realm has failed. We can only set up defenses in the 3 continents and the 4 seas. Xiaohua said, "According to the previous discussion, the dragon race and Dragon Island are in charge of the Eastern Ocean, Northern Ocean and Southern Ocean. Dao sect is in charge of the Western Ocean, Buddhist sect is in charge of the Immortal Realm, Confucian cultivators are in charge of the Hidden Immortal Continent, and the demon race are in charge of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. Of course, as for how to kill the strange insects, I'm sure you've all seen how powerful the strange insects are today. So, I'm sure all of you have an idea. Secondly, I would like to invite all the Supremes to return to the Immortal Palace, Great Sage Hall, Thunder Temple, Dragon Island, and Dragon Palace to look for ancient books and records to see if there are any traces of the Dawn Rain continent, or if there are any spatial meridians that lead to other realms such as the Dawn Rain continent, the 10,000 Demon Realm, the Spirit Realm and so on. If there are any, we can go to the Dawn Rain continent, or go to the Dawn Rain continent through other realms to obtain enough spiritual herbs and spiritual items to kill all the strange insects." Hearing this, the Grand Mist Ancestor said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I have no objections to your first arrangement. But I feel that the second suggestion is unrealistic. Not to mention the big problem of finding the Dawn Rain continent. Even if we find the space vein to the Dawn Rain continent, there are countless strange insects in the 3 continents. How many spiritual herbs do we need to bring up? This Xiao has the Kunlun mirror, His Majesty has the Clear Sky mirror, you venerables must have other treasures." Xiaohua smiled and said, "You may not know how many spiritual herbs these treasures can hold. Moreover, don't forget that a small blade of grass can kill a strange insect. We only need to kill the strange insects that are 100 zhang tall. What's the point of killing the small insects? The problem is, Grand Mist Ancestor wanted to get to the bottom of it. There are more strange insects hidden in the void we don't know. This is the root of the strange insects." Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. "This Xiao will not tell you in detail. Wait until you finish reading the story of the Confucian cultivators. The foolish old man moves the mountain. Then this Xiao will tell you." Damn it. Xiaohua's words choked the Grand Mist Ancestor. How could the Grand Mist Ancestor not know the story of the foolish old man moving the mountain? He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Then he suppressed his disgust and said with a smile, "Taoist Master Xiao, please don't blame me. I just wanted to ask for more details. Otherwise, if others knew about this they might think too much." Overthink? What's there to overthink? Xiaohua frowned. Naturally, they feel that Xiao Lang is using a chicken feather as an arrow. They want to borrow this matter and borrow the strength of the various sects sovereigns to find the space vein to return to the Dawn Rain continent. Princess Zixia continued. "Grand Mist Ancestor, is this what you mean?" "Hee, I didn't say that." The Grand Mist Ancestor chuckled. "As the saying goes, 3 men make a tiger. Since your highness can think of it, it's not impossible for others to think of it." "Who cares?" Xiaohua waved his hand. "You're already at death's door, yet you still have so many dirty thoughts. You deserve to die." Dragon Master Zhao's arrangement is pretty good. Aoe glanced at Ao Xing, who was already in a deep sleep, and smiled. "After I return to Dragon Island, I'll definitely order the dragon race to find the space vein nearby. However, will Dragon Master still allow Ao Xing to return to the Kunlun Immortal Realm?" "Of course." Xiaohua smiled. He shook the Kunlun mirror and kept Ao Xing. Then he said to Aoe, "I'll have to trouble Dragon Island. We also know Immortal Emperor Go Qin, the Dipankara Archaic Buddha, and the Golden Winged Great Rock nodded. Now we'll make 2 arrangements. On one hand, we'll use our current strength to exterminate the strange insects. On the other hand, we'll search for the space vein that connects to the Dawn Rain continent. I feel that we should focus on searching for the space vein, because this method doesn't require us to fight against the strange insects." Xiaohua was afraid that the various sect sovereigns would slack off, so he emphasized, "There's no need to risk the lives of our disciples. Moreover, I feel that the two strange insect kings that appeared today might not be real kings. There are still many with the same strength as them. Yes, Thunder Master Xiao is right. Immortal Emperor Go Qin thought for a while and said, we can't underestimate them. Moreover, other than the two things that Thunder Master Xiao mentioned, I also feel that we Confucian cultivators need to set up the 9 provinces Great Formation. Oh. Hearing this, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and said, I understand now. So this is the reason why the Scholar Palace's master didn't participate in the Jade Lake gathering. Your Majesty is really far-sighted. I'm impressed. Immortal Emperor Go Qin smiled and said, since you've made 2 preparations, I have to make 2 preparations too. If he can't make a move, then only my Immortal Palace can make a move. 9 ninth grade elemental force when Xing cultivators, our Immortal Palace still has some. But since it's the 9 provinces Great Formation, no matter who sets it up, it's still set up. Your Majesty's decree. Xiao Hua asked with a smile. Princess Zixia immediately lowered her head. She was so embarrassed that even her neck turned red. Yes, of course. Immortal Emperor Go Qin nodded and said, if you give up the 9 provinces cauldrons, it can be considered as contributing to the 9 provinces Great Formation. If the formation is successfully set up, my decree will still be effective. Immortal Emperor Go Qin had made it so obvious, but Xiao Hua still didn't feel at ease giving the 9 provinces cauldrons to Immortal Emperor Go Qin. He thought for a while and said, Your Majesty, let's wait for the Scholar Palace's master to come. I'll give the 9 provinces cauldrons to him. A what? Immortal Emperor Go Qin asked curiously, can't you give it to me? It's not suitable. Xiao Hua laughed and said, if the Immortal Palace sets up the formation successfully, then it's extremely good. But, I'm just saying if the formation is not successful and your Majesty takes the 9 provinces cauldrons, then how can I marry Princess Zixia? Without the 9 provinces cauldrons, I'm not sure. Immortal Emperor Go Qin snorted, but he couldn't say anything. Xiao Hua did this to put the initiative in his hands, and no one could blame him for it. Seeing Immortal Emperor Go Qin's displeasure, Xiao Hua's eyes turned and said, how about this, Your Majesty? To show my sincerity, I'm willing to trade a parasol pill with Your Majesty. What do you think? Trade? Parasol pill? Immortal Emperor Go Qin didn't understand at first, but he suddenly understood and hurriedly nodded. 1 pill won't do, I need 2. Xiao Hua looked at Immortal Emperor Go Qin, then at the East Sea Empress and nodded. What do you want? Immortal Emperor Go Qin asked impatiently. The throne of creation. Xiao Hua answered without hesitation. Immortal Emperor Go Qin wasn't surprised by Xiao Hua's request. He thought for a while and nodded. Then he didn't wait for Xiao Hua to take out the East Parasol pill and said to the East Sea Empress, Empress, give the throne to Master Xiao Lei. Yes, Your Majesty. The East Sea Empress agreed and activated the Jade Pool to take out the throne of creation. Xiao Hua received the throne of creation under the Grand Mist Ancestor's fiery gaze. Xiao Hua sighed with emotion as he gazed at the supreme throne of the Taoist sect. All those years ago at Yellowflower Ridge, Xiao Yuehong had painstakingly refined the parasol pill, yet he had only exchanged it for some low-grade spirit stones. Yet at this moment 2 parasol pills had actually been exchanged for such a treasure. If the deceased Xiao Yuehong were to find out about this, wouldn't he be furious to the point of stomping his feet? Xiao Hua recalled the bitter memories in his heart and put the throne into his space. Then he took out the 2 parasol pills and gave them to Immortal Emperor Go Qin and the East Sea Empress. The Immortal Emperor and Empress received the parasol pills and carefully hid them. They understood that 1 parasol pill was equivalent to 1 life. So, seeing that the golden-winged Great Peng was about to speak, Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, this Xiao only has 5 of these pills. I just used 1, so there are 4 left. Empress and His Majesty will each have 1. As for the remaining 2, Princess Zixia and I will each have 1. Everyone don't speak anymore. If you want more pills, please help this Xiao find the spatial vein that leads to the Dawn Rain continent as soon as possible. Alright. Seeing that Xiao Hua spoke so cleanly, the golden-winged Great Peng could only shut his mouth. He looked at the profound armored pentagram dragon and said, let's go. Today's matter has been settled. We should hurry back to the Great Sage Hall. We have sent the demon race army to the north of the 1,000 Demons Sacred Territory. The entire 1,000 Demons Sacred Territory is empty. If the strange insects attack, who can stop them? Hurry, hurry. The profound armored pentagram dragon was also anxious. As the 2 demon race great sages spoke, they bowed to everyone and flew away. Ao Qian, the Dipankara archaic Buddha, and the Maitreya Buddha all took their leave. Then Dongfang Qianghao and the primordial chaos ancestor left as well. Finally, Xiaohua looked at the wretched space and said to Princess Zixia, "Zixia, let's go too." Princess Zixia nodded and respectfully knelt in front of Immortal Emperor Go-Qin and the East Sea Emperor. She kowtowed and said, "Your Majesty Empress, I'll take my leave now." "Go. Be careful of yourself." Immortal Emperor Go-Qin rarely said such warm words. Hearing this, Princess Zixia's tears flowed down again. As a girl born in a royal family, she still had some true feelings in her heart. Whenever she was touched, she would think of many things. The East Sea Empress also wiped her eyes and stretched out her hands. She obviously wanted to hug Princess Zixia. Cough cough. Immortal Emperor Go-Qin coughed to remind her. However, the more he coughed, the more the East Sea Empress moved. She flew in front of Princess Zixia and hugged her. She said softly, "Child, you must take care of yourself in the future. If there's nothing else, you can stay in the Kunlun immortal realm." "Yes, boy understands." Princess Zixia's heart was broken. Her previous resentment had faded a lot. She replied in a low voice while choking with sobs. Immortal Emperor Go-Qin watched from the side and didn't say anything. He transmitted his voice to the immortal generals in the distance and ordered Bai En to come over. When Bai En arrived, Princess Zixia had already regained her composure. After Bai En greeted the immortal emperor and empress, Xiaohua brought two people with him. The Thunder Immortal and the Celestial Being guarded behind them. The five of them also flew into the sky. Seeing Princess Zixia leave with Xiaohua, the East Sea Empress stared at the direction where Princess Zixia disappeared. She was reluctant to leave for a long time, as if Princess Zixia was flying slowly. The East Sea Empress understood that it would be difficult to meet Princess Zixia again after she left. Not to mention that Princess Zixia had to return to the Immortal Palace under orders. Just the Fortune Gate's trip to the West Sea was unpredictable. Previously, the East Sea Empress felt that Princess Zixia had Xiaohua, a Taoist Grand Ascension stage expert, by her side, so she didn't have to worry. However, after seeing how powerful the strange insect was today, she couldn't help but feel anxious again. Cough cough. Only when Immortal Emperor Go-Qin coughed did the East Sea Empress retract her gaze. Her figure involuntarily flew out of the distance. It was completely different from the zither and zither at the Jade Lake. A trace of coldness appeared on the East Sea Empress' face. She said indifferently, "What? Can't I take a few more glances at my daughter? It's better than looking at the lowly servants of the Flower Medicine Palace, right?" "Empress, you're being unreasonable." Immortal Emperor Go-Qin looked around and said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "We have a very pure relationship with Fairy Yu." "That's right. You guys are just chatting about life, cultivation, ideals, and ambitions." The East Sea Empress said in an incomparably sarcastic manner, "At most, when you're free, when no one is around, you go to the heavenly river to watch the sunrise and sunset, and watch the flowers bloom and wilt." "Damn it." Immortal Emperor Go-Qin scolded, "You dare to follow me?" The East Sea Empress stretched and used her hand to tidy up the slightly messy hair under her pearl crown. She smiled and said, "Why do I need to follow you? In the entire Immortal Palace, who doesn't know?" Immortal Emperor Go-Qin waved his hand and said coldly, "Some people are too idle. Starting to get boring. Looks like we need to find a new hall master for the Mystery Hall." "That's your Majesty's responsibility. I don't recommend it." The East Sea Empress' lips curled into a faint mocking smile as she replied, "However, I recommend your Majesty to show some concern for Princess Qing Qing." Unfortunately, before the East Sea Empress could finish, Immortal Emperor Go-Qin rudely interrupted her and asked curiously, "We have a princess called Qing Qing? Why don't we know about it?" Whoosh. The East Sea Empress' face turned pale instantly. She looked at Immortal Emperor Go-Qin in disbelief and bit her lips. She said word by word, You're really so heartless?" Immortal Emperor Go-Qin didn't want to answer, but when he saw the sorrow in the East Sea Empress' eyes, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Am I heartless? Don't you think we were forced to do this?" After saying that, Immortal Emperor Go-Qin didn't say anything else. He urged his body to charge towards a corner of the space. There were still some strange insects wreaking havoc there. Sun Jian and the others were leading immortal soldiers and immortal generals to kill them. When Taibai Jingxing and the other civil officials saw Immortal Emperor Go-Qin coming over, they immediately revealed themselves and surrounded Immortal Emperor Go-Qin like stars surrounding the moon. The East Sea Empress sighed. She pressed down on her cloud and the phantom of the golden throne slowly disappeared. Then she flew towards another direction. Princess Wuxia followed Xiaohua and flew out of the space. She was greeted by the arrival of dawn. High up in the sky to the west, the bright moon had faded away. Only a large part of the moon's silhouette was left hanging there all alone. Under the full moon, tall and proud mountains stood tall and straight above the earth. Most of the mountain ridges had just emerged from the night and were still dark. However, at the peak of the lone mountain, patches of bright yellow luster were like gilded gold, reflecting the mountain rocks, withered plum trees and branches. Wasn't that the smiling face of the sun peeking out from the east? Above the full moon, several eagle-like birds flew against the wind. The feathers on their heads were blown up high by the wind. An indescribable arrogance and unyielding aura was emitted from their flight path. Looking at the inside of the mountain peak under the full moon again, there was another flock of pigeon-like birds flashing their spotlessly white wings, circling and circling around the small foothills. Although they couldn't compare with the sky, and they also didn't have the pride of an eagle, the whistling sound of the dancing wind, and the clear cry of goo-goo, also made Xiaohua, who was looking at all of this with his eyes, feel warm in his heart. How can I let the strange insects trample on it? Xiaohua looked at the outline of the full moon, and then looked at the rising sun behind him. The bright yellow sunlight was currently illuminating the earth. He slightly narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. However, when he thought of the strange insect, that incomparable heavy and powerless feeling was born from the bottom of his heart. The strange insects are really innumerable. That strange insect king is really powerful. Xiaohua thought and glanced at the celestial and the thunderbolt immortal. Now the two clones were also frowning. It seemed that they also saw the uncertainty and difficulty of the future from the previous fierce battle. Darling Xiao. Princess Wuxia was at the side, looking at Xiaohua's rock-like face. She also noticed the weed-like melancholy between Xiaohua's eyebrows. She said in a low voice, "The strange insect is very powerful, but I feel that its intelligence is not high. The human race and demon race of our three continents are the dragon race. All of them have high intelligence. If we use our intelligence to fight against their strength, we might not necessarily have no chance of winning. Moreover, I feel that the three continents and the four seas have been peaceful for a long time. The internal strife between the various sects and races is becoming more and more unbearable and out of control. The disaster of the strange insects may not necessarily be a bad thing. It's good. At least it can make the three continents and the four seas work together to resist the foreign enemies." Xiaohua knew that Princess Wuxia was comforting him. He smiled and nodded. "You're right. I remember that there's a saying among the Confucian cultivators, united for a long time, divided for a long time, united for a long time. Now, perhaps because of the strange insects, the human race, the demon race, and the dragon race have reached a period of union." However, when Xiaohua said this, he sighed again. Unfortunately, the price of this union is unavoidably a bit high. In this war between humans and insects, who knows how many cultivators will fall? How many years of cultivation? In the end, it will all turn into nothing. We'll die either way. The Thunderbolt Immortal shouted unhappily. What's the difference between dying in the hands of our own people and dying in the mouth of the strange insects? Of course there's a difference. The celestial being was not to be outdone. He also shouted. Dying in the battle with the strange insects, the name is pleasant to hear. Dying in the internal strife, the name is disgusting. It's rare that fellow celestial being actually knows about this. Xiaohua smiled. He looked at Baian, who was standing beside him, and said, "And I presume you know where the Soaring Dragon Mountain range is. Can you take us there?" Princess Wuxia already knew about Xiaohua's problem of getting lost. Without waiting for Baian to speak, she first pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Since the sect master has ordered, this little girl doesn't dare to disobey. Masters, this way please." After saying this, Princess Wuxia raised her hand and invited Xiaohua to fly in the direction of the Soaring Dragon Mountain range. "Thank you for your trouble, thank you for your trouble." Xiaohua also put on an act and cupped his hands towards Princess Wuxia. After Baian accompanied Princess Wuxia, Xiaohua, the Thunderbolt Immortal, and the celestial being flew up again. However, after just half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua's figure suddenly slowed down. He raised his hand and said, "Wait." "What's wrong?" Princess Wuxia was somewhat puzzled. She looked at Xiaohua with her beautiful eyes. Alas, the thing that this Xiao is afraid of has finally come. Xiaohua sighed. His figure flashed and he directly landed on the ground. The place where Xiaohua landed was precisely a basin. This basin was about 100 li in size. Inside it was a medium-sized town. The center of the town was at the center of the basin. There were many pavilions and courtyards built here. In the surroundings of the town, that is, in the basin that was surrounded by mountains and rivers, there were more than 10 small villages. This basin's climate was humid and the sun was abundant. It looked like a livable place. However, at this time, everyone had already flown into the town, but they still didn't see a single shadow. Not to mention the shadow of a human, even the ordinary poultry livestock, and even the fish in the rivers around the village couldn't be seen. Dead silence. Dead silence. There were only the occasional whistling of the wind and the crying of the forest. Xiao Hua's divine sense had already swept over the place. At this time he was standing in midair. His eyes were filled with anger. He lowered his voice and said, when this Xiao received the news of the attack of the strange insects, he still felt lucky. After all, the strange insects that this Xiao encountered all devoured true qi. Perhaps they wouldn't harm ordinary humans. However, the news of the Elysium world made this Xiao secretly afraid. This Xiao didn't understand why those strange insects would attack ordinary humans. However, looking at those strange insects that looked like ink dots at the Jade Lake Conference, this Xiao understood that the strange insects were the same as the cultivators of the 3 continents. The largest number of them were those strange insects that hadn't formed a shell. These strange insects simply devoured true qi and couldn't form a shell. Perhaps they could only rely on devouring the flesh and blood of humans and demons to form a shell? Princess Xixia and looked at the basin that was like a dead area. They were somewhat sorrowful in their hearts. Princess Xixia said in a low voice, if only we had come a little earlier. Alas. Xiao Hua let out a long sigh. He released his divine sense. The netherworld origin power rolled out again to see if he could find any wandering souls that hadn't fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. However, when he released his divine sense, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Because in the entire basin there were countless vengeful souls. They were all miserably floating around in the air. It seemed that none of them had fallen into the underworld. What's going on? Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. As he hurriedly collected the wandering souls, he thought to himself, could it be that the living beings killed by these strange insects can't be reincarnated? If that's the case, after the war, regardless of whether our human race wins or loses, the 3 continents. When he thought of this, Xiao Hua almost didn't dare to continue thinking. How could the 3 continents that were filled with wandering souls be a world full of sunshine? How could the human race survive in this place with an open and upright heart? No. We must shorten the time of the war as much as possible. We can't place our hopes on the war. Xiao Hua had already made his decision. This Xiao must find a way back and bring back a huge amount of spiritual herbs and other things. Otherwise, after the war, the 3 continents will definitely be destroyed. Fuck this strange insect. Where did it come from? Why is it so strange and so powerful? The lightning Taoist naturally knew of Xiao Hua's astonishment and couldn't help but exclaim. The origin of the strange insect is no longer important. Xiao Hua collected all the wandering souls into the spaces inside. With a wave of his hand, everyone flew up again. Only then did he speak again. The important thing is that the strange insect is already here. Previously, this Xiao only wanted to send all the Fortune Gate's disciples to the Western Sea. Now, it seems that the Xiao Empire's people are also not safe. If possible, it's better to take them all into the Kunlun paradise. Princess Xixia was already used to Xiao Hua's rotten good intentions. However, when she heard Xiao Hua's words, she still persuaded him. My dear Xiao, although the Xiao Empire's people are your people, they are also the people of the hidden immortal continent. They are the masters of their own thoughts. Although your intentions are good and the Kunlun paradise is also excellent, you must know that whether to go or not should be left to them. Xiao Hua nodded. At this time he was already a little anxious, so how could he think so much? He said to Baian, when we return to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, tell Fuji Wen about this and let him inform the Xiao Empire's disciples to prepare to move to the Xinhua continent. Yes, this disciple understands. Bai, and hurriedly agreed. My dear Xiao, don't panic. Seeing Xiao Hua in such a state, Princess Xixia was even more worried and whispered to him through voice transmission. Xiao Hua was not panicking, but he felt uncomfortable seeing a city with a population of several 100,000 being destroyed by the strange insect. Hearing Princess Xixia's considerate reminder, he smiled and said, don't worry. I know very well what I should do. All right. Princess Xixia smiled and said, as long as you know it. My Fortune Gate still needs to rely on you, the sect master. Princess Zixia's words indeed had a double meaning. Although she did not mention herself, the words "my fortune gate" immediately revealed her thoughts. I understand. Xiao Hua smiled, but then he thought of Princess Qing Qing and wanted to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down. Xiao Hua believed that Princess Qing Qing was more experienced in dealing with this kind of matter than him. On the way back to the Fortune Dao Palace from the Lingyun side hall, Xiao Hua had been paying attention to the surrounding situation. Fortunately, other than the tragedy in the basin, he did not find any abnormalities, not even a trace of the strange insect. However, when he thought about the quietness and the numerous strange insects in the veins of the void, Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. He clearly knew that the common people of the hidden immortal continent were sitting on top of a huge volcano. This volcano could erupt with lava at any time, destroying their lives and lives. Xiao Hua's worry wasn't groundless. Before the familiar soaring dragon mountain range could be seen in the distance, Xiao Hua's complexion suddenly changed. He exclaimed in a low voice, "Oh no, not good." Following Xiao Hua's cry, the lightning Taoist and the heavenly being had already teleported away. Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror and shouted, "Zixia, quickly enter the Kunlun immortal realm. The strange insects are attacking my soaring dragon mountain range." Princess Zixia was the most sensible person, and she did not ask a single word. She pulled by in and entered the Xinhua continent. As for Xiao Hua, after receiving the two of them, his eyes flashed fiercely. Lightning surged around his body, and he turned into a flash as he rushed towards the soaring dragon mountain range. When Xiao Hua arrived, the entire soaring dragon mountain range was in ruins, just like immortal Emperor Go Chen's Lingyun side hall. However, the Fortune Gate's disciples were much stronger than the Immortal Palace's immortal soldiers and immortal generals. One by one, they set up battle formations in the sky, on the ground, and on the mountain range, killing countless strange insects in an orderly manner. On top of that, the Du Tian star formation that Xiao Huasu had laid out earlier had already been devoured by the strange insects. Many of the insects were still pouncing on those weak points, greedily gnawing on them, completely ignoring the Fortune Gate disciples' attacks. Looking at the sky several thousand feet above the soaring Dragon Mountain range, everything within 1,000 miles was already in chaos. Layers of void fragments mixed with raging waves of dragon chi were wreaking havoc in the sky. Go. The lightning Taoist was the first to rush back. Hundreds of lightning swords covered half of the sky as they surged towards a strange insect king that was also several thousand feet in size. This strange insect king's huge tail was also fighting against Taoist Min's dragon body. Taoist Min's strength was considered outstanding among the 10 patriarchs, but at this moment he was actually on par with this strange insect king. The lightning Taoist's lightning swords fell on the strange insect king's body. Just like before, a layer of extremely strange spatial laws emerged from the gaps of the strange insect king's body. Most of the lightning swords missed, and only a small portion of the lightning swords fell on the strange insect king's body. Even so, it only made the strange insect king's body expand by half like a wave. The celestial didn't participate in the battle. Instead, he watched coldly as if he was thinking about something. Xiao Hua landed in front of the strange insect king. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found that this strange insect king was completely different from the strange insect king that escaped from the immortal palace. Shocked, he pounced on the strange insect king without hesitation. Then he threw a low-grade spiritual stone that he obtained from the Dawn Rain continent into the strange insect king's devouring void. It was quite strange. If the strange insect king didn't have intelligence, it could lead a group of strange insects to attack the Ascendant Cloudside Palace and the Fortune Taoist Palace. Moreover, it knew that there were two of them working together, one in the light and one in the dark. However, if the strange insect king had intelligence, it wouldn't hesitate to devour anything that contained vital energy within its devouring range. It wouldn't care if there was something wrong with it at all. The spiritual stone didn't react at all when it fell into the strange insect king's mouth. Not only because the vital energy contained in the spiritual stone was too little, but also because this low-grade spiritual stone was formed before the Dawn Rain continent's spiritual energy changed. It had no effect on the strange insect king. Xiao Hua wasn't surprised. He took out a marrow-cleansing pill from his storage bag and threw it in casually. This marrow-cleansing pill was also obtained by Xiao Hua in his early years. It had been many years since he left the Xinhua continent. Fortunately, the array formation in the storage bag didn't collapse. The mutated spiritual energy contained in the marrow-cleansing pill was still there. When the pill fell into the strange insect king's mouth, the strange insect king's body immediately swelled out of control. Boom. Seeing the strange insect king explode inch by inch, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoists, tentacles, hind legs and tail spike." The celestial, thunderbolt immortal, and Taoist Min naturally understood Xiaohua's thoughts. The celestial's body swayed and 6 arms stretched out, pulling out 2 tentacles from the exploding tentacles. The thunderbolt immortal waved his hand, and both Xiaohua and Taoist Min took down the 2 huge hind legs. Taoist Min was already fighting with the strange insect king's tail. At this moment he used his dragon tail to pull out the even bigger tail spike. Thunderbolt immortal. Xiaohua didn't say anything. He waved the Kunlun mirror and said, "There's a saying in the human race, an eye for an eye." At this moment we don't have any good methods to deal with the strange insects. If we use the strange insect king's hind legs to deal with the strange insects, I think it will be useful. My spirit-slaying vital light has already obtained the essence of the ordinary strange insect's hind legs, and its effect has increased significantly. If we refine the strange insect king's hind legs, tail tip and other essences into it, won't it become a powerful weapon to kill the strange insects? You don't have to worry about the hidden immortal continent. Go back to the Xinhua continent and refine the spirit-slaying vital light successfully. The Thunderbolt Immortal nodded in agreement. He took the spoils and was about to return to the Xinhua continent. However, at this moment Xiaohua thought of something again. He hurriedly called out, all right. The Thunderbolt Immortal simply stood in midair and said with a faint smile, "Fellow Taoist, think about it carefully. It won't be too late for I to go back after we're done talking." "Ah, there's nothing else." Xiaohua laughed and said, "However, I remember. My Fortune Gate wants to build transmission arrays on the 3 mainlands. The Xinhua continent's Fortune Gate, fellow Taoist, is much clearer than I. Which disciples can build transmission arrays and which disciples are reliable? I need fellow Taoists' help to choose that." The Thunderbolt Immortal was happy to hear that. He nodded and said, "Rest assured, fellow Taoist, I will choose the disciples to build the transmission arrays. In a while you can come in and ask them to leave. Also, there are many disciples who can build the transmission arrays. I will also ask them to draw up a list for you." "Good." Xiaohua cupped his fists and said, "I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist." Subsequently, the Thunderbolt Immortal hurried in. Not long after, a jade eye appeared. Xiaohua received it and looked at it carefully before putting it away. With the strange insect king's death, the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's strange insects seem to have received a bugle call to retreat. The frenzied attacks on the Fortune Gate's disciples immediately retreated like the tide. The Fortune Gate's disciples also relaxed and slowed down their attacks. Xiaohua flew high into the sky, revealing his golden body as he shouted, "Disciples, these strange insects not only attack cultivators but also ordinary people. If they are allowed to escape, who knows how many ordinary people will die in their mouths. Listen to my command, kill." Xiaohua's heart was caring for the world, and he had achieved the Buddha fruit of Nanwu Great Compassion Guanyin Bodhisattva. Under his influence, the Fortune Gate's disciples also placed compassion and conscience as their number 1 priority. When they heard that the strange insects would also attack ordinary people, their already relaxed fighting spirit was stirred up again. They roared and pounced on the strange insects. If the strange insect king wanted to escape, Xiaohua and the others might not be able to stop it. However, if the strange insects below the strange insect king wanted to escape, they would have to ask Xiaohua's permission first. Xiaohua and the others did not join the battle. Instead, they stood in the air around the soaring Dragon Mountain Range and jointly sealed off the entire space. On one hand, they prevented the strange insects from escaping, and on the other hand they observed the strange insects' manipulation of space law. This battle was so intense that the sky and earth darkened. They had been fighting for 3 whole days. Just like Xiaohua's command, not a single strange insect managed to escape from the soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Of course, after the strange insects were exterminated, many Fortune Gate's disciples were also killed. While the disciples were counting the casualties, Xiaohua collected the souls of the Fortune Gate's disciples who were killed by the strange insects. Then he led the heavenly being and Taoist Min to the Fortune Gate's damaged Fortune Palace. Just as Xiaohua sat down, a 5-colored ray of light flew over from the distance. Xiaohua knew that it was Wen Chu returning from the Immortal Palace. "Fellow Immortal Xiao." Wen Chu landed on the Fortune Gate's Fortune Gate and exclaimed in surprise, "Our Fortune Gate's Fortune Gate was also attacked by the strange insects? Isn't that so?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "It should have happened at the same time as the High Cloud Palace. Fortunately, my fortune gate has Taoist Min, otherwise this Xiao would regret it for the rest of his life. Speaking of this, Xiao Hua turned to Taoist Min and said, "Fellow Taoist, please tell me the origin of this matter." And Taoist Min nodded and explained the origin of the matter. Similar to Xiao Hua's prediction and the attack on the High Cloud Palace, the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's disciples were also attacked by the strange insects when they were collecting spiritual herbs and elixirs. Those strange insects devoured many of the spiritual herbs and elixirs. The strange insect king is really powerful. In the end, Taoist Min said to Xiao Hua, "With Ai's ability, I don't have any special methods on the hidden immortal continent. Of course the Pangu axe should be effective, but using the Pangu axe to kill the strange insects, isn't it making a mountain out of a molehill?" "Fellow Taoist, you're wrong," Xiao Hua explained. "Although it's a strange insect, the strange insect king you saw has already reached the peak of the 9th grade of origin force. Moreover, it was born from the void. The spatial laws that we have painstakingly comprehended are just natural in its eyes. When it's in danger, fellow Taoists should make a move when you need to. Next, I ask for monthly votes. If the monthly votes exceed 100, I will add more chapters. Third, I ask for recommendation support. If the recommendation exceeds 1,000, I will add more chapters. How Xiao Hua went against the light to become a saint, it will all depend on everyone. The third place thanks. Chapter 4678. Yes, I understand. Taoist Yun said with a smile, "If you don't use the elixir to kill the enemy, I will still use Pangu axe in the end." Xiao Hua didn't need to explain too much about why the elixir could kill the king of the strange insects. Wen Chu nodded and said, "If that's the case, whether it's setting up the 9 regions great array or facing the strange insects head-on, the price paid by the 3 continents and the 4 seas is too high. It's better to find a way to return to the Dawn Rain continent. However, we don't have to be too optimistic." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. That day, Fairy Xingyu said clearly that returning to the Dawn Rain continent from the 3 continents is tantamount to daydreaming. There's no need to consider it at all. And the masters of the Supreme Pure Palace and Jade Pure Palace can only use the reincarnation method to reach the Dawn Rain continent. Presumably the Immortal Palace can't do it. Since the Immortal Palace can't do it, the Thunder Temple, Great Sage Hall and Dragon Island may not have it. Alas, what a headache. Didn't Fairy Xingyu say before she left? Wen Chu asked curiously, "She left something in the moon-embracing palace that may be useful to us. Why don't you hurry and take a look?" "I naturally want to go," Xiao Hua replied. "I even wanted to go as soon as I flew out of the Lingyun Side Palace. However, didn't I want to wait for you? Your 9 regions great array is related to the people of 9 regions, and it's also related to Ai's happiness." "Ah, then why don't you hurry up and give it to me?" Wen Chu raised his hand and laughed. "Yes." Xiao Hua nodded and opened his mouth. Puff. A mouthful of 5-colored true qi spurted out, and the 9 regions cauldrons flew out with a majestic aura. Just when Wen Chu was about to collect it, Xiao Hua exhorted again, "Fellow immortal, remember if you fail to set up the array you must take it back. I was really bitten by a snake. If old man Gaochen's decree is true, without the 9 regions cauldrons, I won't even have the chance to marry Princess Zixia." "Fellow immortal, don't worry," Wen Chu said very seriously, "I will definitely put your happiness as my first priority. Once the array fails, I will immediately take back all the 9 regions cauldrons." "I hope you succeed." Xiao Hua loosened his grip, and Ren Wenxiu put away the Jiuzhou cauldron. He said, "Since you've succeeded in laying down the formation, it has saved me a lot of energy. I like to take advantage of others like this. Alright, I still have to go back and familiarize myself with the 9 prefectures array diagram and the array formation secret technique. I won't be staying here any longer." Wen Chu stood up and said, "Right, you also have the 9 cauldrons united heart secret technique, right?" Xiao Hua suddenly asked. "I presume Immortal Emperor Go Chen won't be hiding anything here, right?" "And that's true." Wen Chu saw Xiao Hua ask and asked curiously, "How did you know? If I didn't know, why would I insist on having you come to the 9 continents cauldrons this time?" Xiao Hua replied with a cold smile. As he spoke, Wen Chu handed over a jade eye and said with a smile, "I've posted a document before. You can't let others see this jade eye. Hee hee, it's a pity that man proposes but God disposes. You and I are the same person." Xiao Hua took the jade eyes without any pressure. After using the eye-clearing technique to look at it, he nodded and said, "This secret technique is even more simplified than the one that old man Gaochen gave me. It seems like he gave me a complete one this time." Subsequently, Xiao Hua made a copy of the jade eye that immortal Emperor Go Qin gave him and gave it to Wen Chu to take away. Wen Chu came in a hurry and left in a hurry. By the time Lu Yi and the others packed up and arrived at the Fortune Dao Palace, Wen Chu had already disappeared. After Lu Yi told him about the losses in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, Xiao Hua nodded and said, "I presume you all know about today's battle. What this old man said earlier was not false. These strange insects are truly alien species, and the three mainlands have no means of restraining them. Today it was just a small soaring Dragon Mountain range, yet our Fortune Gate lost so many disciples. In the future, if we expand the range of our defenses, won't there be more casualties?" "Yes, this disciple understands." Lu Yi was the first to answer. "Master, please rest assured. Although we were not slow in adapting to the situation today, we were still inexperienced in dealing with these strange insects. We didn't know the strength and weaknesses of the strange insects, which was why we suffered so many losses. This disciple can guarantee that if we encounter the strange insects again, the battle situation will definitely not be like this. Sigh, our Fortune Gate's disciples are so strong, yet they still can't deal with those strange insects. If it were other scholarly cultivator families or ordinary civilians, how many casualties would they suffer? Fu Jiwen couldn't help sighing. There were originally some benefits. However, this benefit is nothing compared to the attack of the strange insects. Xiao Hua replied angrily. Then he told her about what had happened in the Jade Lake Conference. The disciples were overjoyed when they heard that the supremes of the various sects had agreed to the development of the Dao sect in the West Ocean. As long as the ice that sealed the Dao sect was broken, the development of the Dao sect would be like a germinating seed, growing stronger and stronger. After Xiao Hua invited Princess Zixia and by and out, he took out Immortal Emperor Go Chen's imperial edict. All the disciples congratulated Xiao Hua, Princess Zixia, Fu Jiwen and Bai An. After a short moment of liveliness, the sadness and fear in everyone's eyes lessened. Xiao Hua ordered, "Hurry up and pack up. Louis will take care of the details. Who should be sent to the West Ocean to scout? Where should our Fortune Gate take root? You don't need this old man to think too much, right?" "Yes, this disciple will take care of it." Louis respectfully said. Jianghu went to the West Ocean earlier, and this disciple had already informed her of Master's decision to go to the West Ocean before Master left. Presumably she has already made arrangements there. After we pack up, we will directly head to the West Ocean. And well done. Xiao Hua smiled and took out a Peiyuan pill. "This is a Peiyuan pill, I'll bestow it to you." "Peiyuan pill?" Louis was confused, but he still respectfully received the pill and replied, "Many thanks, Master." Seeing Lu Yi's confusion, Wang Bianfei reminded him, "Senior brother, don't forget what Master said earlier. How he killed the strange insect king." See. Hearing this, Lu Yi subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly explained the Peiyuan pill carefully. He kowtowed and said, "Disciple thanks Master for the generous gift. Get up." Xiao Hua raised his hand and helped Lu Yi up. He smiled and said, "Don't underestimate this little Peiyuan pill. Master obtained it when he was refining qi on the Dawn Rain continent. It contains the Dawn Rain continent's mutated heaven and earth spiritual energy. If you come across any strange insects that you can't deal with or escape from, you can deal with them as much as you want." "Master, can this pill be divided?" Lu Yi sincerely asked. If possible, this disciple can divide this pill into several portions and give them to several senior and junior brothers. Logically speaking, it's possible. Xiao Hua nodded. However, if it's divided now, the mutated true qi will be diluted by the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the three continents, and it might even disappear. As for Wang Bianfei and the rest, you don't have to worry about them. Although Master doesn't have much of this type of pill, there should be enough for each of you to get one. As he spoke, Xiao Hua took out a few jade bottles and gave one to each of Princess Zixia and Bianfei. After distributing the pills, Xiao Hua said to Fu Jiwen, "There's also Xiao Empire. This old man wants to move the entire Xiao Empire to Xinhua continent so that those pitiful commoners can escape this calamity. Yes, if Master has the heart, this disciple will arrange it now. After all, the population of Xiao Empire is already extremely terrifying. It won't be easy to move them all to Xinhua continent." "Aye, that's right. Master also wanted to go immediately and use my divine ability to move them. However, they are living well now. If I suddenly ask them to leave their home, they might not be willing. Therefore, Master wants to follow Princess Zixia's instructions and explain the cause of the matter to them. Then, news of the strange insects will definitely come from other places in hidden immortal continent. At that time, Master will move them to Xinhua continent, and it will be even more natural. Master is right, this disciple understands. Fujiwen nodded and asked again, however, what about that matter? If the commoners of Shao Empire are all gone, then it will be impossible to find out the truth. It's very important to lure the monarch into a trap, but the lives of the commoners are more important. Xiaohua shook his head and said, if there is still no result by then, Master won't dare to play with them anymore. I will directly search their souls and kill whoever I see. Alright, this disciple understands. This disciple will listen to Master's orders. Fujiwen replied and retreated to the side. Bianfei used Zhai Xinglu to inform all the cultivators of the 3 continents about the strange insects. Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment and instructed, let them raise their vigilance and be prepared to deal with it. Yes, this disciple understands. Bianfei hurriedly replied. There is still one more important matter. Xiaohua then told them about the Fortune Gate's disciples building transmission arrays in the 3 continents. When Lu Yi and the others heard this, they understood the importance of this matter. They were all beaming with joy as if they could already see the rise of the Dao Gate. Xiaohua handed over the list of names that Thunderbolt Immortal had drafted to Lu Yi. Then he took out the Kunlun mirror and sent out the disciples who were building the teleportation formation to Lu Yi. After the matter of the transmission arrays, Xiaohua discussed some other matters with the disciples. In the end he said, alright, all of you can leave. Once you're done packing you can head to the Western Sea. Yes. The disciples left the Fortune Gate Palace, leaving only Princess Zixia and the heavenly being behind. Zixia. Xiaohua smiled and said, you also go and arrange the matters in Zhai Xinglu, then wait for my news. Come with me to see Fairy Xingyu's moon-embracing palace. This concubine understands. Princess Zixia agreed with a smile and flew out. Then Xiaohua said to the heavenly being, fellow Taoist, stay behind as well. Follow fellow Taoist Bianfei to protect my Fortune Gate's disciples as they head to the Western Sea. Give it a recommendation vote, collect it, gift it, and thank you for all your support. Chapter 4679. Of course. The celestial being did not decline and nodded in agreement. Seeing that everything had been arranged properly, Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the jade chair. However, he did not meditate. Instead, his mind raced as he recalled what had just happened, as well as what Fairy Xingyu and Suji had said, and carefully calculated. Day and night had only alternated several times in the Fortune Palace when Princess Zixia arrived. Xiaohua opened his eyes and cupped his fists towards the celestial being and fellow Taoist Kuang. I'll leave the Fortune Gate's disciples to you 2 fellow Taoists. Rest assured, fellow Taoists. The celestial being and fellow Taoist Kuang did not get up. They merely smiled and nodded. Xiaohua waved his sleeves and swept Princess Zixia up into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Dozens of days later, on the shore of the West Sea, a faint brilliance flashed in the gloomy sky. Xiaohua's figure appeared in a distorted space. He was not in a hurry to escape from the void. Instead, he first released his divine sense to take a closer look. After seeing clearly, he let out a long sigh of relief and jumped out of the void. He laughed inwardly, damn it, I didn't touch the wrong place this time. If I flew the wrong way again, Zixia would laugh at me. As he spoke, Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror and released Princess Zixia. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, Princess Zixia looked around and did not say anything. She only asked curiously, Xiaohua, didn't you bring me to the moon-embracing palace? How did you come to the West Sea? Xiaohua looked helpless and puzzled. Zixia, I want to ask you, how do you know this is the West Sea? Not the East Sea, North Sea, or South Sea. Why do I think this West Sea is no different from the other 3 seas? That's too simple. Do you want to know? Princess Zixia asked with a smile. Xiaohua's head nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He replied repeatedly, of course, of course. I won't tell you. Princess Zixia covered her mouth and laughed. All right. Xiaohua scratches his head and says with a smile, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Darling Xiao. Seeing that there was no one beside them, Princess Zixia wasn't that easily embarrassed. She held Xiaohua's right arm and said in a low voice, actually, there's no special reason. This concubine has been used to seeing the various territories of the 3 continents and 4 seas since childhood. Whenever I see a scenery, I can roughly judge where it is. If I had known earlier, I would have let you lead the way. Xiaohua smiled as he took out a jade eye and handed it over to Princess Zixia. Darling Xiao doesn't let this concubine lead the way because he cares about this concubine. Princess Zixia was very understanding. This concubine understands very well. Furthermore, this concubine's flying speed is incomparable to darling Zhao's. Only by arriving here can this concubine share darling Zhao's burdens. Princess Wuxia took the jade eye ring and used her golden eye ring to examine it. Taking advantage of this time, Xiaohua looks at the vast West Sea and says with emotion, "When Fairy Xingyu talked about the moon-embracing palace, I also thought it was some scenic spot in the hidden immortal continent. It wasn't until Fairy Xingyu gave me the jade eye ring that I knew the moon-embracing palace was in the West Sea. Otherwise, even if we looked for it in the hidden immortal continent, I'm afraid we would never find it." Of course, female cultivators are meticulous. Princess Wuxia returns the jade eye ring to Xiaohua and replies, "Fairy Xingyu doesn't want others to enter her former residence. Naturally, she has to build the moon-embracing palace in a place that others don't know about. Moreover, the hidden immortal continent is monitored by His Majesty with the clear sky mirror. It's not easy for Fairy Xingyu to build the moon-embracing palace. This West Sea is too big. Not to mention building one moon-embracing palace, even if there are 10 of them, they won't be discovered by others." After saying this, Princess Wuxia looks around and urges the cloud under her feet. She pulls Xiaohua and flies towards a place filled with smoke. Princess Wuxia's cloud naturally flies very slowly. Although Xiaohua is somewhat anxious, he also knows that he shouldn't rush. He only opens his illusion breaker eyes occasionally and looks at the void on his left. Princess Wuxia soon notices Xiaohua's strange behavior and asks in a low voice, "Xiaohua, are you a bit anxious? Or are you looking for the location of the moon-embracing palace?" Xiaohua nods and replies, "To be honest, I'm a bit anxious. I want to quickly find the moon-embracing palace and find the way back to the Dawn Rain continent." However, when he spoke up to hear, Xiaohua let out a long sigh and his figure stopped. Sadness appears on his face. "Xiaohua, what's wrong with you?" Princess Wuxia is alarmed. She hastily holds Xiaohua's hand and asks in a low voice, "Actually?" Xiaohua clenches his teeth and replies, "Actually, it doesn't matter if we find the moon-embracing palace or not." "Why?" Princess Wuxia is even more puzzled. "Didn't you say? You want to find the moon-embracing palace, find the things that Fairy Xingyu left behind and find the way back to the Dawn Rain continent. Then bring the disciples back to the Dawn Rain continent and get a lot of spiritual herbs." Xiaohua bites his lips and looks at the gloomy dark clouds. He shakes his head and says, "This is just because I can't bear to disappoint the disciples. This is just a very beautiful idea of mine. Or it could be said that this is just me deceiving myself. Because Fairy Xingyu said long ago that there is no spatial meridian that can lead to the Dawn Rain continent from the 3 continents. There is a huge secret behind this. This secret is so big that even she, an immortal, doesn't dare to say it. So what we are doing now is just a futile effort. An unprecedented war is absolutely unavoidable. And our 3 continents and 4 seas after the war, the survivors, may not even be 40%. And these are the cultivators with divine abilities. Those powerless common people, ordinary demons and sea race, may be able to survive for a period of time." As he speaks, Xiaohua points, "When I was traveling through the void just now, I saw a lot of strange insects. The void is filled with a world-destroying aura. Even with the strength of the grand ascension stage of the human race, our hearts are trembling with fear. How can the other cultivators resist? Right now, the void can still allow us to pass through, but when the strange insects really attack the 3 continents, all teleportation formations and teleportation won't be able to be used. We basically know that the common people are being attacked, but I'm afraid we won't be able to rush over. I really hate it. My strength has clearly reached the peak of the 3 continents. I can clearly do something for all living beings, but even though I can kill thousands of strange insects, I can't stop this monstrous catastrophe. I've always scoffed at the saying that man can conquer the heavens. I feel that man is insignificant in the world and must comprehend the will of the heavens and the will of the earth. But now, I'd rather man can conquer the heavens. I can kill these world-destroying insects with my own strength." Xiaohua's words were a bit disordered because his heart was in chaos. Xiaohua's eyes were a bit moist because his heart was broken. These words didn't contain any heroic words, nor did they contain any ambition. In fact, there was even some dejection, some resentment and some helplessness. But in Princess Wuxia's ears it was different. At first, Princess Wuxia was a bit flustered because she had never seen such a weak side to a supremacy stage cultivator. If even a supremacy stage cultivator lost confidence in the matters of the world, then how could the 3 continents be saved? But seeing Xiaohua so real and so compassionate in his heart, Princess Zixia's fluster gradually faded. She gazed at this man whose charm came from his heart, whose charm came from his kindness, and her heart was also intoxicated. Some people said that powerful male cultivators were the most favored by female cultivators. Some people said that powerful male cultivators were the most favored by female cultivators. Some people even said that beautiful male cultivators were the most favored by female cultivators. Princess Zixia had seen countless such male cultivators in her life. However, they were all like passers-by in life, floating clouds in the sky. Princess Zixia didn't have any impression of them. Only Xiaohua, this little monk, left a deep impression in her heart. Sometimes, even Princess Zixia herself didn't know why she was so reluctant to part with Xiaohua. If it was fate, then it could naturally be explained. If it was interesting, then it could naturally be explained. If it was loneliness, then it could naturally be explained. However, after seeing Xiaohua, a supreme expert at the peak of the 9th level of origin energy, actually lose his Tao heart for the sake of the survival of the 3 continents, Princess Zixia finally understood that she had fallen in love with Xiaohua not only because of his humor, his warmth, his gentleness, his kindness, his breadth of mind, and even his pettiness, but because Xiaohua was a cultivator who lived in life. No matter how strong he was still a human. His heart was soft and he also had perseverance. Only this kind of person could make her heart feel at ease. Xiaohua. Princess Zixia faintly smiled. She let go of Xiaohua's arm, stretched out her arms and gently said, "Come, let this concubine hug you." Princess Zixia's words caused Xiaohua to be stunned. However, when he looked at Princess Zixia's indescribably beautiful face, as well as those indescribable lines, and saw the affection in her eyes that was as deep as the sea, Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but feel at ease. He closed his eyes, opened his arms and hugged Princess Zixia. His mouth and nose were immersed in her softness and fragrance. The long-awaited silence came like a tide, making Xiaohua feel like he was falling asleep. Xiaohua. Princess Zixia hugged Xiaohua, stroked his hair and kissed him on the head with her red lips. She said in a low voice, "You're tired." "Yes, I'm really tired." Xiaohua replied in a low voice, "I'm really too tired." Princess Zixia had already learned a lot of secrets from Xiaohua. However, she still didn't know that ever since Xiaohua was stranded in the 3 continents, other than the 100 years he spent peacefully cultivating in the West Ocean, he never went into seclusion again. Every day and every night, wasn't he running around for survival and dealing with difficult matters? The tens of thousands of years of cultivation in the heavenly prison, rather than saying that Xiaohua was cultivating, it would be better to say that Xiaohua spurred himself to work hard, to fight against life and death in order to not let himself sink into depression in the darkness of solitude and lose the confidence to live. After that, Xiaohua had never told anyone about all the difficulties he faced. It was rare for him to meet 2 immortals. The feeling of being a good teacher and helpful friend temporarily made Xiaohua's heart calm down. However, immediately after, he caused trouble in the Immortal Palace, rushed to the end of the world and besieged the Immortal Town. Until today, although he was finally able to stay with Zixia, the 3 continents had encountered a strange insect that they couldn't deal with. How could Xiaohua not be tired? Chapter 4680. Xiaohua had seen and experienced the apocalypse in the ruins, and he had also saved the ruins. However, at that time, Xiaohua didn't have much affection for the ruins, and Lehua Heavenly Devil was only one person. However, the apocalypse in the 3 continents was different. There were simply too many strange insects and they were simply too powerful. The battle in the Lingyun Side Hall had already shown Xiaohua the tragic fate of the 3 continents. However, he still wanted to save the people of the 3 continents with his own strength. Xiaohua was a human Mahayana realm cultivator, and his Tao heart was the strongest in the Taoist sect. However, he had to bear the burden of the billions of people of the 3 continents, and his Tao heart wasn't enough. He knew that in the long run, his Tao heart might turn into a devil, but if he turned into a devil for the sake of the billions of people of the 3 continents, what was there to pity? What was there to pity if his Tao heart was shattered for the sake of the people of the 3 continents? Princess Zixia felt the front of her body heat up. She knew that these were the tears in Xiaohua's eyes. Princess Zixia's nose turned sour for no reason. She put more strength into her arms and hugged Xiaohua's head. She seemed to see the weakness behind a strong man and the dangers behind a grand ascension stage cultivator. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, Princess Zixia whispered, "Xiaohua, take a good rest. Let your heart calm down, let your pace slow down, let me slowly catch up to you. I know I can't do anything for you, and I can't do anything for the people of the 3 continents. However, don't worry after you rest, go save the 3 continents. I will always wait for you and when you need to rest, come back to me. Xian 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 Xian. Xiaohua whispered and didn't answer. I'm here. Princess Zixia whispered and kissed Xiaohua's hair. I'll always be here with you. After half a day, the waves of the West Sea were already monstrous, and the sky above the West Sea was already covered in rain. Under a ball of faint light, the pair of lovers hugged each other as if they could last forever. Finally, Xiaohua opened his eyes and whispered, XN, I'm going to save the 3 continents. Let me go first. Princess Zixia replied in a low voice as she let go of Xiaohua's head. The wind quietly blew, causing Princess Zixia's body to feel a bit cold. A feeling of disappointment and frustration attacked her heart. Xiaohua. Princess Zixia was somewhat flustered. She didn't dare to look at Xiaohua. She whispered, Are you all right? Thank you. Xiaohua held Princess Zixia's hand and replied, With you by my side, how could anything happen to me? That's good. Princess Zixia's heart was filled with sweetness, and she also held Xiaohua's hand. After a short while, Princess Zixia said with concern, Xiaohua, I feel that you're not only mentally exhausted but also, have you cultivated too quickly, and your Dao heart is somewhat unstable? Xiaohua smiled slightly and said with a nod, What you said is right. I'm just too ambitious. I want to do too much. My Dao heart is limited, and that's why it's unstable. However, since I've attained the Buddha fruit of Nanwu Merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva, I'm willing to place all living beings in my Dao heart. For them. I'm willing to break my heart. Boom. High in the sky, an indescribable law was born. It was like a thunderbolt but also like a storm. When the law fell, the wind and rain within 10,000 miles were wiped away. When the law fell into Xiaohua's body, a kind of fluctuation like boiling water was born in the space around Xiaohua. Not good. Xiaohua was startled. He hurriedly used the Fury of Thunder technique and activated the talisman left by Su Ji. Whoosh. A layer of faint silver brilliance was born from the top of Xiaohua's head. It was like flowing water that washed down. When it reached the bottom of Xiaohua's feet, it simultaneously withdrew into Xiaohua's body. The previous phenomenon disappeared in an instant. This is. Princess Zixia naturally didn't know what this law meant. She looked at Xiaohua strangely, waiting for Xiaohua's explanation. However, Xiaohua only smiled slightly and didn't answer. He only looked at the gloomy rain nearby and asked, I'm done resting. Zixia, accompany me to save the 3 continents. Okay. Princess Zixia didn't ask any more questions. She pulled Xiaohua's hand and flew to a place. The rain stopped, the waves stopped, the clouds dispersed, the sky opened and the stars also came out. They saw a huge round moon hanging in the sky. Xiaohua and Princess Zixia also stopped. Seeing that there were no reefs in the surroundings, and then looking at the huge round moon above their heads, Xiaohua understood that this must be the location of the moon-embracing palace. Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed at the round moon. He said with a smile, Zixia, when I heard the name Moon-Embracing Palace, did you think of something? What did you think of? Princess Zixia was startled and asked naturally. She thought that Xiaohua thought of something amazing. However, Xiaohua's answer made Princess Zixia not know whether to laugh or cry. Doesn't Fairy Xingyu have moon in her name? She and Su Ji are connected by heart. When I heard the name Moon-Embracing Palace that day, I immediately thought of Su Ji hugging Fairy Xingyu. He owed to the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, you know? Chi. Princess Zixia's face blushed. She said with a smile, You male cultivators think dirty. This moon-embracing palace was built by Fairy Xingyu. Even if she has feelings for Senior Su Ji, she can't be so brazen in her name. Who knows? Xiaohua pinched his chin and said with a mischievous smile, Let's go in and see, won't we know? Seeing Xiaohua's strange smile, how could Princess Zixia not know what Xiaohua was thinking? She pinched Xiaohua's arm and said reproachfully, How is that possible? A female immortal's palace. Speaking until here, Princess Zixia understood a little. She said with a smile, Darling Xiao hasn't entered a female cultivator's palace yet? That's why you're so curious. Is it? Xiaohua's face was full of disdain. He said, I'm already a Mahayana cultivator. What haven't I seen? Princess Zixia didn't expose Xiaohua and only smiled slightly. Xiaohua flipped his hand and took out one of Fairy Xingyu's tokens. He glanced at it and activated his dermic powers, wanting to activate the restriction. Unfortunately, when his dermic powers entered the token, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no reaction. Damn it, is there a special magic art? Or does it need immortal qi? Xiaohua was stunned. He rolled his eyes and thought for a moment. It seemed that Fairy Xingyu left in a hurry that day and didn't leave too many instructions. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiaohua immediately urged the Fury of Thunder. Where the Fury of Thunder fell, the token immediately turned into the shape of a pentagonal star. It flew out from Xiaohua's hand and rushed into the night sky. Boom. High up in the sky, the full moon that seemed to be within reach suddenly shook violently, and a huge shadow fell down like a giant star. Moreover, the closer the shadow was to Xiaohua, the smaller it became. However, the pressure it exerted was not small at all. The space within 1,000 li showed signs of collapsing, and even the surface of the sea had a huge crater at this moment. Boom. The shadow crashed into the pentagonal star as expected. The star shattered, and the outline of a pentagonal star appeared in the void. However, the outline of the pentagonal star was still sealed. Divine sense and the naked eye couldn't penetrate it. Roar. The shadow of the full moon suddenly disappeared. The suppressed waves of the West Sea soared into the sky like a horned dragon, rushing toward the pentagonal void outline. Whoosh. After the waves washed over, a pentagonal void portal appeared from the outline. Inside the portal, a huge full moon also appeared. Let's go. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He pulled Princess Zixia's hand and floated into the portal. Xiaohua's figure fell into the portal. Without waiting for him to speak, Princess Zixia beside him cried out happily, Xiaohua, are you sure? This is the moon-embracing palace? Inside the portal, it wasn't a simple space. It was a beach by the sea. The fine, soft, and even somewhat white sand was under Xiaohua's feet. When he stepped on it, he left behind a pair of footprints. Far away from the fine white sand, layers of blue waves were surging towards Xiaohua like a rising tide. In front of the head of the tide, bubbles mixed with strange seaweed landed on the beach. The sea surface inside the portal was different from the West Sea. There weren't any strong winds or waves. There were only fine ripples. In the distance between the sea and the sky, the sea surface was as tranquil as a woman's eyelashes. On the other side of the beach, there was a bunch of flowers piled up by the sea sand. This bunch of flowers was at least 1,000 zhang in size. There were more than 100 flowers. The roots of all the flowers were inserted into the beach, and the blooming flower buds were blooming in midair. In each flower bud, there was a strange palace hall. And these palace halls were also piled up by the sea sand. The full moon was hanging in the sky. Its splendor was like water. It shone on the beach, sprinkled on the flowers, and even sprinkled on the 100 palace halls. Under the clear moonlight, it seemed as if the sand in the sea was sparkling. No matter if it was the flowers or the palace halls, they all gave birth to a kind of strange beauty. Looking at the casually piled up palace halls that looked like children playing on the beach, Xiaohua touched his nose. He used his finger to point at the 3 big words protruding from the flowers. He smiled bitterly and said, I can be sure that this is the moon-embracing palace. Ah! Princess Zixia laughed loudly. She pulled her hand out of Xiaohua's hand and happily jumped around on the beach. She was like a little girl who had been freed from her restraints. She was wantonly indulging in her own laughter on the beach. Chapter 4681. Looking at Princess Zixia's laughter, Xiaohua's heavy heart relaxed for no reason. He smiled and slowly walked behind Princess Zixia. On the beach, among Princess Zixia's messy footprints, there were 2 lines of firm footprints that accompanied her all the way to the front of the bouquet. Princess Zixia listened and looked at the huge bouquet. She smiled and said, Xiaohua, do you know? When I was young, I often played beside the heavenly river. Occasionally, I would use star sand to build a small house. I even begged Mother to build a palace with sand for me to live in. I remember very clearly that Imperial Mother had promised. However, before Mother could use her divine ability to build it, I had already started the most basic cultivation. After that, I never went to the heavenly river to play again. That little house made of sand was also left in my dreams. Today, after seeing this moon-embracing palace, I finally know that I was not the only one who had such a beautiful dream when I was young. Fairy Xingyu and even more female cultivators also had such a beautiful dream. Ah yes. Xiaohua smiled and said, I also didn't expect the moon-embracing palace to be like this. Xinxin, if you like it, I'll give you this moon-embracing palace. Since you control Star-Picking Tower, I'll give you this moon-embracing palace. No, I don't want this. Princess Zixia smiled and shook her head. Although I had the same dream as Fairy Xingyu. This is her dream, not mine. The palace I want. You should be the one to build it for me, right? Moreover, this moon-embracing palace contains Fairy Xingyu's thoughts. It can be considered her secret. Unlike Star-Picking Tower, other than Fairy Xingyu, no one is qualified to own this moon-embracing palace. You can't and I can't. Presumably, this is also the reason why Fairy Xingyu gave you the secret of the moon-embracing palace in the end. Therefore, I think that after we find something useful in the moon-embracing palace, we should leave this place and seal it off. Don't let anyone come in again. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said with a smile, Xinxin, you're right. This is Fairy Xingyu's palace. After she left, she didn't plan to let anyone else in. It's good that you and I can come here. After we leave, we'll seal it off and don't let anyone disturb the peace here. If you like it, I'll build a sand palace for you in the Kunlun Wonderland. Great, great. Princess Zixia clapped with a smile. She took Xiao Hua's hand and flew into the moon-embracing palace. Similar to what Xiao Hua thought, the first palace they entered was empty. The moon palace was empty. Fairy Xingyu believed in Su Ji's divination skills very much. She had the idea of never returning after entering the moon palace. Therefore, when she left, she made sufficient preparations and took away everything that could be used. She did not leave anything special behind. Fairy Xingyu didn't say anything about the Dawn Rain continent. Xiao Hua didn't know whether it was the Jade Eyes or something else. Therefore, although he saw that the palace was empty, he didn't dare to neglect it. Every time he passed by a palace, he used his naked eyes, divine thoughts and Dharma eyes to check it out. Princess Zixia also activated her golden eyes to help Xiao Hua. After looking at more than a dozen palaces in a row, they didn't find anything. Princess Zixia couldn't help but frown and say, Xiao Hua, it seems that Fairy Xingyu took everything she could. Where are the clues she left behind? Xiao Hua was also a little anxious. After all, what he was looking for was the secret of the immortal realm. Even Fairy Xingyu didn't dare to say it out loud. Who knew where she would leave the clues? During this time, Xiao Hua was also guessing in his heart. Since it was so secretive, why would Fairy Xingyu leave clues in the moon-embracing palace? He thought of a lot of possibilities. At first, he thought that Fairy Xingyu might have left the clues for him. However, at that time, Fairy Xingyu didn't know that he came from the Dawn Rain continent and didn't know him. It was impossible for her to leave such a clue for him in advance. Later, Xiao Hua felt that Fairy Xingyu was deliberately showing off and wanted to leave some secrets in the moon-embracing palace. However, he laughed at himself first. Fairy Xingyu was not an ordinary female immortal, nor was she a young girl who was ignorant of the world. How could she show off? How could she leave something that could be used against Fairy Xingyu in the 3 continents? Xiao Hua couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it, which made Xiao Hua have no idea where the clues were. He could only search inch by inch. Since the moon-embracing palace was the work of an immortal, there were many strange restrictions in many places. Xiao Hua's divine thoughts couldn't reach far, and his delusion breaker Dharma eyes could only see a space of about 100 feet. This slowed down Xiao Hua's search speed. Hearing Princess Zixia's question, Xiao Hua closed his delusion breaker Dharma eyes and rested for a moment. He answered, yes, when Fairy Xingyu left that day she didn't think of coming back. Of course she took as much as she could. What's this? As the two of them talked, they came to another hall. Xiao Hua's gaze swept around and immediately fell on a table. There was a green jade paperweight that was more than an inch long on the table. Xiao Hua asked in surprise. He raised his hand and took the paperweight in his hand. The paperweight was very heavy in his hand. Obviously it was not an ordinary item. Xiao Hua hurriedly used his divine thoughts and Dharma eyes to examine it. Unfortunately, a moment later he was disappointed again. He handed the paperweight to Princess Zixia and whispered, Zixia, help me take a look. Princess Zixia took it and looked at it for a moment. She smiled bitterly and said, I can't see anything. It seems to be a paperweight. Fine. Xiao Hua said helplessly and looked away. At this time there were more things left in this hall. In addition to the paperweight, there were also jade cups, jade plates, and other things that after looking through all the things here, Xiao Hua entered another hall with disappointment. As they went deeper, more things were left behind in the hall. The two of them slowed down again. After a few days, Xiao Hua and Princess Zixia finally arrived in front of a sealed hall. Looking at the thick fog in front of the hall door, Xiao Hua's heart thumped wildly. Xiao Hua and Princess Zixia looked at each other. Xiao Hua took out the token again. This time, Fairy Xingyu's token did not produce any special changes. It was only a fist-sized star that rushed into the fog, and the hall door slowly opened. This. Xiao Hua's divine thoughts swept over and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He said in surprise, This is Xingyue's Hall of Heroes. Ah, Fairy Xingyu put all the heroes of Zhai Xinglu here. Princess Zixia looked around and saw that under the starry sky, every sculpture was emitting a valiant aura, just like their exciting lives. She couldn't help but smile and say, "If Xiaohua wants to find any clues, I'm afraid it can only be found here." Xiaohua nodded. Yes, it should be so. This Hall of Heroes contains everything about the 3 continents that Fairy Xingyu searched for. What she wants to tell me must be hidden behind these sculptures. Princess Zixia wanted to explore separately with Xiaohua to improve the efficiency of the search, but she knew that even after she searched, if Xiaohua couldn't find it, he would definitely search again. She didn't discuss any strategy with Xiaohua. Her figure flashed, and she rushed into the Hall of Heroes with Xiaohua. They landed in a paradise, and she casually summoned a hero's book and slowly looked through it. Seeing that Princess Zixia was so considerate, Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He thought to himself, compared to flowers, compared to jade, this Xiaohua is lucky to have such a woman by my side. Xiaohua looked through the hero's book in a different way from Princess Zixia. He wasn't in a hurry to pick up the jade eyes. Instead, he released his divine thoughts and roughly looked through the entire Hall of Heroes. The Hall of Heroes here was more than 100 times larger than the Hall of Heroes in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realms Star-Picking Tower. The number of sculptures and jade eyes inside was more than 100 times more. Moreover, there were many strange sculptures and jade eyes outside the borders of the 3 continents and 4 seas. Xiaohua restrained his impulse to directly pick up those jade eyes. He sat down cross-legged and with his palms facing the sky, he formed a karma seal with his hands. Obscure, profound, and strange karma hand phantoms rushed out of his body and landed in various parts of the Hall of Heroes like the thousand-hand guanyin. As the karma hand covered the area, countless streams of light appeared in the countless jade eyes. These streams of light flew into the air and formed a faintly discernible river of karma. As the river flowed, Princess Zixia's inspection of the jade eyes gradually slowed down until it finally stopped. The river of karma didn't have a source, and there was no end to where the river of karma went. However, as the river of karma flowed through the space where Xiaohua was, everything in it was clear and orderly. After an unknown period of time, the river of karma suddenly trembled and collapsed into fragments that fell into different jade eyes. At the same time, Princess Zixia's still figure moved slightly, and everything returned to normal. She continued to inspect as if nothing had happened. When she looked at Xiaohua again, his eyelashes fluttered above his tightly shut eyes. His eyes slowly opened, and they were filled with disappointment and confusion. That's strange. Xiaohua looked at the sculpture to his left, inwardly puzzled. This Xiao used the Hand of Karma, bringing all of the Heroes' Pavilion's Book of Heroes into the River of Karma. Although it can't be said that everything is covered, the karma within is clear. But in this karma, why don't I see the information about the realm that Fairy Xingyu mentioned? Could it be that the information about the Dawn Rain continent isn't in the Hall of Heroes? Xiaohua muttered in his heart. His figure moved again. He raised his hand and a dozen jade eyes on his left fell into his hand. Then he placed them on his forehead one by one to inspect them. Of course, Xiaohua's inspection this time was much more detailed. There were many details in the jade eyes and he didn't miss a single word. However, he still didn't find anything. Chapter 4682. However, several months later, when Xiaohua put down the last jade eye, he looked at Princess Zixia, whose eyes were still flashing with a faint golden light. Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "Zixia." "Oh, Xiaohua? What did you find?" Princess Zixia asked hurriedly. Xiaohua didn't answer but asked, "How many times have you done it?" Princess Zixia was slightly stunned and then said, "The 3rd time." "Did you find anything?" "Not yet." Princess Zixia forced a smile and said, "But it doesn't matter, I'll look again. Maybe I didn't look carefully the first 2 times and missed some places." "Put it down first." Xiaohua sighed and said, "I think the information that Fairy Xingyu wants to say might not be in this Hall of Heroes." "What?" Princess Zixia didn't put down the jade eye, she just closed her golden eye and rested for a while. She asked curiously. "The Hall of Heroes is where all the information about the 3 continents is recorded. According to common sense, the information about the 3 continents must be here. But the problem is that this information is very secretive and important. Even someone as strong as Fairy Xingyu doesn't dare to say it to me face to face. In that case, she can't brazenly put it in the Hall of Heroes." "Not necessarily. What is true is false and what is false is true. Maybe there is some information hidden in a word or sentence." Princess Zixia objected. At first I thought so too, so I didn't dare to use any divine ability. I only used the clear eyes technique and divine thought to look at the jade eye in the Hall of Heroes twice. I am sure that I didn't miss a single word. But I didn't find anything at all. Princess Wuxia nodded and said, "Then what do you mean? Put down the Book of Heroes in the Hall of Heroes first." Xiao Hua bit his lips and said, "Let's go look at the other places in the moon-embracing palace." Okay. Princess Wuxia put the jade eye in her hand back and flew out of the Hall of Heroes with Xiao Hua. Outside the Hall of Heroes, there was a rather large hall with some bookshelves and some chairs. The bookshelves were also empty without any jade eye. Xiao Hua habitually released his divine thought to look at the bookshelves first, and Princess Wuxia also flew towards the chairs in the distance. After the Hall of Heroes, Xiao Hua and Princess Wuxia's search speed increased once again. They passed through one palace hall after another and gradually approached the center of the moon-embracing palace. On this day, as they walked out of the palace, they were greeted by an extremely large garden. The garden was filled with a strange fragrance, and there were many strange flowers and plants growing all over the garden. In the middle of all these flowers, there was a strange pavilion that entered Xiao Hua and Princess Wuxia's eyes. This pavilion was like a hammer but also like a flower. When Xiao Hua looked at it carefully, it looked like a jade cup. The full moon that was previously hanging on the beach was now visible, as if it was above the pavilion. When Xiao Huafei got closer, the pavilion actually looked like a large hand plucking the full moon from the sky. Moon-embracing palace. Xiao Hua cried out involuntarily. "Wuxia, this is the true moon-embracing palace." "Not bad." Princess Wuxia nodded and agreed. "I've already roughly looked through all the flowers in the garden. There's nothing special about them. Most of these flowers were from the 3 continents, but a small portion of them were from the outer realm. Furthermore, these flowers are pure flowers, not some rare spiritual flowers." "Good. Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. When he saw the moon-embracing palace, he already had a feeling that the secret he was looking for should be inside. Then Xiao Hua urged his figure and flew towards the pavilion. Unfortunately, after flying for half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua passed by layers of flowers, but the pavilion in front of him was still just a pavilion. He couldn't get close at all. Although Xiao Hua's divine sense didn't detect any abnormalities, how could he not understand that this must be Fairy Xingyu's method? Xiao Hua stopped and took out Goddess Xingyu's token. Under the activation of the Fury of Thunder, another star flew out. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, the star fell into the void. Waves of ripples appeared out of thin air, washing the space where the pavilion was. Xiao Hua tried a few more times, but he still couldn't get close to it. "Damn it." Xiao Hua's eyes turned rapidly and he turned to Princess Wuxia and said, "Wait here for a moment, watch my method." "Okay." Princess Wuxia nodded and stopped. Rumble. Xiao Hua urged the thunder escape and lightning flashed around his body. His figure rushed into the void like lightning. When the thunder escape reached its limit, the pavilion in the distance began to shake. Layers of phantoms were born under the moonlight, and they crashed into Xiao Hua's phantoms like water. Moreover, every time there was a collision, a strange ripple would be set off in the space. "Open." When Xiao Hua felt that the space was as hard as a cliff, he roared again and urged the thunder technique again. An abnormally twisted big hand crazily grabbed at the ripples and the moonlight phantoms in front of him. Where the big hand of thunder landed, a deafening sound was heard. Boom. It was as if the Milky Way had suddenly burst, and the ripples were shattered. Countless beams of light from the stars and the moon turned into waves and fell out of the sky, rushing to the top of Xiao Hua's head and turning into a fist-sized lock. The lock rotated rapidly, and a destructive force was born from the lock. Xiao Hua had no choice. He only had the token given to him by Fairy Xingyu in his hand, and he didn't even think about it before throwing it into the lock. Gotcha. As the token fell, the lock opened and turned into 2 colorful phoenixes that flew up. At the same time, the wings of the phoenixes immediately gave off a myriad of multicolored lights. The abnormality caused by Xiao Hua's escape was immediately smoothed out, and Xiao Hua's figure also stopped. Woo-woo. Wherever the light passed, the entire garden would be swept up by a hurricane. One after another, delicate flowers would be swept up by the hurricane and fall into the wings of the colorful phoenixes. Only after the flowers were destroyed did the colorful phoenixes let out a clear cry and rush back into the pavilions. Clang. With a soft sound, the 2 small doors of the pavilion opened, and a ray of moonlight came out from the small doors and fell at Xiao Hua's feet. "Let's go." Xiao Hua turned his head and waved at Princess Wuxia. Then he urged his figure to fly toward the pavilion. However, he only flew for a moment before he found something strange. He thought that Princess Wuxia, who was behind him, didn't follow him at all. Moreover, when Xiaohua took a closer look, he found that Princess Wuxia was simply standing there, looking at him with concern. Her eyes didn't even move. Xiaohua pondered for a moment. He knew that this was Fairy Xingyu's confinement. Most likely, only people with the token could enter this pavilion. Therefore, he didn't force his way through the confinement and urged his figure to enter the pavilion. The pavilion wasn't as big as it looked from the outside, and the layout inside was also simple. Other than a jade bed that was dozens of feet in size placed in the center like a bed, there was a jade table, and 2 jade chairs placed casually beside the jade table. There was nothing else. However, on the other side of the jade bed, there was a door that was the size of a person. The sound of waves came from there. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He opened his delusion breaker eye and looked at the jade table and the jade chairs. He even looked at the space below the jade again and again, for fear that he would miss an entrance like the one in the Legacy Realm. After looking around, Xiaohua didn't find anything strange. He looked at the other spaces in the pavilion and finally, his gaze fell on the door. There was a strange restriction on the door. His divine sense couldn't penetrate it, but he could hear the sound of waves. When Xiaohua walked to the door, he looked up and down. When he lifted his foot, to his surprise, his figure easily passed through the door. Outside the door, there seemed to be a space extended out from the pavilion. As soon as Xiaohua came out of the space, he could see fine white sand as well as the boundless sea. However, before Xiaohua could stand still, his body shook violently, and a bone-chilling feeling immediately emerged from the bottom of his heart. Ah! A string of bell-like sounds came from the beach in the distance. Wasn't that Princess Wuxia's laughter? Xiaohua stood there in a daze as he stared into the distance. The graceful Princess Wuxia was currently pulling her hand out of the other Xiaohua's hand and happily jumping around on the beach, as if she was a little girl who had broken free from her restraints. The other Xiaohua had a smile on his face as he slowly walked behind Princess Wuxia. On the beach, among the messy footprints of Princess Wuxia, there were 2 lines of firm footprints that looked very clear. Heaven of Transformation. Illusion. Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the Illusion Star Moon Palace in the ruins. His slightly frightened eyes suddenly flashed with 2 strings of scarlet flames. However, just as the scarlet flames flashed in his eyes, the illusion on the beach disappeared again. Another Princess Wuxia and another Xiaohua disappeared at the same time. Only 2 rows of messy footprints were left on the beach. 2 pairs of firm footprints were left on the beach. Xiaohua was stunned. He focused his eyes again and released his divine sense. Sure enough, the beach was still the same beach and the sea breeze was still the same sea breeze. There were no more 2 people. Phew. Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. He lowered his head and looked around. He saw that he was on a platform with a praying mat on it. On one side of the praying mat was a book. This book was different from the books Xiaohua had seen before. It looked extremely old. Xiaohua didn't rashly pick up the praying mat and book. Instead, he opened his delusion breaker eye. However, Xiaohua was disappointed after a short moment. Because the praying mat still had some brilliance like silk, the book simply couldn't be seen with his delusion breaker eye. In other words, this book was an ordinary item. Xiaohua picked up the praying mat and carefully looked at it. Soon after, he raised his hand and was about to pick up the book again. However, at this time there was another ha-ha sound of laughter. Xiaohua raised his head. Sure enough, the illusion from before was born again. Chapter 4683. This time, Xiaohua did not deliberately disturb the illusion. Instead, he pinched his chin and looked into the distance, quietly waiting for the illusion to develop. The illusion did not last long. When Xiaohua and Princess Wuxia walked to the bouquet, the illusion ended. The entire beach returned to its original calm state. I understand now. Xiaohua looked at all this thoughtfully. Fairy Xingyu must have missed Su Ji, so she set up an illusion here to record the scene of Su Ji coming to the moon-embracing palace. When Fairy Xingyu missed him, she would come and take a look. No wonder Fairy Xingyu didn't want to give the moon-embracing palace to me. This contains the feelings of a girl. How could she be embarrassed to let others know? These feelings are the proof of time. Fairy Xingyu couldn't bear to destroy them, so she left them here. If I hadn't helped Fairy Xingyu and Su Ji fulfill their long-cherished wish, how could Fairy Xingyu have let them in? If that's the case, what is recorded in this book? Thinking about this, Xiaohua raised his hand to take the book. When his fingers touched the book, a corner of the book turned into ashes with a whoosh. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. His hand stopped and he cried out in disbelief. This is a book used by the secular world? The moon-embracing palace was built by immortals. Xiao Hua would not be surprised to see any strange things in it. However, on this platform where Fairy Xingyu missed Su Ji, there was a book used by the secular people. Moreover, it was a book from who knew how many years ago. A book that had turned into ashes and would disappear with a touch. How could Xiao Hua not be surprised? Suddenly Xiao Hua quivered. His tenacious Dao heart could not help but tremble. He finally understood what Fairy Xingyu meant. If there was no accident, the secret of the 3 continents was in this book that had turned into ashes. The secret that even Fairy Xingyu did not dare to reveal must have been recorded in the scroll for some reason that Xiao Hua did not know. Since the scroll had already turned into ashes, Fairy Xingyu did not destroy it. Of course, there were other things recorded in the scroll that Fairy Xingyu could not bear to destroy with her own hands. Instead, she made use of the power of time to make everything disappear. In particular, Fairy Xingyu had said clearly that it would depend on Xiao Hua's luck and magical power. If Xiao Hua had used his Dharma power to pick up the scroll like he had picked up the futon, then the scroll would have been completely turned into ashes. Xiao Hua would not have been able to explore the secrets inside. But even so, the entire scroll had already turned into ashes. How could Xiao Hua see what was inside? Xiao Hua held his breath and slowly retreated. Once he was some distance away from the scroll, his mind raced as he searched for a spell that he could use. However, after the time it took to drink a cup of tea had passed, Xiao Hua's forehead began to sweat. It seemed to be a simple matter, but he didn't have the slightest clue. Moreover, he knew that since Fairy Xingyu had dared to leave the scroll here, she must have understood that if she was not proficient in the law of time and could reverse the flow of time on the scroll, who could restore a scroll from tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago to its original state. What should I do? What should I do? Xiao Hua was burning with anxiety, his eyes fixed on the decayed scroll. Pah! Suddenly Xiao Hua raised his hand and hit his forehead. He cried out inwardly, "Damn it, why am I so stupid? I can't do anything to this scroll if I leave it here. If I get it to Xinhua continent, I'll do whatever I want." Whoosh! Just as Xiao Hua was getting excited, his action brought about a gust of wind. Some debris fell from the scroll again. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed and hurriedly released his mind. He carefully rolled up the pile of decayed fragments and sent them into the space. Then Xiao Hua's mind also entered the space. Xiao Hua turned into Jade Archive Xiao Hua and sat cross-legged in the space. At this time, the scroll was not in Xinhua continent, nor was it in the spiritual realm. It was not in any of the other spaces that had yet to take shape. Jade Archive Xiao Hua raised his hand and pointed. His index finger was about to produce a dazzling light, but he stopped in an instant. He pinched his chin and whispered, "In this space I'm close to a god, but it's still impossible for me to reverse the flow of time." Moreover, what Xiao Hua wanted to know was what was recorded in the scroll. He did not necessarily have to restore it. In the space, this scroll has already decayed. Any magic spell or even a wisp of wind can destroy it. But in the space I can make it as hard as iron. Even a magic spell won't damage it, so why would I need to make such a big fuss? Thinking about this, Jade Archive Xiao Hua gently raised his hands and placed them on the decayed scroll. As his palms closed, a purple mist appeared in his eyes. Ancient characters were reflected in his eyes. Yin Province's strange spirits. Jade Archive Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. With a thought, another book appeared out of thin air. Wasn't it the other Gan Province's strange spirits? Immediately, Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at the decayed Gan Province's strange spirits, while slowly opening the other book to compare. The so-called records of the ghosts and monsters of Gun Province was nothing more than a collection of stories about ghosts and monsters passed down by word of mouth in Gun Province. They might have something to do with Taoism, Confucianism, or some ghosts and monsters. It was impossible to verify whether they were true or false. Moreover, this book was for people to use in their leisure time. It had no value at all. Xiao Hua read more than half of it. Although the things inside were somewhat different from the ones in his hands, most of them were similar. The reason for the changes could only be because of the passage of time and the changes in the records. Seeing that he had reached the last page of Gan Province's Strange Spirits, Jade Archive Xiao Hua suddenly stopped. This was because at the end of the decayed book, there were some small words written with an ink brush. Wasn't it left behind by Fairy Xingyu? Jade Archive Xiao Hua took a deep breath, and his eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. He read word by word, "Moon-embracing palace has already begun to take shape, and Su Ji has placed his mind on finding clues to return. He would go out from time to time, and I would use my divine arts to investigate when I was bored to death. However, I still underestimated the power of that book Immortal. This divine ability actually backfired, causing me to instantly go berserk when I obtained a great secret. My body couldn't move. Suji returned and helped me heal. He also took out this Gone Province's strange spirits, saying that he was afraid that I would be lonely, and then bought it with 4 copper coins. I felt sweet in my heart and asked him to read it for me. This was originally an unreasonable request, but he really agreed. There were 47 stories in the book and he read 1 story every day for 47 days. After 47 days my injuries were much better and I could move again. Only then did he feel relieved and leave. I flipped through the book and sighed. If he didn't have me in his heart, how could he be so patient to accompany me? But if he had me in his heart, why couldn't he? Say it? He read 47 stories for me. Today I will also write a story for him, a story that he has never heard before. A long time ago, there was a big mountain in the east of Gone Province. A group of people lived on the mountain. These people practiced magic and were very powerful. They had the ability to move mountains and fill seas. At the foot of the mountain there were 6 tribes. The people of these 6 tribes were very ignorant. Not only did they not know how to cultivate, but even their lives were very difficult. Often they did not have enough clothes to cover their bodies and food to fill their stomachs. Later, the people on the mountain occasionally saw the difficulties of these tribes and casually taught them some life skills, such as farming, fishing, hunting, etc., so that they could have the ability to survive. After a long time, some people in these tribes became ambitious and began to enslave others in order to obtain more food. However, after they controlled the entire tribe, they discovered other tribes. Thus the tribes began to kill each other. The originally peaceful lives were disrupted. Every day they could hear wails and cries of pain. The killing became more and more widespread. In the end, all 6 tribes at the foot of the mountain participated. Some people began to have ulterior motives, and some tribes formed an alliance to fight against other powerful tribes. The sound of killing and the smell of blood spread to the top of the mountain and affected the people's cultivation. They were very curious as to what had happened. However, when they found the reason, they were helpless. They did not know why a good thing had turned into a bad thing. Although they were very powerful, they could not change the greed of these tribes. Moreover, they also knew that if there was no good solution, these tribes would be destroyed in the end. In the end, someone came up with a solution that was not really a solution, which was to dig 5 extremely deep abysses between the 6 tribes so that the 6 tribes could not kill each other. After the abysses were dug, the 6 tribes could no longer kill each other. Moreover, as time passed, the 6 tribes had forgotten the past and thought that they were the only tribes at the foot of the mountain, and that there were only as many tribes at the foot of the mountain. I don't know if Suji will like this story. However, he is so dull that he will definitely just nod. Alas, it's really boring. Xiaohua read the Jade Archive very puzzledly. To be honest, this story had neither literary talent nor suspense. Although it was written by a female immortal who was as beautiful as a flower, other than the graceful handwriting, it could not be compared to the previous 47 stories. Jade Archive Xiaohua did not know if Suji had nodded and praised it back then. In any case, he had directly given Fairy Xingyue a thumbs up. However, after giving her a thumbs up, Jade Archive Xiaohua thought about how a female immortal had actually tried her best to make up a story in order to please others. Based on this friendship alone, Jade Archive Xiaohua was too embarrassed to give her a thumbs up. Therefore, Jade Archive Xiaohua crossed his ring finger and gave Fairy Xingyue a middle finger. Chapter 4684. After expressing his respect for Fairy Xingyue, Xiaohua had no choice but to read the Jade Archive again from beginning to end. This was because he really could not find any clues from the story. But when he saw the part about causing me to go crazy in an instant after obtaining a great secret, his heart skipped a beat. What kind of magic is this? How could it cause a fairy to go crazy in an instant? What great secret did you find out that made Fairy Xingyue so surprised? Xiaohua thought to himself. There are many ways to explore secrets, such as my karma hand, Suji's divination skills, and even the secret skills of Qingqiu Mountain. Suji only mentioned his divination skills, but he did not mention that Fairy Xingyu knew divination skills. However, Fairy Xingyu also said that she also knew many secret skills of the immortal world, such as the Delusion Breaker Magic Eye. Both the Punishment Palace and the Palace of Justice are famous institutions in the immortal world. In that case, Fairy Xingyu should also know the secret skills that Suji knew. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that Suji's divination skills came from Qingqiu Mountain and Fairy Xingyu did not know them. But this is unlikely. As for a secret technique that could cause a fairy to suffer cultivation deviation, it must be a secret technique that has extremely high requirements on the mortal body. My guess is that it should be an immortal technique similar to divination. Only such a celestial skill can let Fairy Xingyu know a great secret. As for what secret it is it related to the 3 continents? Xiaohua held back his doubts and continued reading. When he saw the word 6 tribes, Xiaohua's heart stirred as he instantly understood something. Tao sect, Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sect, Fei race, dragon race. I understand now. Fairy Xingyue is using the 6 tribes to refer to the various cultivation sects of the 3 continents. In other words, Fairy Xingyu must have known what realm the 3 continents were and thought of the unspeakable secret that even Su Ji did not know. However, Fairy Xingyu was a female cultivator. There were no secrets from a female cultivator. She really wanted to tell Su Ji this secret, but she knew the serious consequences of revealing it. Therefore, she couldn't help but write this story at the end of the scroll, which had been altered beyond recognition by her. Firstly, she had told the story to Su Ji. Secondly, she had revealed this secret to Su Ji in a different way. From the bottom of her heart, she felt much more at ease. Maybe Fairy Xingyue also felt that she couldn't live and used this method to tell Su Ji about her situation. Also at that time, Fairy Xingyu must have been seriously injured and lost her mind. That was why she wrote the story. Later, after she recovered, she regretted it. That was why she did not use her magical power to preserve the scroll. She allowed the scroll to decay with the passage of time, concealing this secret in time. Presumably, even if she told me that this secret was in the moon-embracing palace, she would not believe that I would be so lucky to find this scroll and read this story from it, right? If so, a mountain, a group of people with magical powers, 6 tribes, and 5 abysses all have other meanings. No, how can it be 5 abysses? It should be 6 abysses. Only the 6 paths of abyss can separate the 6 tribes. No matter how the 5 paths of abyss are separated, there must be 2 tribes together. Jade Archive Xiaohua secretly speculated, could it be that this abyss has some other meaning? Let's not talk about the meaning of this abyss first. Let's just think of it as a prison. The 6 tribes are Taoist, Confucian, Buddhist, demon, dragon, and what if soul cultivators are included? Wouldn't there be 6 of them? However, if that's the case, Fairy Xingyu's writing is too obvious, isn't it? Well, these 6 tribes may not specifically refer to soul cultivators. Fairy Xingyu may not know that there are soul cultivators in the 3 continents. What about a group of people with magical powers? If we compare them to the 3 continents, this group of people can only be mortals. What about the mountain? We can only think of it as the immortal world. A tribe corresponds to one side of the mountain, which is to say, a sect corresponds to one's own immortal world. If we use these metaphors to replace the things in the story, erase the things that Fairy Xingyu hates and think deeper, then this should be the real thing. Jade Archive Xiaohua thought about his own experience and the metaphors in the story. He had almost seen through the great secret that Fairy Xingyu had hidden in her heart. He thought to himself, in ancient times, Taoist, Confucian, Buddhist, and demon must have been together. The Dawn Rain continent and the 3 continents were also connected. They should be called the 4 continents. No, they shouldn't be called the 4 continents. The ancient records of Buddhist clearly state that there are 4 continents in the world. These 4 continents should be the 4 continents. However, Taoists developed too quickly and our strength surpassed the other 3 sections. We fought with each other for some benefits. The impact of this battle must have been too bad and attracted the attention of the immortal world. Therefore, immortals from the immortal world, the heavenly court, the Buddhist kingdom, and the demon realm came to the 4 continents and set up 3 innate divine restrictions in the West Ocean, separating the Dawn Rain continent from the 3 continents. Well, this immortal must not be an ordinary immortal. Otherwise, with Fairy Xingyu's ability, why would she not dare to say it? This immortal might be a celestial supremacy. Only a celestial supremacy could set up such a terrifying immortal formation. Thinking that the Great Meru Buddhist formation, the 5 Elements Destruction formation, and the Clear Song of Time Demon formation might have been set up by a celestial supremacy, Jade Archive could not help but feel bitter. No wonder Fairy Xingyu had said clearly that Xiaohua could not return to the Dawn Rain continent. It was because the 3 continents and the Dawn Rain continent were not 2 different worlds. Instead, there were 3 artificial immortal formations. Since it was man-made, it was not natural. It was rare to miss something, so Fairy Xingyu concluded that Xiaohua could not return to the Dawn Rain continent through these 3 immortal formations. Now that he knew the secret of the 4 continents, Jade Archive, Xiaohua naturally thought of a way to break this immortal formation. Unfortunately, no matter how many times he read Fairy Xingyu's story, he could not find any clues from it. Not to mention whether Fairy Xingyu knew how to break the immortal formation. Even if she knew, she would never reveal the method in this story. However, Jade Archive Xiaohua still did not give up. He read the scroll again from beginning to end, more than a dozen times. Then he raised his hand and let go of the decaying scroll. After thinking for a while, he made a decision. After taking the scroll out of the space, he shook it slightly. Whoosh! The entire scroll turned into flying ash and scattered around the futon. Since Xiaohua had obtained the secret that Fairy Xingyu wanted to tell him, this scroll had no value in existing. Instead of leaving it here and letting it be used against Fairy Xingyu, it would be better to make it disappear so that Fairy Xingyu could rest assured. Then Xiaohua looked around, clapped his hands and said in a low voice, "Senior Xingyu, this can be considered as destroying the evidence. I have not let you down. Unfortunately, you said too little. If you could tell me how to break the immortal formation, it would be perfect." After saying that, Xiaohua did not stay any longer. He turned around and returned to the pavilion. When he walked out of the pavilion, he was surprised to find himself on the other side of the garden. Princess Wuxia did not follow him. There were many palaces on the other side of the garden. Xiaohua did not dare to miss them. He continued to search through them one by one. These palaces were somewhat different from the previous ones. There were many things left behind. Xiaohua roughly looked at them and kept them in the space. However, when Xiaohua walked out of a palace door, he was once again faced with the beach. Xiaohua didn't find anything of value. "Xiaohua." Princess Wuxia's voice came from not far away. Xiaohua did not dare to answer. When Princess Wuxia came closer, he asked tentatively, "Wuxia, why are you on the beach?" "I can't enter that pavilion. You also disappeared. Naturally, I could only wait in the garden." Princess Wuxia replied naturally, "But after waiting for a long time, you did not come out. I did not want to waste time, so I went back to search again." Saying that, she handed over a universe bracelet and said, "This is what I found. See if it is useful." Xiaohua took it and used his divine sense to check it. He smiled and nodded. "Whether it is useful or not, I am relieved that you are the real one." "I am naturally the real one. Could it be that you encountered something in the pavilion?" Princess Wuxia was shocked. Nothing. Xiaohua said with a smile, "This is Fairy Xingyu's moon-embracing palace. There should not be any special illusion. I was thinking too much." Seeing that Xiaohua was unwilling to say more, Princess Wuxia was not as curious as ordinary female cultivators. She only nodded and said, "It's good that you know. Shall we continue to search? Or leave this place?" "Let's leave," Xiaohua replied. Although Xiaohua did not say much, Princess Wuxia had already sensed it. She smiled and said, "Then congratulations, darling Xiao." Alas, it is not good news. Although Princess Wuxia did not ask, Xiaohua did not intend to hide it from her. He replied, "It can even be considered bad news." "It can't be." Princess Wuxia was puzzled. "We worked so hard to find this place and spent so much effort to investigate. What we found is actually bad news." "Yes." Xiaohua looked at Princess Wuxia and explained, "Wuxia, this news is of no help to us in dealing with the world-destroying strange insect. However, you must remember that you cannot reveal a single word of what has happened here." "Don't worry about this." Princess Wuxia smiled and said, "This concubine still has this bit of awareness." "That's good." Xiaohua pulled Princess Wuxia's hand and flew her towards the pentagonal outline in the distance. He said, "Let's talk as we walk." Chapter 4685. Xiaohua and Princess Wuxia's figures fell into the outline of a pentagon. Seeing the light overflowing from the left and a heavy pressure falling down, Xiaohua understood that he and Princess Wuxia had been teleported out. Sure enough, after a short moment, a five-colored brilliance appeared in front of Xiaohua. When Xiaohua rushed into the brilliance, the heavy pressure around him lightened and he saw a blue sky in front of him. Hua hua. The sound of waves came from Xiaohua and Princess Wuxia. Princess Wuxia lowered her head to look, then a golden color appeared in her eyes. She looked into the distance for a moment and said with certainty, "This is still the West Ocean, but it's a lot farther from where we were before. It might be 200,000 miles away." "Okay." Xiaohua nodded and ordered, "Take me to the West Ocean Dragon Palace." However, without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, the sound of wind whistling suddenly rose high up in the sky. A valiant origin sense rose up from the sea surface in the distance and swept towards Xiaohua's location. It seemed as if a powerful sea race had discovered Xiaohua's appearance. Humph. Xiaohua coldly snorted as he released his divine sense to meet the attack head-on. However, wherever his divine sense passed, crackling sounds could be heard as countless tiny spatial ripples appeared. Moreover, when these ripples collided with each other, spatial bubbles that were barely visible to the naked eye could be seen rising. Although these bubbles were small, they contained an extremely powerful might. Boom. When the divine sense collided with the origin sense, the bubbles frantically exploded. Not only did the West Ocean's surface set off waves that soared to the sky, even a powerful hurricane appeared high up in the sky, tearing apart the few clouds. Xiaohua Daoist Xiao? A voice that Xiaohua was extremely familiar with suddenly sounded. How could you be here? How did you come here? How come I didn't find any trace of you? If it was someone else who said this, Xiaohua would definitely snort disdainfully. Did he need to tell others where he was going? If he came here, would others definitely be able to find him? However, when this voice sounded, Xiaohua didn't seem to feel that the other party was asking too much. Instead, he smiled and said, "This Xiao came from a secret place. That place is rather special. Perhaps fellow Taoist can't sense this Xiao's traces. If there's a place in the West Sea that I don't know about, it's probably where that person is." The owner of the voice had yet to appear, but the voice sounded as if it was right next to Xiaohua's ear. That person has been using every possible means to search for the Star Moon Palace. He must be thinking of returning there. Now that you've come out, that person hasn't. Could it be that they've already gotten what they wanted? At this moment, the seawater below Xiaohua suddenly rippled. The ripples formed weird grains which seemed to be in the seawater or the void where the seawater was. When the grains slightly twisted, a huge colorless shell appeared from the grains. Wasn't that colorful sea god shell? Ever since Xiaohua fought the rainbow sea god seashell in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, he hadn't heard any news of her. Later on, when Xiaohua learned that the West Sea Dragon King had gone missing, he naturally thought of Xiao Bai and the rainbow sea god seashell. However, Xiao Bai's strength was still shallow. It was indeed beyond his ability to become the Dragon King of the West Sea. Therefore, Xiaohua was only creating momentum for Xiao Bai and creating all the opportunities for him. He was waiting for the day when Xiao Bai would appear. At the same time, Xiaohua was also full of confidence in the rainbow sea god seashell. No one in the three continents understood the terror of the rainbow sea god seashell better than him. Since the rainbow sea god seashell could create a demon race great sage, creating a West Sea Dragon King shouldn't be too difficult. Xiaohua wasn't surprised by the rainbow sea god seashell's question. Since the Goqin Immortal Emperor and the Dipankara Archaic Buddha knew about Fairy Xingyu and Suji, how could the rainbow sea god seashell, as the ancestor of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, not know about them? It was just that these people were trying their best to protect their secrets. If there wasn't any fundamental conflict of interest, they wouldn't touch the bottom line of others. Therefore, Xiaohua bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Senior." To be honest, the rainbow sea god seashell's mood was quite complicated. It was impossible for her to not resent Xiaohua. However, her strength was so great that Xiaohua couldn't do anything to her. Especially that day, she had seen a lot of things from the divine punishment, which were unknown to the Goqin Immortal Emperor and the Mahavairakana Archaic Buddha. Therefore, when she suddenly saw Xiaohua in the West Sea, the rainbow sea god seashell greeted him with a hint of respect and reverence. Seeing Xiaohua bowing and greeting him as a junior, the rainbow sea god seashell didn't dare to neglect him. She hurriedly transformed into her human form, raised her grayish-white arm and said, "Taoist Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. You're already a supreme cultivator of the three continents. If we meet as a junior, Xiao Bai is my brother, and Senior is the ancestor of the Jade Wave tribe. Plus, Senior Bei Ming is the founding ancestor of my Shanghua Ming. No matter from which perspective, I have to call you Senior." Without waiting for the rainbow sea god seashell to finish, Xiaohua interrupted her with a smile and answered in a low voice. "Okay." The rainbow sea god seashell nodded helplessly and said, "You humans are the most particular. I can't argue with you, so I'll do as you say." Junior Zixia greets Senior. After Xiaohua finished talking with the rainbow sea god seashell, Princess Zixia also quickly came over to greet him. "Zixia?" The rainbow sea god seashell had been paying attention to the princess for a long time. At first, it was surprised to see Zixia coming over to greet him, but then it thought of something and smiled. "Taoist Xiao, Immortal Emperor Goqin sacrificed a lot for the Tao Gate. He sent this beautiful ninth princess to your side?" Xiaohua smiled. He knew that the rainbow sea god seashell came from the royal family, so she was very proficient in all kinds of schemes. Moreover, the love between him and Princess Wuxia was very normal. In her eyes she would definitely see some other colors and meanings. However, he didn't explain and only replied, "Senior, I met Wuxia first. At that time, we didn't know each other's identities." The rainbow sea god Seashell laughed and said, "How can there be an unclear fate in this world? However, since the 9th princess of the Immortal Palace is greeting me as a junior, how can I come empty-handed?" Saying this, the rainbow sea god Seashell waved its hand and took out a small seashell. It handed it to Princess Wuxia and said, "Xiao Zhenren and I didn't know each other until we fought. Moreover, I'm actually his senior in the sect. You'll know the reason later. This is my gift to you. I hope that you'll have a prosperous and beautiful family in the future." Junior thanked Senior for the gift. Princess Wuxia was very obedient. She carefully received the seashell and glanced at it with her clear eyes. Wuxia, who was the 9th princess of the Immortal Palace, was also slightly surprised. The rainbow sea god seashell was very satisfied with Princess Wuxia's surprise and said, "There are several things in the seashell that are useful for female cultivators. You should take them now. It's good for your appearance and lifespan." Yes, Junior thanks Senior. Princess Wuxia was full of smiles. She turned to look at Xiaohua and winked at him. Xiaohua also responded with a smile. He knew that Princess Wuxia had seen through his little scheme. He had met the rainbow sea god seashell as a junior, and as a senior the rainbow sea god seashell had to give Princess Wuxia a gift. Moreover, the rainbow sea god seashell couldn't be too stingy in front of the 9th princess of the Immortal Emperor. The things it took out really satisfied Xiaohua. Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror and put Princess Wuxia away in front of the rainbow sea god seashell. Then he asked the rainbow sea god seashell, "Senior, you also know Fairy Xingyu and Su Ji? Does Fairy Xingyu know me?" The rainbow sea god seashell asked. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior Xingyu naturally knows you. Senior Su even came to the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm to save me." He came. The rainbow sea god seashell frowned and said in a low voice, "His strength is indeed beyond my imagination." That after a moment, the rainbow sea god seashell came back to his senses and asked, "What's the result of this trip to the Star Moon Palace?" Xiaohua didn't answer and said with a smile, "Senior, don't you already know? Why ask again?" Alas. Hearing this, a trace of loneliness appeared on the 7-colored sea god shell's face. He sighed and said, "Fairy Xingyu has worked hard for so many years and finally got what she wanted. All her hard work was not in vain. What about me?" Hearing this, Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Senior, could it be that you want to return to the Red Sea Domain? After leaving the Red Sea Domain for so many years, I naturally want to go back and take a look." In front of Xiaohua, the rainbow sea god seashell was no longer on guard and said with a groan, "Of course, I also understand that the Red Sea Domain now is not the Red Sea Domain of the past. Even if I go back, I might get myself killed. It's better not to go back." "Senior, have you found the way back to the Red Sea Domain all these years?" Xiaohua asked tentatively. The 7-colored sea god shell looked at Xiaohua unhappily and said, "In my early years, I fled to the 3 continents and lived in fear every day. I was afraid that the sea race would chase after me. Who would think of finding the way back to the Red Sea Domain?" I don't think so. Senior, you've been in the 3 continents for so long and you haven't thought of going home?" Xiaohua continued to ask. "It's not that I haven't thought of going back. When I was free, I explored the surroundings of the realms," the rainbow sea god seashell replied. "However, the realms of the 3 continents are very strange. There is no space passage to the outside realms in the nearby space. The turbulence in the realms that I entered has long disappeared, and I can't find any trace of it. Moreover, I'm different from Fairy Xingyu. She knows where she should go but I don't. So if I want to go back, it's very difficult." Chapter 4686. The 3 continents may not have a way to the Red Ocean Domain but the 10,000 Demon Realm where Senior Bei Ming is in might have one. Xiaohua smiled and asked tentatively, "Senior, can you think of a way to go to the 10,000 Demon Realm?" "The 10,000 Demon Realm." The rainbow sea god shell squinted its eyes and smiled. "I've heard about this from Little White Dragon and roughly know what happened to Bei Ming in the 10,000 Demon Realm. However, as of now, I haven't found a space passage to the 10,000 Demon Realm. If you find it, please tell me. I'll have to pack up and prepare to escape." "Yes." Hearing this, Xiaohua gasped and exclaimed, "Senior, could it be? You know those strange insects?" The rainbow sea god shell opened its mouth and hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I don't know if it's appropriate for me to tell you. Senior, please tell me." Xiao Hua said with a serious face. Now that things have come to this, no matter how powerful these strange insects are, what can be worse than the end of the world? Moreover, to be honest, I already have some ideas about how to kill these strange insects. Kill the strange insects? The rainbow sea god shell smiled coldly and looked at Xiao Hua. What's the use of killing one or two strange insects? Only by killing all the strange insects can the three continents truly escape the tragedy of the end of the world. Xiao Hua, you're really arrogant. You don't know what kind of enemy you're facing, and you don't know the origin of these strange insects. Really? The ignorant are fearless. I really don't know the origin of these strange insects. Senior, please teach me. Xiao Hua asked honestly. When I was young, I liked strange things, so I often checked on Beiwen in the Luli Pavilion. That Beiwen recorded some strange things in the Red Ocean domain and even the nearby domains. There seems to be a record of these strange insects. The rainbow sea god shell explained. If I'm not wrong, these strange insects should be from the upper realm. They're called mayflies. They're the most humble existence in the upper realm. It seems that their biggest role is to devour the dust and waste of the upper realm. In the lower realm, this thing became an extremely strange insect. There was once a realm near the Red Sea domain called the River Domain. This Red Sea domain was plagued by this Red Sea mayfly and almost destroyed the world. What happened in the end? Why didn't they destroy the world? What method did you use to kill Fuyu? Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask. I don't know. The rainbow sea god shell shook its head and said, according to the records, the Jianghu region has already reached the end of the world. A few races inside want to escape, but the void is filled with mayflies. They can't escape even if they want to. However, in just one night, the golden light filled the entire river region. When the golden light disappeared, all of the mayflies also disappeared. Later on, according to a secret leaked out by a royal family in the Jianghu region, it was possible that some existence in the upper realm noticed the abnormality and took action to bring the mayflies back to the upper realm. Damn it. Xiao Hua suddenly cursed inwardly and thought, I understand now. Could it be that these mayflies were brought here by the Star Moon Palace's discussion? What boat from that river brought it to the three continents? However, Xiao Hua immediately shook his head again. That's not right. I saw Fuyu first and Xianhong discussed the law later. How could these strange insects reach the three continents before the Star Moon Palace appeared? Of course, with this thought, Xiao Hua felt as if he was struck by lightning again. His body shook violently and he completely understood that these strange insects must be Fuyu. They were also the black dots he saw in the spatial vein because the law of time on the Xianhong River couldn't be measured by common sense. Seeing Xiao Hua like this, the rainbow sea god Shell frowned and asked curiously, Daoist Xiao, what's wrong? Senior. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said very sincerely, Junior feels that no matter where Senior came from, since you're already living in the three continents, you should do something for the three continents. Do what? The seven-colored sea god Seashell sneered and replied, What can I do? I've even been deprived of the sea god's bloodline. What else can I do? Hearing this, Xiao Hua felt a little embarrassed. However, before he could say anything, the rainbow sea god Shell shouted hysterically, The heavens are really unfair to me. Even if I've done something wrong, I've still been punished. My children have also been affected. But why is it that just when I saw hope, just when I saw the birth of the sea god's bloodline, the three continents have an apocalyptic warning? You don't know what these Fuyu mean, but how can I not know? Wherever the Fuyu you go, everything becomes barren. No resistance can escape from the Fuyu you. Forget it, so be it. In just 100 years, the three continents will become a dead zone. Who cares if it's alive or dead? Even more so, there's no need to care about its bloodline or inheritance. Xiao Hua originally wanted to reveal some information to the rainbow sea god Shell, but seeing her so pessimistic, like when he entered the moon-embracing palace, he knew now wasn't the time to persuade her. Thus, he looked around and said with a smile, Senior, why did you come to the West Sea instead of enjoying your life in the Thousand Demons sacred realm? I'm from the Shell clan. Of course I should be in the sea. Why would I go to the Thousand Demons sacred realm? Junior made a mistake. Xiao Hua said with a smile, Junior thought you were the ancestor of those great sages in the Great Sage Hall, so you should be in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. I really neglected the fact that Senior is from the Shell clan. That is, if possible, Senior, can you invite Junior to sit in Senior's palace? Of course. The rainbow sea god Shell nodded. However, my palace is in the North Sea, not the West Sea. Moreover, if you want to go to the North Sea with me, you'd better wait until your good brother finishes his training in the West Sea. Haha, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua smiled and bowed. Junior thanks Senior on behalf of Little White. Who needs your thanks? The Rainbow Sea God Shell smiled coldly. You're just brothers, but we're related by blood now. Although the Rainbow Sea God Shell's tone was cold, her words were obviously warmer. Xiao Hua immediately climbed up the pole and cupped his hands. I owe you, then I have to congratulate you even more. I wonder where those little shells are? Quick, 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 call them out and let me see. What's there to see? My shell clan is different from your human race, there's nothing cute about them. The Rainbow Sea God Shell curled its lips. That beautiful face was like an ink painting. Where did it look like an old ancestor? Xiao Hua said with a smile. No matter what, I'm still an elder. How inappropriate would it be if I don't take a look? If Little White finishes his training, it'll be hard for me to say anything when I see him. The Rainbow Sea God Shell responded. You humans are so troublesome. With that, the seven-colored sea god seashell waved the right shell. Whoosh! The shell split open space like a sharp sword, and then a gray brilliance turned into a large hand that reached into the void. A moment later, a five-colored brilliance flashed, and Jade Wave's figure flew out from the brilliance of the water. Seeing Xiao Hua and the Rainbow Sea God Shell, Jade Wave hurriedly transformed into human form and bowed. Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, Taoist shouted at seeing that Jade Wave was no different from the one he saw several decades ago, and her abdomen was still bulging. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly helped Jade Wave up and said with a smile, No need to be so polite. Who's being polite with you? The Rainbow Sea God Shell said unhappily from the side, Didn't you hear that Jade Wave was greeting me? With that, the Rainbow Sea God Shell lowered its voice again and asked, Where are the children? Have they been well during this period of time? Have they been frightened in any way? Jade Wave pursed her lips and said with a smile, Many thanks for Ancestors' concern, the children are fine. With that, without needing Xiao Hua to say anything, Jade Wave slightly opened the shell. No less than a dozen small shells and several small loaches flew out from inside. Whether it was the shells or the small loaches, they were all multicolored. Moreover, this multicolored color looked particularly dazzling in the sunlight and the water. After the small shells and the small loaches flew out, the multicolored color was like water ripples, following the movements of the shells and the small loaches, overflowing and supporting the shells and the small loaches. The dozen or so shells seemed to be a little shy. As soon as they flew out, they immediately surrounded the Jade Wave and didn't fly too far away. As for the several little loaches, they were extremely bold. After swimming a few times in the air, they rushed towards the western sea. Good. Unfortunately, without waiting for these small loaches to fly down, the Rainbow Sea God Shell's benevolent voice sounded, The wind and waves in the sea are too strong. It won't be too late to go when you're a little older. While speaking, the Rainbow Sea God Shell stretched out a big hand of light and scooped up the small loaches. The little loach was obviously a little stubborn. It struggled a few times trying to break free. However, when the big hand brought the little loach to the side of the seven-colored sea god seashell, several little loaches sensed the aura of the seven-colored sea god seashell. They scrambled to swim into the halo around the seven-colored sea god seashell. Looking at the small loaches happily swimming in the halo, the Rainbow Sea God Shell's benevolent face appeared again, and its gaze actually followed the small loaches around. Xiao Hua glanced at the multicolored shells, then glanced at the multicolored little loaches. He smiled bitterly and said, Senior, I really can't see anything. These little things don't look like Whitey at all. They're normal. The Rainbow Sea God Shell rolled its eyes and said, It's just like when I look at you humans. They all look the same, I can't tell anything apart. Those children are the same, they look like they're carved from the same mold. Jade Wave had called Xiao Hua Big Brother before, but later she learned of the Fortune Gate's strength and that Xiao Hua was a supreme cultivator of the three mainlands. She didn't dare to call him Big Brother when Xiao Bai wasn't present. She only said in a low voice, Tao Master, these dragons are like this when they're young. In another 100 years they'll grow horns and at that time, you'll be able to see Xiao Bai's appearance. As for these, from the perspective of the human race, these shells should be women. They'll look similar to this concubine in the future. Chapter 4687. Very good. Xiao Hua smiles and takes out some rejuvenation pills from the space. He hands them to Jade Wave and says, This is a pill refined by me. It's very useful for the transformation of the demon race. You might as well take it and give it to the children later. Thank you, Taoist Master. Jade Wave is overjoyed. She hurriedly receives the jade bottle and says gratefully. After Jade Wave receives it, she thinks for a moment and says hesitantly, Taoist Master, should this pill be taken separately or as a whole? It's better to take it as a whole. Xiaohua smiles. He seems to understand Jade Wave's meaning. Looking at her bulging belly, he says with a smile, "These pills are for the children. In the future, I will refine some more for you. Oh, you have to tell Xiaobai not to work too hard. Otherwise, I won't have any more pills for his children." Jade Wave is not a woman of the human race. She doesn't know too much about shyness. She proudly touches her belly and replies, "Darling Xiao is of the dragon race. He's full of energy. Taoist master really has to work harder to refine more pills in the future." At this point, Jade Wave sneaks a glance at the seven-colored sea god shell and says in a low voice, "However, this time I'm not asking for it for myself." Sure enough, the seven-colored sea god shell says with a cold snort, "How can that lowly servant's child be worthy of Taoist Master Zhao's immortal pill?" Xiaohua is surprised and says in confusion, "Why? Is there a child? Is it Xiao Bai's child?" Yes. Jade Wave hurriedly nods when she sees Xiaohua's attention. Xiaohua smiles and asks Jade Wave, "Since it's Xiao Bai's child with someone else, you won't be jealous?" "What's jealous?" Jade Wave doesn't understand. It's just jealousy. Xiaohua casually explains. He doesn't know if Jade Wave understands. Who knows that Jade Wave says with a smile, "Darling Xiao is of the dragon race. He was born a powerhouse. How can he only mate with me in his life? Moreover, as a dragon race, the more offspring he has, the better. Why should I be jealous? In the future, if he controls the Western Sea Dragon Palace, there will be many dragons, sea race and shell race that will mate with him. Heavens! Why is Little White's luck so good?" Hearing this, Xiaohua's blood boiled. He almost looked up to the sky and roared, "Damn it, why can't I be a demon? If I were a demon, I would marry 8 or 10 little girls." Taoist Master. Just when Xiaohua's mind was restless, Jade Wave said in a low voice, "Do you want to see Xiaohua's other children?" Yes. Xiaohua hurriedly nodded and asked, "Where are they?" "Ancestor." Jade Wave looked at the seven-colored sea god shell and cried out in a pleading tone, "Umph." The seven-colored sea god shell let out a cold snort and a gray shadow appeared on the shell once more. The shadow turned into a giant hand that violently stabbed into the void and then casually pulled. Boom. A pillar of water rushed out from the void. Inside this wave, a conch lady stood up in a daze. "Ancestor." When the conch girl saw the seven-colored seashell, she hurriedly got up and bowed. Then she bowed to Jade Wave and said, "Greetings to Miss. However, when she saw Xiaohua clearly, she was stunned. A layer of mist appeared in her eyes and the expression on her face showed that she wanted to get close to him but didn't dare to. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, "This old man is Xiaohua, Taoist Master Xiao, not Little White Dragon." Taoist Master Xiao? The conch girl was shocked. She hurriedly transformed into her human form and bowed. "This concubine greets Taoist Master Xiao." This concubine has heard Xiaohua talk about Taoist Master before. "You can't even tell your own husband apart and you still have the nerve." The seven-colored sea god shell sneered coldly. "Where are Xiaohua's children?" Jade Wave hurriedly said, "Taoist Master Xiao wants to see this." The conch girl hesitated. The seven-colored sea god shell said impatiently, "I told you to bring them out, so bring them out." Yes. The conch girl's figure trembled, looking very scared. A gray halo appeared on the hard shell around her body. Then, several conches and several large loaches also flew out from the halo. However, these conches and loaches couldn't fly. They relied on the halo of the conch girl to fly in the air. What was special was that whether it was the halo of the conch girl or the conches and loaches, they were all gray. Seeing this, Xiaohua immediately understood why the seven-colored sea god shell hated the conch girl and her children. Xiaohua smiled faintly and took out a few jade bottles from his space. He handed them to the conch girl and said, "These are some pills that this Xiao refined. They may be useful for the transformation of the demon race. You might as well take them. When your child grows up, take them together." "Thank you, Taoist Master, thank you, Taoist Master." The conch girl was very happy. After receiving the jade bottles, she said gratefully, "Go take good care of the children. If there are any mistakes, this old one will hold you responsible." Seeing the conch girl take the jade bottles, the seven-colored sea god shell said coldly. He waved his hand again, imprisoning the conch girl and her children. With a flash of light, the conch girl and the conch girl disappeared. Seeing the seven-colored sea god shell's completely different attitude towards Bai Bo and the conch girl and her children, Xiaohua wanted to say something, but he still swallowed the words. On one hand, this was other people's family matter. Xiaohua couldn't butt in. On the other hand, they were of the sea race. As a human, he couldn't even listen to the word mating. There was no need to talk about other secrets and habits. Xiaohua didn't want to talk about the children of the main wife and concubines, so he changed the topic and said, "Senior, this junior doesn't understand. Why is it that the dragon race doesn't have many children when they mate within the race, but after mating with other races they have many children? This old one isn't of the dragon race. How could I know?" The seven-colored sea god shell's words choked Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua didn't care. He looked at Bai Bo again and said with a smile, "If nothing unexpected happens, Bai Bo will give birth to a few more children in a few days. Senior's bloodline will increase again." Hearing Xiaohua looking for something to say, the seven-colored sea god shell ignored him. It just waved its illusionary arm and grabbed at the naughty little loaches. These little loaches hid here and there, not letting the arm grab them. It was as if they were hiding from the seven-colored sea god shell. After a few times, the seven-colored sea god shell asked again, "Daoist Xiao, what do you want to say? There's no harm in saying it. Why are you hiding from this old one?" Cough cough. Xiaohua coughed and said with a smile, "This junior doesn't have anything special to say. It's just that seeing senior enjoying the happiness of family is really a blessing. If we can't avoid the disaster of strange insects, this happiness is a bit short. This old one wants to enjoy more happiness, but this old one also knows her own limits. This old one doesn't have the ability to stop this apocalyptic omen." The seven-colored sea god shell simply made it clear. "What if I have a way? Senior, can you help me with all your strength?" Xiaohua asked with a smile. "Of course I can." The seven-colored sea god shell answered without hesitation. "In the face of this apocalyptic omen, even if this old one has a deep hatred for you, this old one can't not consider helping you. After all, on these 3 continents, there are already children of this old one's bloodline. If I can help them find a way to survive, this old one is also willing." "That's good." Xiaohua nodded and told the whole story of his participation in the Jade Pool gathering in full detail. In the end, he said, "Heterogeneous true qi is the natural nemesis of these strange insects. We only need to find the space passage to the Dawn Rain continent and bring the Dawn Rain continent's spiritual herbs and other things here. Then we can exterminate these strange insects one by one." The seven-colored sea god shell frowned and listened to Xiaohua's words. Then it bluntly shattered Xiaohua's hope. "What you said is too ideal. In this old one's opinion, it is somewhat unrealistic. First of all, there is no space passage to the outside world from the 3 continents. Unless you can find an ancient relic like the Star Moon Palace, then you can leave the 3 continents. Secondly, the strange insects are hidden in the void, and there are more than tens of thousands of them. Even if you can return to the Dawn Rain continent and get the spiritual herbs, how many spiritual herbs can you get to exterminate these strange insects one by one? This old one also told you clearly before that if you want to exterminate these strange insects, you have to leave no one alive. As long as a thumb-sized strange insect is left, it will definitely reproduce. At that time there will be another apocalyptic omen. Senior, don't worry." After Xiaohua learned the truth about the 4 continents in the moon-embracing palace, he had been thinking about it. Now that he had a plan, he said with a smile, "This Xiao still has a secret about the 3 continents and the Dawn Rain continent that I haven't told you yet." "Speak." The rainbow sea god seashell said snappily. "Actually, from what this junior knows, the realm where the Dawn Rain continent is located is not another realm. It is a realm that is connected to the 3 continents. This realm should be called the 4 continents." Xiaohua explained, "However, in ancient times, because the Tao sect, Confucian cultivators, Buddhism sect and the demon clan were constantly fighting, the 4 continents almost collapsed and were destroyed. Therefore, the immortal realm, the heavenly palace and the demon realm joined forces to set up 3 layers of innate divine restriction, separating the Tao sect of the Dawn Rain continent from the demon clan, Confucian cultivators, and Buddhism sect of the 3 continents." "Oh, how is that possible?" The rainbow sea god seashell was also stunned. She cried out in disbelief. "The 3 continents were actually imprisoned by the immortal realm? Where did you learn this from?" Xiaohua naturally wouldn't tell her about the Star Moon Fairy. He said with a smile, "Senior, don't forget where this Xiao came from. Although this matter has been buried in the dust since ancient times and the supremes of the various sects may not know about it, this Xiaohua came to the 3 continents from the Dawn Rain continent. I don't need to know too many secrets. I can infer it from all kinds of clues. Oh right, this Xiaohua has also met the Supreme Purity Palace Master and the Supreme Purity Palace Master of the Immortal Palace. Their clones have also been reincarnated to the Dawn Rain continent. When this Xiaohua tells them a little, they will definitely understand. Also, didn't Senior always want to ask where this Xiaohua obtained Bei Ming's body? Now this Xiaohua can honestly tell Senior that this Xiaohua saw it when this Xiaohua passed through the Great Array. Presumably, Senior Bei Ming wanted to come to the 3 continents and accidentally encountered the passage of the Immortal Array. Give it a recommendation vote, collect it and reward it. Thank you for all kinds of support. Chapter 4688. I see. I get it now. If that's the case, then it explains why there are no spatial passages around the 3 continents. Hearing Xiaohua mention Bei Ming, the 7-colored sea god shell's expression turned slightly better. He nodded slightly and said, actually, the edges of any world are where the laws of heaven and earth are condensed. These laws of heaven and earth can't be perfectly converged in many places, so it's inevitable that there will be some flaws that lead to outside of the world. I was originally wondering why the 3 continents didn't have such flaws, but now I understand that these flaws have been sealed. So, Xiaohua said word by word, since we can't find the spatial passage to the Dawn Rain continent, we might as well start from breaking the restriction. As long as this great formation collapses, the foreign true energy of the Dawn Rain continent will rush over, and all the strange insects will be killed without us needing to do anything. You're right. And it's also the only way to kill the strange insects. The 7-colored sea god shell replied indifferently. Unfortunately, you forgot. This is the innate divine restriction that separates the 4 continents. But it was set up by the immortals of the immortal world. How can you break it? What methods do you have to break it? And according to what I know, Bei Ming's strength should be far beyond yours, but he can't. Actually, Senior doesn't know. This great formation was set up in the ancient times until today, who knows how many years it has existed. Time has always been the most fundamental weapon to break formations. Over the years, the spell formation had long since been eroded and destroyed by the mutation of true energy. It's just that we don't know. Xiaohua smiled and said, otherwise how can I go from the Dawn Rain continent to the 3 continents? How can Senior Bei Ming find the passage? If we can find the flaw or the core of the array, we might be able to break the array. The 7-colored sea god shell chuckled and said, enlightened beings should discuss this with Immortal Emperor Go Chen and Mahavarokana revered sage, or find Audiobook and the other dragons on Dragon Island. Maybe they can leave behind an ancient inheritance and know how to break the formation. If they want to find it, Senior should also find it. Xiaohua smiled and said, in this world, who can surpass the 9th level of origin energy? Other than Senior, who else can it be? If I don't discuss it with Senior, who else can I discuss it with? Who told you that I have the ability to surpass 9th grade essence force? The rainbow sea god seashell pursed its lips and refused to admit it. Gauchan old man knows, Mahavarakana revered one knows, Aojia knows, the Xiao also knows. Xiaohua calmly gave him a high hat. Xiaohua, this old woman really admires you. You beat around the bush to pull this old woman into action, but did you know? I've already done enough for you. The rainbow sea god shell sneered as she covered her chest with her hand when she heard the laughter. Senior. Xiaohua was greatly puzzled and asked curiously, what other great things did Senior do that this Xiao doesn't know about? At this point, Xiaohua was suddenly startled and cried out in disbelief. Could it be? Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could finish, the rainbow sea god seashell waved its hand and said, Jade Wave, you take the child and go first. I'll send the little white dragon back after he finishes his training in the wondrous lotus pool. There was no need for Jade Wave to reply. The rainbow sea god seashell sent her and the dozen or so multicolored shells and multicolored little loaches into the void. After the rainbow sea god seashell withdrew its arm, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the rainbow sea god seashell. He smiled and said, when this Xiao heard the news of the West Sea Dragon King's disappearance, this Xiao felt that it was a bit strange. The West Sea Dragon King is a 9th grade essence force dragon. There might be some accidents in other places, but this is the West Sea. This is his nest, how could there be any accidents? Moreover, after this Xiao saw the real monstrous insect king, this Xiao was even more puzzled. However, since the Dragon King of the East Sea Ao Qian was unwilling to agree to this Xiao's conditions, this Xiao was too lazy to think about it. But this Xiao had never thought that. The instigator was Senior. This Xiao really admires Senior. At this point, no matter how the Dragon King of the East Sea tries to stop him, the West Sea Dragon Palace will inevitably have a new master. Don't look at this old one like that. The rainbow sea god seashell was smug, but she still smiled and said, this old one did it on purpose. This old one brought little white to the West Sea's wondrous lotus pool for training, and coincidentally came across the West Sea Dragon King and the monstrous Insect King fighting. This old one only casually moved my pinky, that's all. My goodness. Xiaohua smiled and said, Senior's pinky changed the West Sea's master. Who else in this world can compare to Senior? Don't say so much useless things. The Rainbow Sea God Seashell waved her hand and said, Tell me, how did you negotiate with Ao Qian that day? Xiaohua recounted what happened that day and said in the end, this Xiao did not intend to make Ao Qian agree. In the future, when our Fortune Gate establishes a foothold in the West Sea, wouldn't the West Sea belong to our Fortune Gate? Ao Qian doesn't have the final say on who becomes the master of the West Sea. Isn't your Fortune Gate located in the soaring Dragon Mountain range? When are you coming to the West Sea? The Rainbow Sea God Seashell obviously didn't know about the Tao Gate. Let's not talk about this first. Xiaohua smiled and said, What about the West Sea Dragon King's corpse and his Dragon Emperor? This is the most important thing. Why are you asking this? The Rainbow Sea God Seashell glanced at Xiaohua and said, Could it be that you don't believe this old one? It's not that I don't believe you. Xiaohua smiled and said, This Xiao knows that Senior is an expert who hates the trivial matters of the mortal world. Now that you have to step into the mortal world for the sake of your descendants, this junior is worried that Senior will be overworked, so this junior wants to help Senior share the burden. Your words are better than a song. You think this old one can't see through your intentions. How could the Rainbow Sea God Seashell believe him? She coldly snorted and said, But you don't need to worry, this old one has already handed those things to Little White. That's good, that's good. Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Since Senior has already made a decision, this junior will not mention this matter again. Do as you wish. The Rainbow Sea God Seashell lazily waved her hand. If there's nothing else, this old one will go and rest for a while. After a year or so, this old one will release Little White from the wondrous lotus pool. Don't. Xiaohua hurriedly blocked the Rainbow Sea God Seashell and said with a smile, This junior hasn't seen Senior for a long time, this junior misses Senior. I still want to talk to Senior more. Who would believe that? The Rainbow Sea God Seashell said with a smile, If you use this to deceive a human girl, you might succeed. But to use it on a shell race like this old one, you are really casting pearls before swine. Then this Xiao won't hide it from Senior. Xiaohua straightforwardly said, Because of the world-destroying strange insects predicament, my Tao Gate has also obtained an opportunity to develop. The Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect have already agreed to let the Tao Gate in the West Sea. Xiaohua recounted the Tao Gate's development in the West Sea to Huang Xiaolong, and finally said, The reason I came to the West Sea is to find an immortal island or a blessed land for my Fortune Gate to build a good foundation for our future development. This Xiao didn't expect to run into Senior so soon after arriving at the West Sea. Maybe Senior was sent by the heavens to give this Xiao some guidance. How many of my descendants have your Fortune Gate's 200,000 troops killed? How can this old one look for a paradise for the Fortune Gate's disciples? The Rainbow Sea God Seashell sneered and said, This old one is not so magnanimous. Xiaohua was helpless, but he still didn't want to give up and said, Senior, you can think about it. Previously, there were no Fortune Gate's disciples in the West Sea, and too many of the dragon race and sea tribes in the West Sea Dragon Palace were killed. If the world-destroying strange insect appears, your descendants will also suffer. My Fortune Gate's disciples came to the West Sea to solve your worries. You can't just watch as my Fortune Gate's disciples don't even have a place to stay, right? If you don't have a place to stay, then fly in the sky. The Rainbow Sea God Seashell coldly said, If that doesn't work, then go to the West Sea Dragon Palace, that place is big. Although this old one has agreed to lend you a hand, that is only to stop the world-destroying omen, it has nothing to do with your Fortune Gate's survival. Moreover, if you can't find a way to exterminate the world-destroying strange insect, the 3 mainlands will disappear in 100 years. So what if your Fortune Gate finds a so-called immortal island? It will still be swallowed by the world-destroying omen. Let me tell you, the world-destroying omen loves places with rich origin energy. The more you look for an immortal island, the easier it is for you to be attacked by the world-destroying omen. You might as well find a rundown place and deal with them as you wish, waiting for your death. The Rainbow Sea God Seashell's body flickered with a dark gray light, and ripples appeared in the void around it. However, at the same time, more than a dozen thumb-sized world-destroying omen rushed out recklessly towards the Rainbow Sea God Seashell's dark gray light. The 7-colored sea god shell coldly snorted and completely ignored these monstrous insects. Boom boom boom. As the monstrous insects swallowed the gray shadow and exploded at the same time, the seven-colored sea god shell's figure flickered and disappeared into the void. This old seashell is really stubborn. No wonder he ran into world-destroying omen the moment he stepped out. Xiaohua watched the seven-colored seashell leave and inwardly criticized. However, what this guy said also makes sense. That red mist monstrous insect likes to eat true qi the most. Now that it's looking for an immortal mountain or a paradise in the sea, it's just looking for trouble. It's better to find a reef to settle down. Give it a recommendation vote, collect it, or tip it. Thank you for all your support. Chapter 4689. However, a moment later, Xiaohua smiled wryly. Didn't the fortune gate come to the West Sea to kill those mayflies? They found a mountain range and blessed land and set up an ambush. Are they inviting the insects into the trap? Forget it, I don't need to worry about this matter. Xiaohua was a little irritated. He took out the Kunlun mirror and asked Princess Wuxia to come out. After thinking for a moment, he said, Wuxia, take me to the West Sea Dragon Palace. No problem. Princess Wuxia quickly identified the direction and led Xiaohua to a certain place. After flying for a while, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out the Pegasus flying chariot. The Pegasus flying chariot could be considered an old monster with many years of experience. It raised its head and let out a long neigh that sounded like a dragon's roar. Hehe, this concubine has long heard that darling Xiao has a Pegasus flying chariot, but I have never sat on it. Seeing it today, it is indeed amazing. Princess Wuxia covered her mouth and giggled. Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, Really? You have never sat on it before? What do you think? Princess Wuxia rolled her eyes and retorted. Hehe, you are the Immortal Palace's princess. What kind of honor haven't you seen? Xiaohua couldn't remember if Princess Wuxia had sat on it before, so he could only say embarrassedly, I was afraid you would laugh at me for being shabby, that's why I didn't dare to take it out. Princess Wuxia knew that Xiaohua was being perfunctory, but she acted as if she didn't know. She held Xiaohua's hand and flew onto the flying chariot. She smiled and said, As long as it is something that belongs to me, no matter how expensive it is, I like it. Xiaohua accompanied Princess Wuxia on the flying chariot. At this time, the Pegasus flying chariot did not need to be steered. It only pointed in a direction and flew off. The clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and a scorching sun appeared. The countless rays of light were like pillars of light that pierced through the heavens and the earth, towering above the surface of the sea. The layers of clouds gradually took on various shapes in the wind. Xiaohua sighed and said, Such a beautiful scenery is actually going to be destroyed by those monstrous insects. It is truly a pity. Yes. Princess Wuxia also sighed. We Confucian cultivators have developed on the hidden immortal mainland for God knows how many years. Our Confucian skills have greatly improved and profound knowledge. These are more dazzling than natural scenery. What a pity if we don't have an effective method to kill the mayfly monstrous insect. All of this will turn into nothing. When Xiaohua came out of the moon-embracing palace, he still hadn't discussed the details with Princess Wuxia. Now that he had some free time, Xiaohua told Princess Wuxia the truth about the 4 great continents. Princess Wuxia was dumbfounded. In the end, she shook her head and said, Impossible, impossible. The 4 great continents only existed within the teachings of the Buddhist sect. The 3 continents were indeed the 3 continents. How could it be the 4 great continents? Moreover, the Tao sect had long been jointly annihilated by us Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect during the ancient times. How could it possibly still exist in Dawn Rain continent? The other 4 continents that are similar to the hidden immortal continent? Xiaohua smiled. Not to mention Princess Wuxia, even he himself felt that it was inconceivable when he heard that the Tao sect had been annihilated on the day he arrived at the hidden immortal continent. The Immortal Palace, Lane Temple and Great Sage Hall had said since the ancient times that the Immortals and Buddhas had annihilated the Tao sect. This saying had been passed down for God knows how many years. Princess Wuxia was even the princess of the Immortal Palace. She had been instilled with this idea since she was young. But now she was suddenly told that everything she knew was false. The Tao sect still existed. Moreover, the Tao sect was previously more powerful than the Confucian cultivators, the Buddhist sect, and the demon race. How could she accept this? Xiaohua smiled slightly. He raised his hand and waved. The diagram of the 3 continents appeared on the flying carriage. He said with a smile, Wuxia, look. To the north is the thousand-demon sacred realm, to the east is the hidden immortal mainland, and to the south is the western paradise. The 4 seas have surrounded the 3 continents. As he spoke, Xiaohua pointed again. At the Western Ocean, a black line appeared. He said, "This is the innate divine restriction set up by the immortal world. This divine restriction and the other boundaries have separated the three continents into one boundary. And I, Xiao, was born outside of this divine restriction." As he spoke, Xiaohua pointed with his hand and the outline of the Dawn Rain continent appeared. However, I, Xiao, was only a small foundation establishment cultivator at that time. I didn't have a clear understanding of the entire Dawn Rain continent. Currently, I only know of the 3 cultivation countries and the country of sword cultivators. However, it is said that outside the Million Ming Mountains, there is a powerful cultivation alliance. They should be the backbone of my Dao sect. This place is the ruins of a Buddhist sect. There are 10,000 Buddhas inside and there are many secrets of the Buddhist sect. Zixia, look again. Aren't these 4 continents the Dongxing Divine Continent, the Aparagodania continent, the South continent, and the North continent of the 4 great continents? Xiaohua asked with a smile after the outline of the 4 great continents gradually became clear. Even if it is the 4 continents, it is still a coincidence. The shock on Princess Zixia's face gradually disappeared, but confusion gradually returned. She still shook her head. Xiaohua held Princess Zixia's somewhat cold hand and said, "Zixia, do you still remember the Heaven's Heart?" When Princess Zixia heard this, her delicate body trembled. She seemed to understand what Xiaohua wanted to say. After a moment, she asked with a trembling voice, "You mean, your Heaven's Heart were all obtained in the Dawn Rain continent?" "Before I obtained your half of the Heaven's Heart, I already had 4 Heaven's Hearts." Xiaohua looked at Princess Zixia with some heartache. He somewhat understood Princess Zixia's panic and patiently explained, "Of the 2 Heaven's Hearts, one was obtained in the wilderness of the Dawn Rain continent. That place was originally a space that was about to collapse, and there was a scholarly cultivator inside. I don't know who this scholarly cultivator was because after I obtained the Heaven's Heart, the space collapsed and everything ceased to exist. The other Heaven's Heart was obtained by Ji-Man in the Million Ming Mountains. She can be considered a scholarly cultivator's descendant. As for the other 2 Heaven's Hearts, I naturally obtained them in the 3 continents. However, I won't tell you where I obtained them. After all, it was already a matter of the ancient era. If I tell you now, it will cause some factions to have a dispute. Actually, just based on the 2 Heaven's Hearts I obtained from the Dawn Rain continent, I can almost be sure that the Dawn Rain continent was originally together with the 3 continents. It was only because of the Great War that my Taoist sect was separated from the scholarly cultivators, Buddhist sect, and demon race. If it was anything else, Princess Zixia would definitely be suspicious. However, when the Immortal Palace's most important Heaven's Heart and the 5 Qis unifications technique were mentioned, Princess Zixia slowly understood. If the Heaven's Heart was lost in the Dawn Rain continent, perhaps it could be said that someone took the Heaven's Heart and went to another realm. However, there were 2 Heaven's Hearts. How could there be so many coincidences? Only a natural chasm that separated the 4 continents could perfectly explain this matter. Moreover, Princess Zixia was born in the Immortal Palace. Although she didn't control the Tianji Palace, she was still an extremely important person among the true scholarly cultivators. She definitely knew more secrets than Xiaohua. Now that she thought about it carefully, how could a powerful Taoist sect be destroyed so easily? Just Xiaohua alone, just Grand Mist Ancestor alone was enough to give the Immortal Palace a headache. No matter what, a powerful Taoist sect wouldn't be so easily submerged in the passage of time. Chapter 4690. Princess Zixia didn't say anything. She closed her eyes tightly. After the time it took to eat half a meal, she opened her eyes and said with a wry smile, "My dear Xiao, this information of yours is really inconceivable. But after thinking about it carefully, it seems reasonable enough. If this news were to spread to the 3 mainlands, it would definitely cause a great uproar and even cause panic." "Panic? Why would they panic?" Xiaohua looked pensive. "That's right, panic." Princess Zixia nodded. "A kind of collapse of faith, a kind of collapse of trust. We have always been proud of our ancestors' achievements, and the glory of the Immortal and Buddha eradicating the Tao has always shone in the 3 mainlands. Now that the truth is out, everyone immediately understands that the so-called glory, the so-called pride, is nothing but a lie. We have been living in a lie for generations. Think about my reaction just now, even I can't accept it. What about the other Confucian disciples? What about the other Buddhist disciples? Therefore, now is not the best time to announce it." Xiaohua probed. "That's right," Princess Zixia answered. "This matter is only suitable for the various sects' venerables to know, and only they can help you find the clues to break the grand formation. When the mayfly insect's crisis reaches its peak, presumably, the various sects' venerables will have the confidence to break the grand formation. At that time, we can announce this matter. Although at that time, everyone might not be able to accept it, under such a great calamity, everyone will still think about their own survival, and will minimize the impact of this news to the lowest. After that, Princess Zixia explained again, and only then did Xiaohua understand. Perhaps finding the truth was simple, but how to announce the truth to the public was an extremely difficult matter. A single careless action could pierce through the bottom line of a sect's trust. Moreover, if Xiaohua announced this matter publicly, it might cause people with ulterior motives to take advantage of it, making Xiaohua and the Fortune Gate public enemy. At that time, not only would Xiaohua be unable to defend himself, he would not have the chance to explain, and he would not have the opportunity to resist the mayfly insects. He might even start a real war with the Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects. And I understand. Zixia, it's all thanks to you. Xiaohua held Princess Zixia's hand and said with a smile, with a virtuous wife like you, I'm relieved. Princess Zixia smiled sweetly and replied, this kind of thing is the Immortal Palace's imperial technique. It's normal that you don't know about it. Is there an imperial husband technique? Xiaohua asked with a grin as he squeezed Princess Zixia's hand. Without anyone else around, Princess Zixia's shyness wasn't that bad. She also curled her lips and used her hand to pinch Xiaohua's hand. She smiled and said, you'll naturally know in the future. Speaking up to this point, Princess Zixia looked into the distance again and said worriedly, Darling Xiao, as far as I know, the Celestial Palace has never mentioned the 4 great continents. It's very likely that even Her Majesty herself doesn't know about this. What's your plan now? Let's not talk about finding a way to the Dawn Rain continent outside the realm for now. When Xiaohua heard this, he frowned and said, even people as strong as Fairy Xingyu and Su Ji said that there is no spatial passageway leading to the outer realm. Presumably, the Khanate spatial passageway has been covered by a large array. I'm afraid that the matter I discussed with His Majesty and the others will not succeed. Now the plan is to break the array. This is an immortal array that covers the entire realm. Princess Zixia reminded, even if the venerables find clues, I'm afraid they won't be able to break the array. Didn't I say earlier that this array has been laid down for a long time? If it didn't work before, it might work now. Xiaohua forced a smile and said, today's plan is to find clues to break the array first. If we don't even have a clue, how can we break the array? The most frightening thing is, Princess Zixia was more far-sighted. The Jade Lake Conference has just ended, and the venerables are planning how to deal with the red mist insects. If they gather for a discussion, it will be quite troublesome. If we let the disciples pass the message, we're afraid that the news will leak out. Heavenly Being, Lightning Taoist, and the others can naturally pass the message on my behalf. Xiaohua pondered, however, if they go, the Fortune Gate's disciples will encounter the red mist insects. I'm not at ease. How about this, Zixia? You accompany me to various places and find the venerables to discuss in detail. This concubine is willing to stay by this Xiao's side, rushing about for the survival of the 3 mainland's billions of people. Princess Zixia's face blushed as she answered in a low voice. Seeing Princess Zixia's shy face, Xiaohua's heart was moved. He reached out his right hand and wrapped it around Princess Zixia's slender waist. Sensing Xiaohua's intention, Princess Zixia couldn't bear to refuse. Her other hand also held Xiaohua's hand at her waist. Ai, what a smart female cultivator. Xiaohua sighed. His hand was held by Princess Zixia, so he could no longer move freely. Princess Zixia happily leaned on Xiaohua's shoulder. She didn't brush Xiaohua's face, but it also made him feel sweet. However, the two of them had just enjoyed a sweet meal when Xiaohua suddenly frowned. His divine sense seemed to have sensed something, and he muttered under his breath, what time is it now? Actually, saying this, Xiaohua pulled his hand out from Princess Zixia's and pointed in another direction, saying in a low voice, Pegasus, go there. The Pegasus was very obedient. It didn't let out a long cry, and with a wave of its wings of light, it changed direction and rushed towards the direction of the sunset. The West Ocean was vast and boundless. Aside from the surging waves, there were also many places with reefs. At this moment, when the sun was setting in the west, its blood-red brilliance was sprinkled on a group of reefs that stretched for several thousand li. The reefs here were a little different from the others. Only a small part of them were colorful coral reefs. Most of them were yellowish-brown in color. Some of these reefs were like mountain peaks, and a lot of them were exposed to the sea. Some reefs were like sharp cones that pierced out of the water surface, covering many parts of the water. Of course, there were even more reefs that were like large and small stones that were not near the water surface, letting the waves slap them and causing them to foam like cotton wool. The brilliance of the setting sun was somewhat slanted downwards, and one could see several hundred miles away from the reef. Woo-woo. The waves churned and the wind howled. A dragon several hundred feet long rushed out from the bottom of the sea. The moment the dragon rushed out, it immediately roared at the sky. In an instant the sky changed color. The originally clear sky was covered by dark clouds, and even the blood-red sun was blocked behind the clouds. Wasn't this dragon the third prince of the Western Sea Dragon Palace, Aoing? Third prince. After Aoing, several more dragons flew out. The first one chased after Aoing and shouted, "Third prince, third prince." Chapter 4691. Aoing, the third prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace, snorted coldly when he saw the dragon chasing after him. He swung his dragon tail at the dragon. Boom! The dragon tail smashed down like a mountain. The dragon was stunned for a moment before helplessness appeared on his face. He did not dare to meet the attack head-on and allowed Aoying's dragon tail to smash down. Third prince. A few dragon generals saw Aoying's dragon tail like a scissor and their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly shouted from the side. Aoing suddenly snorted coldly when the dragon tail was about to hit the dragon general. He swept his dragon tail horizontally and brushed past the dragon general's body. The tail swept across the surface of the sea and a reef that was a few miles in size was swept by the dragon tail. Boom! The reef was smashed into pieces by Aoying's dragon tail. Third prince. The dragon general did not look at the surface of the sea. Instead, he hurriedly flew over and said carefully, "Why are you so calculative over a momentary loss? If you are angered over such a small matter, wouldn't you fall into their trap? Is this a small matter? Aobai?" It would have been better if the dragon general did not mention it. Once he heard the dragon general's words, Aoing flew into a rage and shouted, "I am the third prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace. They actually ordered me to patrol the sea. They are humiliating me as a patrol." Yes. I know how angry the third prince is. The dragon general named Aobai said with a smile, "But they are now valued by the Dragon Island's dragon envoy and temporarily control the Dragon Palace. Their words are the orders of the Dragon Palace. We can't disobey the orders of the Dragon Palace." Another dragon general next to him also advised, "Third Crown Prince, please calm down. Besides, their orders aren't only directed at Third Crown Prince. Fourth Crown Prince, Sixth Crown Prince and Seventh Crown Prince were also sent to patrol the other 3 areas of the West Sea. Now that strange insects have appeared in the West Sea, if we do not strengthen the patrol, I'm afraid there will be an accident." What accident can there be? Father has been missing for so long. The Sea Clan and Dragon Clan that followed him were all killed. Aoing said coldly, "Is there an accident worse than this? Although His Majesty the Dragon King is temporarily missing, the West Sea Dragon Palace is still there." Aobai advised again, "This is the foundation of the West Sea Dragon Clan. There can't be any mistakes in this foundation. The West Sea Dragon Clan naturally has a reason to patrol the sea. Your Majesty's Dragon Palace's Majesty the Dragon Palace's Dragon Palace." But this dragon envoy is strange. Another dragon by the side asked curiously, "Last time, it was His Highness who led our West Sea Dragon Clan to Dragon Island to train. He should have a deep impression of His Highness. Why is it that when they arrived at the West Sea Dragon Palace, they are actually so close to them?" Aobai knew better. "Last time I almost lost my life on Dragon Island. After coming out of the Stacked Jade Legacy Land, I rushed back to the Dragon Palace and neglected the social activities on Dragon Island. Actually, it's not just me. The princes of the East Sea Dragon Palace and the South Sea Dragon Palace are the same. The 7th prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace even died in the Stacked Jade Legacy Land." Yes. Aobai echoed, "That day the third prince was decisive. He handled the matter of the Stacked Jade Legacy Land very well. After returning he got His Majesty's approval. Thinking of that day, I'm so proud of the third prince. His Majesty's heart is obviously biased." Alas. Aoing sighed again, "This king's luck is really bad." Actually, it's not necessarily so. Aobai laughed again, "Don't humans have a classic story of enduring hardships to seek revenge? Your Majesty might as well imitate it." Yes. "Third prince, do you know the 10th prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, Aophone?" That guy endured for 300 years and was ridden by a monk for 300 years. In the end he achieved success and fame. Not only did he get the Buddha fruit of the Buddhism sect, he also got the approval of the Dragon King of the East Sea to officially enter the Crown Prince Long Su and have the chance to inherit the Dragon Throne of the East Sea? Disgusting. Disgusting. Aoing shouted. He was ridden by a human for 300 years. Don't mention this in front of this king. Ha. Ao Bai laughed. Of course, Ao Shun's comparison is inappropriate. Ao Feng naturally can't be compared with the third prince. He's just an illegitimate 10th prince, while the third prince is the top successor. However, Ao Shun's words are reasonable. The third prince has to listen to him. We'll endure this difficult period for the time being and minimize the influence of the dragon envoy. With the third prince's reputation in the Dragon Palace, how can the first prince be his opponent? Won't the dragon throne of the Dragon King of the West Sea belong to the third prince sooner or later? Aoing smiled coldly and said, this king has never taken Ao Chen seriously. He's too confident. He thinks that he's the first prince and is the closest to the dragon throne. He doesn't listen to father in many places. In the palace, there are other dragon palaces of the other 3 seas. He doesn't have many friends. If not for the appearance of the dragon envoy he would have. Seeing Ao Ying's confidence, Ao Bai smiled bitterly and said, third prince, times have changed. You must not be careless. After all, the first prince is the first prince. He has the moral high ground. The dragon envoy of the Dragon Island has no better choice but to rely on the first prince. I know. Aoing glared at Ao Bai and said, am I not building a good relationship with the first prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Xiang? He's temporarily staying in the Dragon Palace of the West Sea under the orders of the Dragon King of the East Sea. Isn't it a good opportunity for him to restrain the dragon envoy of the Dragon Island? That's good, that's good. Ao Bai nodded and smiled. With the third prince's breadth of mind and strategy, you're the real master of the Dragon Palace of the West Sea. We all understand this. Actually, third prince, I've forgotten. The most important thing is not within the Dragon Palace but outside of it. Ao Shun was not to be outdone. He suggested in a low voice, what's fought for in the Dragon Palace is prestige. What's fought for outside of the Dragon Palace is real power. The first prince is really stupid. He might have really forgotten about this and sent the few princes who are not on good terms with him out to patrol. He has a plan in mind to send the princes into danger. But at the same time, there are opportunities within danger, especially your highness. The sea region you're patrolling is not far from where His Majesty the Dragon King went missing. If you get the dragon throne of the West Sea Dragon Palace, why do you have to care about the dragon envoy of the Dragon Island and the first prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace? Why do you have to be calculative with the first prince? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.